Okay, we got the thumbs up that we're ready to go in City Council meeting, Spanish Fork City, August 18th, 2026. Thank you all for coming in person and online all over watching our meeting. We appreciate the participation. We'll start like we always do in Spanish Fork with a prayer and motivational message given by Councilman Euler, and then the pledge led by Councilman Cardin. Councilman Euler.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll pray. Our Father in heaven, we gather tonight in this council meeting, give gratitude for the community in which we live. We're so grateful, Father, for those around us that serve and do good and help those that are in need. Father, we're especially grateful for our first responders and ask that that would continue to bless and protect them. We're grateful for what they do to keep us safe and to help us in times of need. Father, we recognize the blessing it is to live in the United States, and we are so thankful for the freedoms we enjoy and ask that that would protect those men and women that serve to maintain and preserve those freedoms. We're so thankful for them and their families. Father, we recognize the importance of the decisions that we'll make tonight as we discuss the needs and concerns and issues facing Spanish Fork, and we ask that thou would guide our thoughts and give us the direction that we need to make the appropriate and correct decisions that will benefit those that live within Spanish Fork. We're so grateful that we live where we do and enjoy the beauties around us. Father, guide and direct us, and we pray for these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Would the audience please arise and say the pledge with me? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate that. We have a couple of public hearings on the agenda tonight. We'll just kind of let you know from the beginning here that we'll probably get to those. There's a few of them tonight, but we'll probably get to those around the 6:15, 6:20, 6:15 to 6:30 mark. So just if you can kind of think about that. Got a couple other issues to get through as well. The third item on our agenda right now is public comments. Again, this isn't the section for public hearing. If there's a public hearing item on the agenda, that'll be listed on the agenda if you have it. But this is a section that's always at our council meetings of public comment. So those that would like to come up and address the mayor and council for something not on the agenda or any issue maybe in your street or whatever it may be, this is the time that you can come up and address the mayor and council. And we'll have a 3-minute timer up there that, Jordan, you're running this. So both sides, you can kind of see that. That'll be the same thing during the public hearing section as well. But this is a time now for public comment for anybody that would like to come up and address the mayor and council on a general issue. You're more than welcome to. When we discuss it. Yep, when we get to that item. Yep, good question. Thank you. Yep. Anybody else for general public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the next part of the agenda, item number 4, council comments. This is where the council reports from the committees, the boards that we sit on, and what's happened since last council meeting. I don't have any stock shows that happened since between the last meeting and here, so I don't have any of those pictures and stuff. But any council comments, we typically go from one side to the other. This time we're going to switch it up a little bit and start with Councilman Euler in the middle, and then we'll move this way, and then we'll get back to Councilman Took and end at Councilman Cardin. Is that okay?
Yep, that works.
Councilman Euler.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I recognize there are people here for other things, so I'll keep my council comments short. I did have my animal shelter board meeting this past week and just wanted to report back that the animal shelter has worked out an agreement with the Utah County Attorney's Office Civil Division to represent the animal shelter on any future legal matters that we seem or deem necessary. So I just wanted to make everyone aware of that. And that's all I've got, Mayor.
Good. Thank you, Councilman Euler. Councilwoman Beck.
I do not have anything tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Marshall.
Just one. School's starting up here pretty soon. The sun's getting in a kind of a bad spot. Please be safe when you're driving your kids to school in the morning. I'm always shocked at the speed we drive on our city streets. And while there's this many people here, I can preach a little bit. So thanks for coming, and slow down. That's it for me.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilman Marshall. Councilman Took.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one item of business from me this evening. I'd like to welcome up to the front our President and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce in Spanish Fork and Salem. That is Kathleen Levitt for a couple announcements.
To save time, I'll just talk about the upcoming events over the next couple of weeks for the business community. On Thursday of this week, the 20th, we'll be having our new networking luncheon at the Hampton Inn. I'm actually very excited for this one. We have Gunther's Heating and Air Conditioning teaching us about how we can save some money on our power bill, and then we're trying Spitz, the new Mediterranean restaurant in town, for the catering, so it's going to be a fantastic meeting of the minds. Then Women in Business is having an ice cream social on August 26th, and that'll be at 1:30 p.m. Hopefully the Women in Business can meet while kids are at school and not quite out yet, so we're still trying out some different times and dates for the best meeting spot for our Women in Business. Then we have a ribbon cutting for Stone and Soul Wellness. They're a new business in Canyon Creek Parkway. It's a cold plunge sauna wellness studio. I just actually came from it right now. Beautiful owner, wonderful new space. So we'll be cutting the ribbon at noon on September 3rd. And last thing, I just wanted to remind everyone, the farmers market is still going strong right here in City Hall parking lot every Saturday morning through the end of October. So we really do have one of the best farmers markets around, so please come out and support your local farmers. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen.
Did you do the cold plunge?
No, but I'm going to go back and
Okay.
do it.
Thank you, Kathleen, and thank you for taking good care of our business community. I attended the farmers market for the first time this past Saturday. It's just right out here, just west of this building, the parking lot, and it was outstanding. Better every year. So many things to consider purchasing, and my wife and I purchased a lot. So I invite everybody to come check it out for the weeks that are in front of us still. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilman Took. I will say Spitz, I visited Spitz the last week. That was the first time, and they got the Post Malone, painting in there with the Fiesta Days rodeo hat, and then they got Jade Romero, is softball, Spanish Fork Dawn softball in there. I'm like, hey, how does the mayor get painted on your wall? And they said that's not going to happen. So it's pretty cool. There's a lot of good stuff on the walls. So yeah, good place. Councilman Cardin.
Thank you, Mayor. And at the farmers market, they do have peaches. So if you're wondering, there are peaches this year. I know there was a worry about that for a while. Just a couple of things. The first thing is I was able to meet with the U City Council this last week. It's a group that I get to do, and there's a couple alumni in the audience today, so that's pretty awesome. If you didn't know, our U City Council does an awesome job of vetting things that are happening in the city, also volunteering at a lot of things that happen throughout the city. And one of those things that's getting ready to happen is our Harvest Moon Hurrah. That'll happen on September 11th. That's a Friday night. I know historically, except for last year, it was done on a Saturday. We're moving it to Friday because we have the food truck roundup over in the park just across the street. That'll be from 5 to 8 p.m. There's a couple of performances that'll be done, some art, some activities, food truck vendors, other vendors, so please come check that out if you have time. The other thing that I wanted to talk about with the Arts Council is the chorale is getting ready to start. So if you have music talent or you just want to go hang out with people who may have that talent, they are starting on August 25th at 7 to 9 p.m. in the Maple Mountain High School choir room. And they will take singers of all levels, is what they said. So that's all I have, Mayor.
You can move your lips and get away with it, is what they're saying.
They will teach you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilman Cardin. I don't have anything besides just what Councilman Marshall said. This morning, getting kids to and from school, just a busy time, and there's no good way, there's no easy way to get to and from any school. The solution is not to make bigger roads to make people go faster. It's just tough every school. So let's be safe. Thank you to Chief, the crossing guards that are keeping everybody safe and directing them. Let's be respectful there too, and make sure to wave at them with all 5 fingers as they're directing you and telling you where to go, so we can get kids to and from school safe. So back in session. Thank you, Nebo School District, for your partnership, and all the teachers that are willing to take on all of our kids, especially the Mendenhall kids. It's much appreciated. So item number 5, now that council comments are over, staff reports. Manager, parents, anything from the staff
We
from
do have
previous meetings?
a couple of staff reports. We'll look to Bronco, our new Parks and Rec director. He's got, I think, 2, and then Jared, our Public Works Assistant Director, has 1.
Whichever
No,
you'd like.
Right there. Just make sure you turn your mic on.
All right, I just want to give you a couple updates, some projects going on in the Parks and Recreation Department. The first off is the Canyon View Park Pond Restoration Project, and I gave Jack, Jordan, you have the photos. Did Jack provide you with a couple photos? That's okay. So many of you have either smelt or seen or both. Canyon View Pond has been drained. We drained it the week after Fiesta Days, and are looking, we got about $400,000 worth of grants through the UORG and the WRI foundations. And we're looking to go out to bid and start digging early October. Our goal is to take 8 to 10 feet out and dredge it, and shore up the south side with some landscape rocks so kids can stand on there and fish. It's been a challenge for them to fish. Push some clay in there and level that bank out. We'll have some ADA access on the north side, so you'll have about 20 feet of concrete and a driveway that goes up to the pond on the north side, and there will be good fishing all the way around. We'll extend the ADA dock on the east side. We ran into a couple challenges. There's quite a few springs that are coming up through there, so we got to work through that before we go any further with the project. We're pretty excited about it. The fairgrounds, many of you've probably seen that it's looking a little barren. The Willie Barn was torn down. They're supposed to be putting in the new footings for the new indoor arena this week. The stall barns on the east side of the High Chaparral have been torn down, as well as the asphalt for that leisure grass area that we're going to put in for those that come down to visit. But our goal really is to try not to be super intrusive for those that have used our amenities that are driving through, or some of the other shows that have come through while we're doing this project. But we're anticipating that being completed the beginning of April. Any questions?
I like it.
Thank you.
I think the video almost put the smell through the TVs and phones. It was pretty bad. It's getting better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bronco, can you remind me which department was it that helped with the grant for the funding of the Canyon View Park?
It was a lot of hands in on that. So Carson Hardy was the one who wrote the grants. Bart Morrill was also played a huge role in that as well.
And who provided the grant? Who did we get that through?
So the UORG is the Utah Outdoor Recreation Grant,
Okay.
and that's provided by, we're working directly with the Division of Wildlife Management on that. The other was the Water Restoration Initiative. That's another state grant.
Yeah, that's exciting. I know a lot of youth love to fish in the Canyon View Pond, so that'll be great.
Yeah, I've been wanting to do this since I started with the city. In fact, I have some things I've written down trying to work with them, and it's finally coming together, so I'm really excited about that project.
That's
Bronco,
great.
how deep will the pond be once finished, roughly, throughout? Will it be like 10 feet or?
Our goal is at the greatest depth is 10 feet. I don't know that will be the case just because of some of those springs that are coming up through. We got to work around, but that's our goal, is 8 to 10 feet at the deepest.
The whale and the Festival of Lights will finally be able to swim.
Won't be stranded.
But with that, if you're thinking of swimming in there, I don't think that's the idea, right? It's still just for fish to swim in.
Yes, yeah, there will be no swimming. It is tempting to go in there right now, but please stay away from the area. It's pretty mucky. It stinks anyway, so you shouldn't go down there.
Just go up the road to the reservoir. That's a nice beach, place to fish, and a place to swim if you need it. Or we got a great new rec center. Thank you, Bronco. Anything else?
We got one from Corey, and then I forgot Vaughn has a staff report as well. Sorry, one from Jared. Go ahead, Jared.
Mike's off.
Oh, sorry, there it is. If you've been down to 900 North, 1000 North, 200 East, you can see that there's some lane closures and a pipe along the ground. We're rerouting the sewer because we're relining the 24-inch line that runs to the sewer plant that goes down 200 East underneath the freeway. That line's been deteriorating, so it's been on the list to be redone, and we're lining the pipe. And when we're done, the pipe will be good for another 50 years. The good news is the project's almost complete, and the traffic control will be done by the end of next week. I don't know if there's any questions, but that's what that project is.
I think that's been a headache for a lot of people as they travel on 10th or 2nd trying to get over to that area, but really extending the life of that sewer line, which would be an impossible project to dig up, right, because of where it goes and what it's underneath.
It'd be impossible to do it underneath I-15, but we found that lining the projects increases the lifespan of the project, but we don't tear up the roads. It's less intrusive on the traffic. We just do lane closures instead of full closures.
It's an interesting concept, right? You still have some intrusion, and it's still an annoyance for people, but the amount of annoyance is significantly less, and the cost is much less. So we're really grateful and proud of that project. And then Vaughn, touch on the amicus brief.
Yeah, amicus brief. There's an impact fee case that was happening in Utah. It's Stanley versus Salt Lake City. They allege that the impact fees that they were required to pay weren't authorized under the impact fee facilities plan at the time that they were charged, or that they were spent on projects later. The district court found for the city and said that the impact fees could be spent on projects that are in later versions of the impact fee facilities plan, not that frozen in time list when they paid their fees. So they appealed to the appellate courts, and the League of Cities and Towns has urged an amicus brief to be filed. And so several cities are joining that. Provo City drafted it in support of Salt Lake City. Basically, the argument is that cities should be able to spend their impact fees on projects as long as they're in the same infrastructure category. For example, sewer impact fees on sewer projects under today's current impact fee facilities plan, not the one 6 years ago whenever the fees were paid. That's needful because that recognizes that growth might not always happen while we expect it to, or projects may become more costly, and some may be less needful, and some may appear on the project list. Technology changes, a lot of reasons why the list of projects on the impact fee facilities plan will change over the years. So we're supporting Provo and Salt Lake City in that argument, unless you feel otherwise.
Questions for Vaughn in joining that?
I think the only question I have is it amicus or amicus?
I've heard amicus. But
I've heard amicus.
I was the one that went lost.
Tomato, tomato.
Like anyone else knows what you're talking about.
It's actually in some meetings I've been in, that's been the whole topic of discussion is about, is it amicus or amicus, not the issue, which is kind of goofy, but it's a big deal, and appreciate Vaughn reviewing that today. I think you only got it today in terms of the legal argument, but it's a good framework, and the fact pattern, I think, fits a lot of how we do what we do, so it's directly relative to how we operate. And that's it, Mayor.
You'll hear us say this. It's said closer to the state's legislative session all the time, but I think that's a good example of one size misfits all with cities, right? Here we are signing an amicus brief with Salt Lake City and Provo in ways that are like, hey, cities operate differently and have some similarities, but also are unique in different ways too. So I think that's a good point there.
And not in staff reports, but maybe just to recognize, this is, I think, the first time since we've been in this space that we're actually using the overflow room. And so unbeknownst to you, you might not be seeing it, but there's probably now some 30 or 40 people that are seated in the Heritage Room. They're watching this there. And I want to make sure that they recognize that we know they're in there. And as we go through the couple of public hearings, there may be some people that we need to get from over there into here, which is why we have those in part why we have those seats reserved there on the front row. So yeah, you guys that are out in the hallway, if you want to have a seat, there is, I think, 120, 115 seats in that space over there that they can sit in as well.
Stadium seating. Did
Stadium
we pull it out?
seating. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
the seats are out.
All right. So yeah, if you didn't hear that, there's a Heritage Room right next to here that that is streaming this as well. So if you can't find a spot in here or a spot in the hallway, please join us in there. And as we get closer to the public hearing that you might be here for, we'll make sure you get your spot in the queue and come in. Okay, thank you for that, Seth. Anything else? Staff reports? That's what we wanted to cover there. Okay. Item 6 is the consent items. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like consent items. Council minutes of last meeting. Utah County Tourism Tax Advisory Board grant, FAA Federal Contract Tower Reimbursable Agreement, and HOA West LLC VistaView Fiber Service Agreement. Any questions on those consent items from the council? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent items.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilwoman Beck.
Second.
Second by Councilman Marshall. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Consent items have been approved. That takes us to the public hearings of tonight. We've got a few of them. I think maybe it's a good practice that some of you are probably here for a public hearing that has to do with land use on the east side of town, I believe, that was in front of our Planning Commission just a couple of weeks ago. And so maybe that's a good practice run for our public hearings tonight. Many of you are probably here for the other public hearing that deals modifying Title 15. There's a couple of those tonight, but you're probably here for the one that has to do with power generation and data centers. The first one that we'll get to, 7.2, is an ordinance to amend. Dave, if you're okay with getting to that one, is that all right? Okay. Ordinance to amend the zoning map to change the zoning of a property to RR and R112 to C2, located approximately 400 North Spanish Fork Parkway. I guess I should have checked. Maybe the applicant's not here for that.
We're covered.
Okay, applicant's here. Perfect. Okay. So, Dave, if you'll excuse me, this is a spot that I want to just maybe review our public hearing agenda, or excuse me, our rules of our public hearings in Spanish Fork. And if these need repeat, we can do this again at the next public hearing. But let me just run through these really quick, so we all know the rules that we're playing by in our city council meeting. The first one, speakers limited to 3 minutes each, and we'll see a timer up there, so that'll be up there, and possibly one behind us, so you'll be able to see it. At that time, when you reach 3 minutes on your comment, please try to wrap it up, finish that sentence. If there's anything else that you'd like to say, please submit it to us in writing. We'll receive that and take it under consideration. If you hear your comment may be said, please just count that as we've heard the comment, and so there's no need to repeat what somebody else has said. We are taking notes up here, and so during a public hearing section, you won't see us engage. If you ask us a question, we'll be writing that down. If you ask the applicant a question, we'll be writing that down. And if you ask the city staff, we'll be writing that down as well. But so we don't eat up your 3 minutes, we won't answer those while we're talking. Really proud of this part in Spanish Fork, but shouting, yelling, clapping, not allowed, either in disagreement or agreement with what somebody's saying. We want to hear from everybody, and we don't want anybody feeling intimidated about getting up here and speaking one way or the other. So please don't cheer or boo or clap or anything. We want to hear from everybody while we have a public hearing going on, and we want everybody to be comfortable that way in speaking to us. This is a limited public forum, so you are free to address the council. Try to not address each other. That could maybe be something that you do outside or on your own time. And then please, when you get up to the mic in our public hearing, state your name and where you're from. We've got, because we've got so many here for a public hearing tonight, we'll have a different system that will ask you to have a QR code, and maybe that's so everybody's not standing up in line waiting to speak to us, but you can sit comfortably, and then we'll call you when it's your time to come up. But we'll try to fill these seats. These front seats here are reserved for maybe the next 3 or 4 that are going to be the people to speak, and we'll let you know your name so you can get up there and sit down comfortably until it's time to come up. And like I said, if you can name and the city you're from, then that would be great, so we get that on the record for you tonight. Okay, public hearing. Dave, before we go to a public hearing, please, if you could brief us on 7.2.
Mr. Mayor, quick handoff to Mr. Snyder.
Perfect. Mr. Snyder.
Thank you.
There he is.
I'm a little more comfortable right here. Thank you. This was reviewed by the Planning Commission recently at their August meeting, August 5th. The request is a zoning map amendment. This is on the east side of town at the corner of 400 North and Spanish Fork Parkway. Let's go to the next slide. You can see the area that's highlighted. It's just the north portion of the property that abuts Spanish Fork Parkway. The south of it is already zoned R112 and will remain that way, and the applicant is looking to change the zoning on the north half to commercial. On the right, you see the general plan. It does embrace some type of commercial use at the intersection and along 400 North. Let's go to the next slide. So once again, this is the request. They're taking portions of property from the RR, which is rural residential, and then a portion, 75 feet of the R112 to general commercial C2. Let's go to the next slide. This here is conceptual only. It was provided by the applicant for reference. And so you can see the south half, which is the right side of the screen, that would still be developed in larger single-family residential lots, similar to what's surrounding it. And then the north portion, the applicant's hoping to expand the commercial in the area, which is just to the north where the Harmons is proposed to be located. Let's go to the next slide. This was the recommendation from the Planning Commission. They unanimously, recommended approval with a 6-0 vote based on these findings that you see here. In their opinion, it was consistent with the general plan designation of commercial. It'll provide for commercial uses at an important and highly visible intersection, and that the proposal will enhance commercial uses and service in the area. And then lastly, that the proposal will promote conveniently located commercial uses and services. We did hold a public hearing at the Planning Commission. We did have a number of the adjoining property owners get up and share their comments. Those are listed there in your staff report. Some of the things we did hear is the need for commercial services. Some felt this would be a beneficial use under the power lines that bisect the property. Others were in favor of commercial and not townhomes. A number of years ago, there was a proposal for townhomes on the property, which was not well received. We did hear some concerns from the neighbors about potential for headlights in the drive-through, noise from the drive-through, traffic, needed intersection improvements and road improvements along Spanish Fork Parkway. Any questions for staff at this time?
Questions for Mr. Snyder?
Brandon, I have one quick question. On that east side of where they're going to go commercial on the zoning map, would they need to put up a masonry fence since that's not zoned yet, or would they have to wait to see what happens there? What would that look like?
Sorry, on the east side.
So east is north on this.
What?
Abutting the field.
Yeah.
East is never north. It might be up.
Hey, engineer
So-
speak, be quiet.
Oh, that's true. My bad.
See the masonry wall come into play is to the south where it abuts the 3 residential lots.
So if the property on map north
Thank you.
would, if it went residential, let's say it went R112, which is in the general plan, kind of in the area right now, would the commercial be required to build a fence at that point, or what would that look like?
At this point, so this is just conceptual. Those details we'd work out with the site plan and the subdivision plat. But in their current proposal, there's a trail that's along Spanish Fork Parkway as well as 400 North, and then a trail that follows the power line corridor. And so their current proposal in this concept is that trail would be on the east property line. But we can definitely make note of that. Generally, commercial abutting residential, you do have a landscape buffer with a masonry wall.
Yeah,
So your question's about timing.
Yeah, because it's not zoned yet, right? It's RR right now. I don't know when and if that will change. I just don't know who would pay for that if it went residential. That's my question, I guess. I probably asked it poorly.
Councilman
Just-
Cardin? I mean, I'll maybe add to what Brandon shared. Our ordinance would not require today a wall to be constructed there. And it would be next to impossible in the future to go back to a property owner that had developed sometime prior to a neighboring property developing and ask them to do something like build that wall.
So if we wanted it, we would have to hold the new zone, whoever zoned it at that point, to build that fence, if that's what we wanted.
Which is somewhat common, yeah, to do that. I'll also mention that the configuration of the general plan is such that at least part of that property to the east conceivably could develop non-residentially.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Brandon, I have a question for you about this. So just west of this proposed development on the 2550 East Road, right there that goes, and if you were to continue, it'd be in front of the high school, Maple Mountain High School. Right now, on the corner there, so if we're looking at the map on the bottom right, it curves. You have to, it's kind of dangerous in my opinion, but will this development, will it finish a sidewalk and make it straight? Will it take out that curve, that intersection? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't have a pointer, but you're talking the far right side of the screen.
Yep.
That was a question that was raised in the public hearing, and I'll let Jared speak as he sees fit to clarify. But improvements happen as development occurs, and so if the developer were to phase it and start at the north end with the commercial, then those improvements would go in, and then as the subdivision goes in, those improvements would then be completed. That was a concern that was shared with one of the neighbors as far as it'd be nice to try and get all the improvements on the east side of Spanish Fork Parkway in at once. But ultimately that happens as development occurs unless there's some other direction by the council.
Okay, good. Yeah, I would be in favor of that too. So
I
that's
would
good.
also be in favor of
Yeah.
finishing that whole road. I think it would be really dangerous to leave it open.
Stacy, are you talking about the west side as well? Or are you just talking about the development?
Yeah, let me make sure I'm understanding where you're. Are you
No,
talking on
development
Spanish Fork
side.
Parkway, or are you
Yes.
talking on? Yeah, Spanish Fork
both
Parkway
sides.
will be improved.
The whole piece that's outlined right there, even the residential.
Yeah, yeah. It just may come with. It may be phased, but I think you can talk with the applicant about not phasing it.
Okay.
Okay, make sure I'm clear. Stacy, you're talking about both the east and the west side of Spanish Fork Park?
No,
No,
You're
just
talking
the
about the east
west.
side.
Just the
East side.
just the east side.
2550.
So
Right.
the west side,
Gosh.
the west side currently has
You guys, we
homes.
really do know our
The
directions.
west
side
side
that
currently
develops
has homes, the east side is where we're looking
Yes,
at this.
so the
proposal.
west side of the proposed site, but the east side of the street,
Okay, thank you.
yes.
Perfect.
Well, this is oriented correctly.
West of the development. That's
Yes.
good.
The pointer. Yeah.
Who's driving?
Jordan is.
Good job, Jordan. Takes an accountant to get us straight. So you're talking about where this pointer is, that side of the road will be, you want fully
Yeah.
improved from the full length of this proposal.
Yeah, otherwise that's gonna jut out and then jut
And the-
back
and the-
It's
in.
going to look almost exactly like it does today.
Yeah.
It's just in a different jutting location.
Yeah. Just right on the corner there too. Just take off that edge.
Is the applicant here?
Yeah.
Wait, before they come up, I have a question. Can we go back to the slides? Brandon, so the proposal is C2 all of this. How do you build residential in that C2 zone?
So the proposal is not for the entire property, it's for the north half.
So that rectangle there is the bottom of the commercial development, and from the rectangle to the south, no changes, but that is part of the overall development.
There are changes. Right now,
It's,
sorry, go ahead.
oh, go ahead, sorry.
No,
I was just going to say, it's taking 75 feet of the north part. I don't know if there's a pointer, but,
We need some pointers.
but the concept will still allow for the remaining southern portion to develop in the R112, which I think it's 9 lots shown. And that was
Okay.
previously
So when you scroll forward 2 spots, Jordan, please.
to the concept.
Clip, right, whoa, just one. That is that entire block. And the commercial property is just the rectangle piece that we're changing, zoning-wise. Okay.
Yes.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Now, can you go back to the general plan part? One more.
A couple more, right here.
So one of the findings from the planning commission was that it's consistent with the general plan. It doesn't seem consistent with the general plan.
The planning commission, when it was discussed with them, the general plan is a visionary document, and so the lines for the general plan are not as static as the zoning district lines
Sure.
are.
It's,
And so-
it's sort of semantics, I think, on my part, but we hang our hat on that so often that we say it's consistent with the general plan. Part of this is consistent with the general plan. Part of it is not consistent with the general plan.
That's fair to say. And so when we look at the goals and policies, and it encourages commercial to be on the corner or commercial along high traffic corridors, in that regard, it is.
Okay,
it is
so they're extending that commercial general plan designation a little bit further
Yeah.
to accommodate what they want to do there. Okay, that makes a ton of sense. Thanks.
And I'll let the applicant speak to it, but I believe some of the reasons for that is just to offset the cost of some of the improvements that are being discussed, such as along Spanish Fork Parkway.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
maybe just one other thought on road improvements. Spanish Fork City has been holding a certain amount of money to improve the west side of Spanish Fork Parkway along the subdivision frontage, the subdivision that Edge constructed, boy, I think it was probably close to 10 years ago now. So I understand that back at that time, Edge provided funds in lieu of making those improvements partially so that they could be made in conjunction with development that would happen on the east side and therefore improve that portion of the road as well. So at least along that portion of 2550 East, again on the west side, that abuts that subdivision, we'd expect to see that improved at some point in time in concert with the development of this property if that proceeds.
Dave, how many years ago was that?
I feel like I can check.
But
It
estimate?
seems like 10.
So 10 years, costs have gone up. Is that enough to cover how much of the
Very likely
improvement?
not enough to cover all
Yeah.
of it.
We
Okay.
used it in the streets fund, but at that point, we didn't know exactly how this road would line out, so we didn't want to put the improvements in just to tear them out. So likely the costs have gone up, but we use them funds elsewhere, so the city would fund this.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff before we invite the applicant up here? Okay. Anything you want to add to it? Sorry, we need your name too.
Yeah, my name is Forrest Gaskell. I represent the developer here. I'll try to touch on the things we talked about as best I can remember them. So our plan right now is to develop the entirety of the property, both the commercial and the residential at the same time. I want to clarify that because I believe in the planning commission meeting what I said might have not sounded like that. So that is our plan. We do want to plat and improve the residential portion at the same time as the commercial. So we would improve the entirety of the length of Spanish Fork Parkway at that time. And then, yeah, just to brush on the kind of the slightly misalignment to the zoning and general plan, the parcel to the east, and I apologize, I'll make sure next time I come in I turn my map so that north is out.
We'll get it.
That is owned by Rocky Mountain Power. We've had a lot of talks with them, obviously with the power line corridor right there. They have told us they have no intention of selling that right now. So while that may be the ideal general plan designation, we're not able to develop that as commercial, at least in the foreseeable future. And then we designed our plan kind of around that power corridor. Because that takes up a lot of that northern end, we had to kind of push some buildings to the south. And then we're showing 4 lots, and that acreage is about what we think it'll take to sort of be able to afford to improve, put in the slip lane that I don't know if it showed up in this packet, but we were talking about in Planning Commission, there's a turn lane that they want us to put in. We've got to kind of fit it around some existing power lines. So that's kind of how we came up with that acreage and that size. And then, yeah, on the residential side, we're just happy to develop it as it is currently zoned, and we think that size lot and that type of street is something that will be that there's a market for in the city. So we don't plan on asking for anything there. We're just going to develop it as per the current zoning. And yeah, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Forrest, you're not phasing this at all. You plan on then developing the commercial and the residential at the same time?
Yeah, we think the commercial, there's already a market for it, and we can get moving on that right away. The residential, we're going to plat, and with the platting and separating the lots, we'll do the improvements at that point. We're not, I wouldn't say our company, I wouldn't consider us home builders, but we are developers, so we can do at least the platting and improving at the beginning.
You plan on selling the lots, or are you going to hire or work with a developer to do all of the building? And
at this point, I'd say the plan is to probably work with somebody, but we have done some home building in the past, small scale, which I'd say this fits. So we're kind of keeping our options open there.
Any other questions for Forrest before we go into public hearing? Thank you, Forrest. Appreciate it. Might have you back up. Okay, I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing for item 7.2, the zoning map change at 400 North Spanish Fork Parkway.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Euler, second by Councilman Cardon. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for 7.2. Anybody from the public that would like to speak to this agenda item, please do so. Manager.
And then there are 4 people that are in that other room, and so yeah, you're good. You're good. But there are 4 people, and so if you want to work them in, you've got their names on that sheet. So if you want to work them in, however you can.
Are you Eric?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I'll work them after you, John.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
And Janine is here as well.
Oh, hi. Perfect.
John Sumption. I live across the street. I was pleased to see beneficial commercial use, especially because it allows improvement across the whole east side of the road, and it connects the trail on Spanish Fork Parkway by where Harmon's is going to be to the trail that is in front of the high school. I didn't know whether it was going to be a phased thing or whatever, so I expressed disapproval during the Planning Commission hearing that it was going to be developed and improved, at least improved, along Spanish Fork Parkway at the same time. I'm in favor of the proposal.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Ms. Basgard, as you come up, I'll read out James, Bree, and Angie. If you're in the next room, please make your way in to speak to this item. Thank you.
We submitted a letter, and I was just wondering how many of you had had a chance to read that?
Yep.
Okay, and if you had any questions. And I just will briefly say that we loved moving up there when it was all barley and cornfields, but we also recognize that property owners have the right to develop and their property that will be in their best interest. And we know because the power line goes through there that a developer has a lot of convenience, and they need to be able to afford to put the improvements in for that piece of road that's totally inadequate for the traffic that's on there. We are really glad that you brought up that the city will take care of the piece of that they have not decided to develop until across the street was developed, because that will really improve that too. And we're grateful for that. And we're grateful that you're going to do it all at once. That will be very helpful. The southern portion of the property, being zoned R12, is compatible with the surrounding homes, and that looks really good to us. The northern portion is limited for development options because of the power easement, and we know that they're doing their best to make that to be an attractive and beautiful place. We know that the traffic's already there from the high school and connecting Spanish Fork Parkway down to the highway that goes to Springville. So the traffic's already there, and so we really don't think the commercial development will bring more traffic. It'll just be the people that are already using that. We do hope that the developer will be mindful of the 3 homes directly across the street, and that they will be careful about, lights from your car flashing in our living room window, and their exits and entrances. If they're right by mine, it's going to be pretty hard for me to ever get out, coming this way, and this straight at me. So I hope they'll all be very careful of that. And I've looked at several different proposals, and this one actually looks like the best option that we've seen. And even though it's going to be really hard for us, we recognize that this will probably be the best option for that piece of property. So we don't oppose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you get your name for Tara so she makes sure, or excuse me, for Shelley, so she gets in the minutes.
Janine, Janene Basgard, Baadsgard.
Thank you, Ms. Basgard. And keep an eye out for Councilman Cardin and Councilman Took that are in that neighborhood up there.
Down the street from
right. Make sure they don't drive too fast down that road ever. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, next I had on the list here, Eric. Eric? Yes.
Hi there. Thanks for the time. Looking at the plan, some of the concerns that I had, I'm a resident, just so you know, I'm off 130 North right there on the corner. And the traffic I know has been mentioned. I have cameras on my back porch, and there's many accidents there, especially with the high school and the young drivers. The one thing I did want to talk about is about a year and a half ago, they did some rezoning for the elementary schools. And one of the things that they did with that is they said that over in that neighborhood directly south of where the fields are, they rezoned them over to Sierra Bonita, and they are not offering a bus or any type of system like that. So those kids are walking across that street. And at the time, we requested, some provisions be done. For example, flashing lights, crossing guards. And they did do the flashing lights were already there, but they did put a crossing guard. But I think there's going to be some additional measures that this goes through with the increased traffic and things like that. I have some concerns about that and would like to see some additional measures looked at for that, just for safety concerns with this new development that's going in, as well as the, they said that they're going to be doing all the rework, because there is that S curve right there at the south that's very bad. It's hard to see, especially with the green box that's there on that corner. So those improvements, again, I would like to echo that needs to be done all at the same time so that it helps with that traffic flow. And that's everything that I have that I wanted to bring forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate that. I had James Berkey next, if James is here. While he's on his way, if Angie Parkin is here.
I misunderstood. I'm actually here for the next.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. Jessie Ann Rail? Got it. No, perfect. Anybody else for public hearing item 7.2 up on? Yes, sorry. Yeah.
Hi, you said my name earlier, and I was just being polite. Hi, my name is Bree. I actually live around the corner from Eric. He has the really cool Halloween decorations on the corner that everybody comes and sees. I am the mother of 2 young children, who one of them is autistic and goes to Sierra Bonita. She loves being outside. She loves being around the park. And while we monitor her closely, I do every day, I am concerned about pedestrian safety. I love that we have a ton of small kids in that neighborhood. I love the park. I love the community feel. So that is a big thing of, if this goes through, I would love to see the developer really promote that. And hopefully it will decrease some of the vehicular traffic, because if we're encouraging those high schoolers to hopefully go to SWIG, if there's one that goes there, they're already walking down the street to the Holiday, which I, being a nervous mom anyways, I will follow the high schoolers slowly just so there's not quick cars going past them, because that makes me really nervous. So the pedestrian and child safety is a huge issue for me with this going in. We do have a very active neighborhood. As soon as it's good weather, everyone's outside. And in addition to that, with the Harmons going in and with this possibly going in, we have a lot of people who cut through our neighborhood to try to avoid Spanish Fork Parkway at 40 plus miles an hour. And that is terrifying, because I live kitty corner from the park. So that, I mean, I'm constantly barking at my kids, which I'm sure my neighbors love. So that, I know that, speed bumps are not economical, but we're right next to the high school. We're right next to all this proposed commercial. Like, we really need to avoid any potential tragedies that would come with quick drivers. And again, echoing, the Spanish Fork Parkway is an absolute mess. We moved into this neighborhood 4 years ago. There's accidents all the time, and I am, again, neurotic, and emailed all of the Maple Mountain High School leaders and said, please, for all that you can, please encourage the high schoolers to go slow. Also, that four-way stop that's just south of the high school, people who don't live in the area don't realize it's a four-way stop, constantly blitzing through that. So all the Spanish Fork Parkways, particularly that stretch from the light down to the high school, is a really scary place to be. And then again, Sierra Bonita being a walking school, the high schoolers, they will walk to the park. They'll, I'm sure, eventually walk here, but that would be my main, I want to support good business coming into the area. I've already convinced 3 family members to move to Spanish Fork in the years that we've been here. We love it. Would really love to see some measures put forth to make sure that our kids are safe, and our neighbors. So, thank you.
Thank you, Bree. Appreciate it.
Can we ask questions, or we're not going to ask questions?
You're going to hold your question.
What is to her?
Well, she's sticking around. She
Okay,
ain't going
Bree, can
nowhere.
you stick around?
Yeah.
All right.
Right there. Yeah, right there. Thank you. Anyone else for this public hearing item up on Spanish Fork Parkway? You could sit down, Bree.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, please.
We don't want to make you sit.
Jake Lastly, Spanish Fork. Looking at the proposed, I know it's just a mock-up drawing, but they had 3 additional places where you would enter or exit off of Spanish Fork Parkway for that. That's a huge concern for me. I could see maybe 1, but 3 additional ones right there at that corner is a concern. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Jake. Anyone else for this public hearing? Spanish Fork Parkway. Anybody in the other room, Seth?
Not that I'm aware of. I think we've got them all.
I think we got them all that signed up from the other room. Yep. Perfect. Okay, if there's no other public hearing participants for this item, I would entertain a motion to go out of public hearing for 7.2.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Cardon.
Second.
Second by Councilman Took. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Okay, discussion back up here. Councilman Marshall, you had a question for
Bree.
Bree.
Yes. You mentioned you would like to see some pedestrian safety improvements. I'm curious, in this little section, what are you envisioning would be the improvements you'd like to see? Just so that I make sure that I'm saying the right things.
Yeah, wide walkways, trees. I like that there's a berm. Is it called a berm? That between the pathway, it's right across the street from the high school where there's that walkway. People are on that all the time, so having some distance. My daughter, she's on the spectrum. She does elope. We've worked with her a ton on it, but having that extra space really provides a lot of comfort between us and the street. And just on my street alone, we have 5 autistic kids. and half of them are nonverbal. So I would say some space between the sidewalk and the street, incentivizing people to walk to these commercial places, so like whatever that may look like, and trying to disincentivize any traffic going through the neighborhood. But
Okay, so you're concerned about the entire stretch of Spanish Fork Parkway in this area.
yeah.
And while we are developing this one section almost first, get it right, provide some buffer between the traffic and people on the sidewalks. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I mean, yeah, tons of little kids are on their bikes all the time, and the high schoolers.
A
So
crossing walk up by the intersection, nothing
Yes.
mid-block, I'm
yeah,
assuming. Okay.
yeah, like much like what Eric said, like some dedicated crosswalk that's like bright and clear of like, because kids will either cross at that line or at that four-way stop to go to Sierra Bonita,
Mhm.
and that's our entire neighborhood.
Bree, which one has the four-way? Is it 130 north?
No.
Or is it the southern one?
I'm so
Southern
bad
one.
with street numbers.
South of the seminary.
Okay,
The
so
four-way stop-
south of the seminary.
Oh, I mean, where the temple's eventually going to go, which obviously between the Harmons and
Yeah.
the temple, and like
Yeah.
we're all very excited. The main thing we're nervous about is we don't want our kids to be in danger. So, and also too, like I love the high schoolers in our neighborhood, and the ones I do know, I tell them to go slow. But yeah, there's really no protections
Yes.
other than right in front of the.
So this is
across the
currently a four-way stop.
That's currently a four-way stop, and you can't see one of the stop signs. Like, it's covered by a tree right now. And so there's constantly people driving through that four-way stop. And that's also the stretch of road that the high schoolers walk to go to the Holiday gas station. So that entire street is
I just live south of you there, down past that field. So
You know.
I do have a question following up with Shane's. So I don't drive the Arrive homes maybe that are east of you,
Mhm.
but you know how they have their little jet outs there? Does
Yeah.
that slow down traffic at all?
No.
Okay.
Streets are way too wide.
Oh, you're right. it
Yeah,
don't
the
work.
streets are wide, which is great for
Yeah.
for neighborhood, community. But
Jared- oh, sorry, go ahead, Bree.
oh no, that's
Jared, I've got a couple of questions for you. What's the long-term plan for this
Thanks, Bree.
intersection?
Thank you, thank you.
This intersection is going to be constructed as a roundabout. So the plans are in design right now and should be built with the temple and the subdivision.
Will this be a roundabout that has pedestrian islands?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we go north, Jordan? Keep going. Keep going. Right there. So that intersection there, what will that one be?
That currently in our master plan is an uncontrolled intersection with just stop signs from east to west.
Okay. Because they, especially if, depending on what we do, let me back up. So the Edge Homes improvements that we're talking about, is that just behind the Edge Homes, or is that the entire length of the rest of Spanish Fork Parkway to 4 South?
That's just the frontage of the Edge Homes subdivision.
Okay, so I think there's two fundamental questions we have to ask. So the first is if we think that we need to figure out how to improve those, because there's not going to be development coming for those last, is it 3 houses? 3 houses, yeah. So there's not going to be development there outside of those Edge Homes that we've already talked about paying for.
Right.
So the question would be, does this intersection need to be approved to encourage crossing here to walk up the street, or do we need to pay for the rest of the street to be improved, those 3 included houses? Because we can improve up to the Edge Homes, but then there's those 3 last houses, that last little jog, and that creates an unsafe environment.
Right.
Or we need to help improve this, and if it's only scheduled to be a stop sign, that's not going to do it.
So I like that you've got the trail on that side with the development. Is that planned for the northern portion as well?
It'll
That trail
continue.
will go all the way to 400.
Correct.
Okay.
So, not to get away from what Jesse asked, there's a cross-section that we have adopted for Spanish Fork Parkway. Can you find that, pull that up, just so that everyone sees with the full vision of what we would implement there? How we get to it is on the east side of the road, this development takes care of it. On the west side of the road, there's a section that we will fund, and there's a section of 3 homes that we need to figure that out.
Jared, here, don't go. Isn't this cross section what's in front of the high school, the cross section?
Yes. It's what's along the whole parkway.
Yeah, so
across the
so if you
across the
just
street. Yeah.
look at the southern portion of this image, that's the cross section that we'll have 3 lanes, middle turn lane, right? Some decel capabilities on either side of the shoulder.
Shoulder buffer.
Shoulders, park strips, yeah. And then a trail on the one side, a sidewalk on the other. That's the cross section that will be continued to the north.
And Bree, that's what you had in mind, is that same cross section? Okay, perfect.
Let me ask a question to our police chief, Chief Johnson, if that's all right. Are they called, what are they called, hawk? Have I got the right term, blinking lights?
Yeah.
Hawk lights. What goes into a study to determine if a hawk light should be installed or not?
I'll refer to Jared, our engineer.
We would do a pedestrian study. It would be a study that we'd count the pedestrians and look into whether it was warranted or not. The safe school routes does not have this designated as a safe crossing for the school routes.
Who determines the safe school routes?
We have a traffic safety committee that works in conjunction with our staff and the Nebo School District, and the school district is a very active participant in that safe school routes. So they will be very much involved in creating the walk routes for students in this area.
Is there a crossing guard at this intersection?
No. This is at a high school, so we don't have crossing guards at high schools.
But we
could put one here for if there was an elementary crossing.
We evaluate them every year with the schools, and we can certainly do that. The addition of the homes with this subdivision aren't really going to add, a measurable change to that. But I think I think the question's been raised. They're uncomfortable with the route that the school has set up, and so we can work with the school district. And Matt, I don't know if you sit on that committee, but Matt's people do, and Jared, I don't know if you sit on it, but your people do, so you can bring that up.
We'll put this in the traffic safety committee and take a look.
Yep.
A hawk signal probably would not be warranted. Those are the ones that go over the street.
Yeah.
The RFBs are more the flashing beacons.
That's what I was thinking. So what are those called?
RFBs. The hawk systems are above it and stop traffic.
So RFP or B?
RFB. B as in boy.
There is one of those just south of this.
Yep. There is one already?
Yeah.
The RFBs are usually put on all the roundabouts, or they are put on all the roundabouts.
Okay.
But we'll certainly put this on our list and take a look at it.
I think it needs to be broader than that. We probably need to have a conversation about how to complete Spanish Fork Parkway. This
All the
whole
way to
section,
Fourth. I
all the way
agree.
to Fourth.
Both sides.
Certainly not tonight. This development's going to do its part if it's approved. We do have some work to do for the rest of the corridor. Though.
I'm a big fan
Great
of that.
questions, but
Yeah.
And I think to the other part when we're talking about Spanish Fork Parkway in this stretch, Jake said it well, is that Spanish Fork Parkway, I don't know the words that were used. I think hot mess, I think those were interchangeable, but there's a lot of traffic on this, especially at 7:30 to about what time school started, 7:45.
Yeah.
And then from 3 o'clock on, Seth has a lot of pictures of me sending him of the roundabout on the south side from Highway 6. But there's a lot of traffic on Spanish Fork Parkway. And so one of the things that I think that I don't know if we need to put as a condition or as something to note is how many entrances we're adding to Spanish Fork Parkway from the commercial area. Because it is going to be hard, especially as we're closer to a light. I know there's standards that are going to be around that. So maybe we can talk to that. How far away from the signal would they even be able to put an entrance to Spanish Fork Parkway?
350 feet would be the first access.
Okay.
And then it'd be space beyond that. So I would only see one access from the commercial district onto the parkway, one access from the subdivision, and none of the houses would access the parkway.
So they'd have to come through this street here.
Mm-hmm. They'd either have to come this street for the south, or there'd be the one street that's in between the commercial.
Okay.
So Jared, even though you say you could see one access for the residential, that doesn't mean there needs to be an access on Spanish Fork Parkway for the residential. They could access it from the south, right?
Correct. Or go through the commercial. But the way the concept is drawn, there's a road that's right between the two of them.
The commercial, would they be able to go through how does that work with the masonry wall? I guess you could still put a road through the commercial and the residential and then just...
The concept plan would have to be changed for that to happen.
Okay.
And that's approved by Planning Commission, yeah?
In this case, it would be a subdivision that the Planning Commission would approve, yes.
I have one question or possible request from Chief Johnson. Would it be an appropriate time here in the next month or two to do a traffic study over there by the park? Bree said that there was a lot of speeding, and maybe it'll be a good reminder for high schoolers
Yeah,
to
we can
slow
get our
down
traffic trailer up there.
and
monitor
see if there's
that and see
anything
what
that
the-
we need
There-
to do in
counting
addition to
speeds
that.
are. Mhm.
There's one on Third West that slows me down every time. That's a good
That one's
one.
getting moved to a different location, but still maintain your speed there, please.
Now, heads up, Bree, that means there's going to be some tickets issued in your neighborhood, and it's probably going to be your neighbors that get the tickets. That's just how it usually goes, but, okay, your neighbors.
That's what
Perfect.
they always
That's
say.
Perfect.
Jared, if the developer's amenable to this, as they're putting in the improvements on the east side of the road, if we could take advantage of the mobilization and of the project that's happening to at least develop to the curb on the west side and pay the proportionate cost, again, that if they're amenable to that, let's look at doing that perhaps all at once. It'll be a little bit more of a headache, but it will be a little bit less of a headache in the long term.
Yeah,
So
we can
if
certainly
you'll
look
work
into
with the developer on that.
That's a great idea. You got a road crew out there improving the road. Why not improve both sides of it when we've
go to sleep.
got it planned to do it and not disrupt people too much? I think that's a great recommendation.
Mayor, I got one more question towards, I guess, city staff and the applicant. One of the concerns that was brought up, and if I lived where the Basgards lived, this would be a concern of mine as well. How do we make sure, other than the developer saying, I'm not going to do it, that lights don't end up in windows while people are waiting in drive-throughs?
We don't have anything in our zoning code necessary that would require some of the things that you typically would see to screen headlights. Berms, a lot of times with some type of vegetation on top of them, is used along the perimeter of a project where you have queues for drive-throughs and that type of thing where it could be a problem. So we could amend the zoning code to include requirements for that type of a thing. You could maybe have this applicant enter into some type of an agreement to do that sort of a thing. You could take them at their word that they're going to do it voluntarily.
Sorry, Dave, would the planning commission see their plan as far as drive-through layouts and everything before it gets approved?
Not if the zoning is changed.
Then they're just ready to go. Once the zoning's changed and they're commercial, they can start building. And
If you want, you could make a motion, so you could make one of the conditions subject to.
I think so.
Especially if the applicant is willing to enter into that, then it's a part of the approval, and I think is legally binding. And that I think what Dave is suggesting is that they take care of that through the landscaping that gets installed. It might take a year or two for that to grow to the right height, but in the long term, it would be taken care of. Is that what you're suggesting?
That's a pretty common way to address that.
okay, any concern? Yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so I'm actually surprised that's not in the code already. That's sort of typical for us. We try to screen all of our drive-throughs through a combination of bushes, hedges, and berms. It sounds like that the Spanish Fork Parkway cross-section, there's a bit of landscaping between the trail and the road. So, and they were talking about there being a berm in another part. So maybe that's a possibility to get it along a lot of that frontage. Also, if you'll notice, we try to lay out our access points kind of in between the houses
Which I appreciate.
make sure that we're not shining headlights into anybody's windows. But yeah, that's pretty standard. And even if it's not in the code, that's going to show up on our landscape plans. It sounds like site plan approval doesn't go through planning commission.
DRC.
Okay, that's typically when we're held to it, but it'll go through staff, and they'll see what we're planning on doing there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think it's smart that if you want it, mention it in the
Add a
motion.
condition of some screening for lighting in the drive-throughs.
Would we put something about that intersection down on that side, the right side of the plan, if we wanted it there, Seth? I'm asking you a question, if that's where it would be best.
you can put whatever you want in the conditions. If they're not legal, then they become problematic. So what's the condition you think?
I want us to evaluate that intersection better, especially with the school district and also with the more traffic coming there.
Yeah, I'm not used by that. What does that mean? What does that mean, evaluate it? And what does that mean for the applicant to do it?
Study the intersection, do a traffic study.
You want the applicant to do that?
Correct.
We don't have
yeah, I think
we have a standard cross section for both roads that make an intersection. What in addition to that would you want?
A signaled crosswalk, something.
I think that would be on us. I don't think they're 9
That's why I'm
home
asking.
subdivision. It would be
no way that the 9.
for that.
Yeah, they're driving in.
So like we can do that. Then you just tell me
Staff
what you
do that.
are. We can evaluate the subdivision or that cross section. Yeah,
that's
that intersection.
We're currently updating our master plan, and I can pinpoint it to take a look at it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you for those recommendations. Good questions. Thank you, public, for the questions there as well. If there's no other further questions for staff or the applicant, I'd entertain a motion for 7.2.
I'll make a motion. I move to approve the proposed Hollow Acres commercial zone change based on the following findings. 1, that the proposal is consistent with the city's general plan land use designation of commercial. 2, that the proposal will provide for commercial uses at an important and highly visible intersection. 3, that the proposal will enhance commercial uses and services in the area. And 4, that the proposal will promote conveniently located commercial uses and services with an added condition that screening for headlights in the drive-throughs be evaluated during the site plan with the DRC.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Euler, second by Councilwoman Beck. Any questions on the motion?
Yes, I have one.
Okay.
Can I add a motion of my own?
Can you add to my motion?
It's called a friendly amendment.
Can I
if
do
you'd
a
like.
friendly amendment?
Depends.
It's super friendly. Let me just tell you, and then we'll talk about it. Can we do that?
Yeah, sure.
I don't believe that number 1 is correct. I don't think that it is consistent with the general plan. It's not germane to the approval of this, and I would suggest striking it. And then the last, I would say, let's put a finding that, although we've talked about it and the applicant has said they'll do it, that they complete the entire length of the property or the entire length of, the property on Spanish Fork Parkway in one phase.
Okay.
Are you amenable to that friendly amendment?
I am. Vaughn, do you want me to include those in my motion, or is that clear what he's asked?
Yeah, I would definitely make it on the record. So striking the finding 1 and adding an additional condition that the full length of the parkway be.
Correct. So I would add to my motion the friendly suggestion to strike finding number 1 and to add an additional condition that the full improvements along Spanish Fork Parkway be done or completed in one phase.
And I will continue with my friendly second.
Perfect. Thank you for the discussion.
We have an amended motion and the second to that amendment. Any questions on that? Okay, this is a roll call vote. Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
And Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
Thanks, Kev.
7.2.
Thank you all.
Is approved. Again, I appreciate everybody's involvement and the applicant as well. Okay, 7.3, we'll get to the next public hearing that I think everybody's here for. 7.3, I think the applicant's here. This is an ordinance to amend Title 15 to define and create requirements for data centers and facilities that generate their own electricity. This proposal has been put forth by Volition, a company that would like to construct a data center in Spanish Fork. Volition's proposal has been updated to incorporate recommendations made by the Planning Commission. While the Planning Commission recommended the proposal be modified, the Commission also failed to make a positive recommendation on the proposal. A motion to recommend approval failed to pass with a 3-3 tie vote. Dave, I think I'll pass it off to you or your staff to start off before the applicant, Vaughn's right there. Before the applicant comes up, I guess the reminder here is we do have now the sign up that's been sent out.
Let's do it after the presentation. Yeah.
So I would encourage maybe the public that's here. This is the part to listen to. Maybe the presentation either by some of the staff or by the applicant might have some answers to questions you have there. There's also been 3 open houses that there were a lot of questions asked and answered as well. So listen to this part of it. Maybe it'll help answer some questions you possibly came with. But if not, we'd love to hear from you in the public hearing section of it as well. Mr. Vaughn H. Piquel.
Herbert? Anyway. I'll introduce the text of the amendment that's been applied for, and then I'll go through the major, the legal parts of that, and then it'll be appropriate, I think, to turn the time to the applicant to explain their application, and then your public hearing, as you mentioned. So the application is to amend the text of our zoning ordinance, our land use ordinance, in 3 main parts. And if you scroll down, you'll see it in your agenda packet there that most of the text is in blue, and that's because that's what was requested by the applicant. The red lines are from either staff recommendations or the Planning Commission motion that they made. So first part is definitions. They define data center, which we don't have a definition today for, an energy storage system, which is affiliated with the data center, controlled emission generation, which is power generation up to a certain level of emissions. And then there's ultra low emission generation as well. And then the general definition of on-site power generation. So after we get the definitions, if you scroll a little bit further, we come to the uses that are allowed in the I-1 zone. And so it lists there data center. You can see the addition of the staff and that to require it to be an on-site power generation facility as well. So it's not just data centers generally, but only the data center that has that on-site power generation component. And then the definition or the use of on-site power generation facilities. So those 2 would be.
So Vaughn, can we ask questions as we go, or do you want me to wait?
Wait just a second.
Okay.
Write it down.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, forget. Okay, I'll write down.
Let's see, where were we? Okay, and then the next section is the supplementary regulations. Those are the standards and regulations that apply to on-site power generation facilities. If you scroll just a bit more, one of the first purpose, the applicability, et cetera. In the applicability, there's that limitation that the Planning Commission imposed that you have a maximum of 500 megawatts, which is of generation capacity, which they call it nameplate generation, which I guess is the top rated productivity of the generation of those facilities under ideal conditions. They need a buffer above and beyond what they actually will be using for redundancy and to be able to service their equipment and so on. There's energy storage regulations. That's there, I think, primarily to maintain an islanded operation, which ensures the grid isolation. Again, the electric isolation from the grid so that it doesn't touch our grid, our city grid, or any electric grid, another provider, another Rocky Mountain Power, or somebody else. There's regulations for noise limitations. Those are consistent with the city's noise ordinance for residential zones. Even though this is an industrial zone, there's a residential zone right next door to it, and so the standards for on-site power generation will be the residential zones. They're lower at nighttime, which makes sense. There's an air quality section, if you scroll further. It would require them to obtain the Utah Division of Air Quality approvals. Again, there's the controlled emission generation, which is limited to 0.3 pounds of nitrous oxides per megawatt hour produced. And then there's an ultra low generation as well, and that's 0.07 pounds of nitrous oxides per megawatt hour produced. Then there's setbacks and screening and height section there. Those are consistent with the I-1 zone, also requiring walls and landscaping for screening. The water use is detailed there and required to be a closed loop, air-cooled, or dry cooling, specifically prohibiting evaporative or once-through cooling. Moving further, there is other regulations for wastewater discharge and decommissioning of the facility once they're done with their project. So that is what's proposed. You can see the red lines there. There's one more, number 13. There'd be a citywide limitation. This is a Planning Commission recommendation, that there be no more than 2 of these self-generation data centers anywhere in the city at one time. The staff reviewed it and made some changes even before sending it to the DRC or the Planning Commission. Rather than allowing data centers of any type, we recommend modifying the text to allow only data centers that have the on-site power generation. The reason is that to allow any other sort of data center, a grid-connected data center, that would require a future legislative change. And so it would come back to City Council to determine if it wants to make that determination to allow grid-connected data centers. The Planning Commission held their public hearing, and they've added those 2 limitations that we discussed, the maximum of 2 and then the maximum generation capacity. After that, the motion to approve the text amendment, that failed to pass. That was 3-3, and so it advanced onto you, but without any recommendation either way. And though it's not part of the application or a requirement of our zoning or anything like that, the applicants also submitted a draft development agreement, which I reviewed. It includes many of the same things and more, but the water cap, the islanded provision that there's no connection to any grid, no allowance for exporting power, that maybe they generate more than they need. That's not allowed. No diesel generator backup. The noise limits, again, with acoustical analysis and compliance reports. There'll be annual public reporting, and that report will be a public record. Allowing the city to audit their claims. We can go visit the site and see and inspect for ourselves. Also an annual economic report that would list out jobs and wages and taxes that are produced and the capital expenditures that they have made. And then with the decommissioning, there's a provision that they would provide a financial assurance for that they would, a bond of sorts, that they would ensure that enough is there to decommission the facility when that time comes. What I was specifically looking for, in addition to the stuff that's already in the ordinance, were the remedies. It'd be like, so what? So what if a breach happens? What if the noise level exceeds, or they use more water than the cap allows? First is a notice and cure provision, which is typical for contracts. We give them notice, you've exceeded it, and you need to cure it. That's step one. Then there's stipulated damages for breach as well. We could specify what the damage would be if you have a water violation or a noise violation and so on. But more importantly for me, I was happy to see that they included specific performance and injunction, which are equitable remedies. The court can order them. Specific performance means order you to do X, Y, or Z. You must do this to come into compliance with your contract. Injunction is kind of the opposite. We stop you from doing, the court can order you to stop doing something that violates your contract. So those are great remedies, in my opinion. We both have damages or money penalties, but we also have equitable remedies that the court can order. That agreement still needs to be finalized, and will come to you at a later date, but again, that's additional and separate from the land use application that you hear tonight. I just wanted to report that came through as well. And finally, that the agreement runs with the land. If they sell tomorrow, or some future owners, future of the property would be required to abide by the same terms, because it runs with the land. It both burdens and benefits the land. Any questions?
I should have just shut up because you did answer one of them. See, lesson learned. But walk me through conditional, subject to conditions. What does that mean? Who's approving what? So today we're talking about setting the rules, the limitations. If something like this was to go in here, the guardrails that would apply. is the city council out at that point if we approve this? We're not approving a site plan, we're not approving a
Right.
data center
Right.
anywhere. We're saying, here are the rules to allow a data center.
Exactly. Yes, the council would be out at that point. It would then, a site plan application would come in, which is an administrative action. The staff and the DRC specifically would review the site plan for conformity with these objective standards that would be set in the ordinance that is adopted, whatever final version that takes. It would be out of your hands even if it were a conditional use permit, because then it would go to the planning commission. Again, that's still an administrative act. It's not a legislative act. They need to apply the same standards. But there's a little less risk of, I'll say it this way, I don't mean to imply that our commission would do this, but impose any arbitrary type standards because there's not a, public meeting where they have to, look at other concerns beyond what are in the ordinance, and that's.
No more public meetings, hearings.
There will be public meetings, but not public hearings.
Okay, so it would go before the planning commission. The planning commission would say, here's what they're proposing. It meets all of the guidelines, all the guardrails that the council put in place. You're approved.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're talking about conditional use.
If it were
No,
conditional use. Oh, excuse me, I misunderstood.
This currently.
Uses subject to conditions would be applied by the staff through the Development Review Committee.
Okay.
At a public meeting.
Oh, okay.
Public hearing.
Not
Not a public hearing, but a public meeting. Okay. Okay. So the importance of getting guardrails right is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. Gotcha.
Can I just confirm one thing? You said stipulated damages, and that's not just a fee. It would also include where the court could come in and enforce something.
Stipulated damages are the fee. So whatever we agree upon is the right type of penalty to pay in dollars for violating the agreement. But there's additional remedies, and they are cumulative. It's not one in place of the other. The court could order liquidated damages and injunction and specific performance. They could order it all.
But Vaughn, you were saying that that's not currently spelled out yet, correct?
Well, it was still to be finalized, but the key features of the contract I was pleased to see were there.
Okay.
We may have some minor back and forth on those finalizing terms, but I was happy to see the remedies there.
So all of that, though, is in a development agreement.
Yes.
None of those rules, some of those rules are in here.
Yeah.
But not all of them. I can't remember, does it say you will have a development agreement with exactly what you just said in it?
No.
Or do we get an opportunity to discuss what is in a development agreement then?
Sure, you certainly will.
So there is a decision by a body outside of the permit.
If the development agreement comes forward, like I said at the beginning, it's not a requirement of this text, of this zoning. It's not a requirement because you're setting what the administrative standards would be for.
Right.
But they've offered that.
Sure. And I think that I understand what this applicant is doing. I'm thinking about more general,
You want
if
this to
someone
be a
else to come in.
Right.
Yeah.
So the point being, you've mentioned already with the development agreement from what you've seen that there are things in there that are in addition to what we're asking as conditions. Does it make sense to take those things that are additional and actually make them conditional?
I'm wondering. Yeah. Thanks, Kevin.
Or at the very least, one of the conditions be that they enter into a development agreement.
Or, that way.
That
we're
you
both-
add that as a second,
Do that.
as another use subject
Sort
to
of
conditions
boundary.
that you consider that the applicant shall enter into a development agreement to further specify things.
Yeah. Okay. Because what I'm hearing you say is there are several things within that development agreement that go a long way to satisfying a lot of the questions that we have been getting,
Yeah.
which are not necessarily addressed fully in our code.
Yeah, great point.
Correct.
Okay.
Vaughn, let me ask a question real quick, and Jordan, while you've got control, if you could scroll just below the definitions. Just want to get it other way. There you go.
That's the end.
Okay, I guess go up then.
The uses.
Oh, yeah, the definitions are at the top, so, yes, thank you. Down. Right there. So the first red line, the change, use is subject to conditions, and then you've scratched out or lined out conditional use permit, but then you've still got the C-15-3-8060.
Oh, good. Right. Is that the
Which,
conditional use permit
which
section?
points you to conditional use permits.
That's my mistake.
Just wanted to make sure
The intent
that
is
was
to,
correct.
to classify it as a use subject to conditions.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions for Vaughn? Anything else, Vaughn? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. David G.
I'm going to go ahead and say I plan to be brief here. We'll see how that goes. This is a unique situation. It's a really unique land use that this proposed text amendment would accommodate. And I think in light of that, I owe everybody a little bit of an explanation, at least, as to how staff came to the conclusion of supporting the amendment that's before you. I've been with Spanish Fork for about 20 years now, and this is the first time where a specific proposal's come forward with a type of land use where we formed a committee to evaluate it. And that's something that happened in February. That committee's met a number of different times. We've reported back to the council a number of times over the course of the past 7 or 8 months. We've done homework to evaluate what this proposal potentially could mean for Spanish Fork City and for a local portion of the community, for neighbors and so forth. And I've appreciated the effort that everybody that's been involved in that has put into it. Again, it's unique. We understand that the concept, as we've reviewed it, has not been limited to the particular proposal that Volition has put forth. There are a number of different groups that have made application with the city in various ways to pursue, ultimately, the prospect of building a data center in Spanish Fork, and for various reasons. Those different proposals, at least to date, have fallen by the wayside. Some of them absolutely have been vetted out because of different criteria that either the city can't meet or they can't. Nonetheless, here we are with Volition tonight, being really the proposal that's led to this particular text amendment. Some of the things that the committee and staff have focused on, we're very, very concerned about the prospect that, for example, Spanish Fork City ratepayers would be impacted adversely by having a large power user tie into the power system in such a way that is Spanish Fork City's power system in such a way that, as has been the case in other parts of the country, eventually residents' power rates have gone up. I'll let Jeff Chavez with Volition better describe how that doesn't come into play with their particular proposal. We're very concerned about the fundamentals, the things that we hear about day in and day out in our office when development occurs, when new land uses come to town and neighbors are impacted. It's the fundamentals. Typically, traffic is at the top of the list in terms of concerns that people have. Noise. It hasn't been often that we've been concerned about things like odors or noxious emissions of different types, but that is certainly something that's been part of the vetting that we've done with this particular proposal, given the technology that would be employed in accordance with the prescribed conditions that would have to be met for this to be allowed in Spanish Fork. And I could go on, and I want to show some images, and I don't in any way, shape, or form mean to be flippant or to just take lightly the questions that are before the council tonight and some of the concerns that the residents of the area or the community at large have with the proposal. But there have been some moments as we've looked into what Volition would like to do that really have been poignant. So Mr. Hales, if you could go to the next slide. So again, Mr. Chavez will talk more about the self-generation of power as he's proposing to do it. A number of us in April of this year visited various sites where the particular type of fuel cells are manufactured, where they're in use. The images here on the right side of the screen, those are of the fuel cells in operation. You can maybe kind of make out that They're next to an Enterprise Rent-A-Car. In between that business and the business that uses the power that's generated here. As we stood next to this field of generators, we couldn't smell anything. We couldn't really hear anything. And the workers on their break from this company that, again, is using this power, they took their breaks right next to these fuel cells in operation. We didn't add the picture of one of them that was taking a nap, actually, but that really is what we observed here on this site in terms of the impact from that particular part of what Volition will talk about in action. More recently, we visited a site in Salt Lake County. You can go to the next photos that we have there. Wasn't anything quite as dramatic as what I just showed. Happening there's a group of us in front of a data center that operates in many ways very similarly to what would be allowed in Spanish Fork if the text amendment's approved. The image on the left, again, that's right in front of the data center. If you did not quite a 180-degree turn from where we were there and looked to the north, you'd see a residential neighborhood right next door that, as it appeared to me, was not suffering any adverse impacts from having been located for several years now in very close proximity to this data center. Again, that is not representative of all of the work that we've done to try to make sure that, from a land use perspective, what Volition is talking about would not adversely impact the community. But again, we've done a lot more work than we ever have on anything else. The language of the text amendment with the conditions that are spelled out there, I think you'll likely see that it's atypical of what we have in our zoning code in terms of the level of specificity, the detail, the criteria, and that sort of a thing. And those are things that we as staff feel very strongly about. We believe the bar needs to be very, very high for uses like this, for a data center, and for any operation that's going to generate its own power, like what's being discussed here. So just a little bit more explanation about how we got here. That's partly my introduction as well for Volition. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have for me or
questions for Dave before you go to the applicant.
Okay. Just one, Dave.
Yeah.
Just curious, just so we all can hear this. So this one that you toured in West Jordan, just what was the size of that data center, and then the one that you showed pictures of previously? What do we know what the size of that one was?
Mr. Chavez, I'll maybe leave that for you. I would probably get it wrong.
Sounds good.
Anything else for Dave?
No. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. It's good to be with you again. Landon, just real quick.
Mm-hmm.
The field of fuel cells where folks were taking naps represented about 40 megawatts of power. Nova full campus runs about 300 megawatts of power, which is where we visited just the other day. It's good to be with you. I maybe owe Dave an apology because when I walked into his office some 10 months ago, I didn't know that, we'd be here dealing with such a hotly contested topic, but I should have known because the whole reason why we engaged as a company was to address the hotly contested concerns about data centers. I think it's important for us to stress that that is our history. That's where we came from. We focused on different ways to build power because we were concerned about what was going on with the grid. We were concerned about rates going up all around the country. And so our initial work was in finding ways to build on-site power solutions that would give businesses and consumers a lower price, a fixed rate, so it wouldn't go up. We were really horrified by the amount of water that data centers have really gotten away with scot-free for decades in really poorly designed facilities that nobody was paying attention to for a really long time. So that's really the genesis of this company. And part of our conversation in the city has been, I've really enjoyed it. There's a few folks here that I feel like I kind of know now because we spent 10 hours staring at each other and, talking about these good questions, and it's been really informative. And I think for me, one of the most encouraging aspects has been when I look at like council meetings happening around the country, when I look at the absolute train wreck of a circumstance that those folks in Box Elder were forced to deal with this atrocious proposal and terrible process. Those dialogues, they seem to descend into a lot of anger, a lot of contention, a lot of fighting. And I have just been pleased that has not been the case in our dialogue. Now, we have gotten a lot of interesting comments online, and, not everything has been, roses, that's for sure. But it's been telling to me that in every meeting, from the commission meeting to an update previously at this council, in our open house meetings, without fail, more than one person stands up and says something to the effect of, I was totally against this, but if we can verify if these things are accurate, I'm kind of open, because I think we all agree that if there is a major problem in some part of our country, our cities, we welcome solutions. And I've been impressed and pleased that while there's a lot of opposition, and a lot of opposition still, and we won't win everybody over on this topic, I've been pleased that folks have been willing to just listen a little bit. One of our major, I don't want to say adversary, but there was one who stood up who was really, really opposed. He doesn't trust the process. But 4 different times when he continued to stand with his opposition, each time he began to preface it with, if this is true, you guys may have solved this problem. So you better do this, this, and this, and came up again. Now, if this is true, this is pretty unique. Maybe this could be beneficial. So I've appreciated people's willingness to hear and listen. And I think our intent here is to continue collaborating, as the slide indicates. This conversation is not over. I also would suggest, I think it's important to have a little bit of trust that it is true. It's true that city councils can do real due diligence. It's true that city councils can be honorable and not look for backroom deals and not make a decision before the city has a chance to weigh in. I know without question that this city has not made a decision. I am crystal clear, and I want the citizens to know that this decision is not rubber stamped by any stretch. I think it's important for people to understand this, that there are some good councils and cities out here still who do things the right way, and this is one of them. I think it's important for people to have a little bit of trust that perhaps some companies can move forward with good intentions also. We are one of those, and that's why we have had no interest in rushing or pushing or hiding but in fact, to take the time that we need to open every conversation, every question, and to address those the best we can. And we can't answer every question. And this proposal is not 100% perfect, but we're just laying it all out for the council and the city to consider. We're hopeful that this lands in a place that we can proceed, but it may not. I shared this the other day. I think it's worth revisiting. Just to explain the foundation around how data centers are not all the same. And ultimately, a data center is a collection, an outcome around decisions that developers make. So a developer can choose to invest more capital into emerging technologies that do a better job. We talk about residents around the country who deal with a hum, a drone, maddening, and it doesn't have to be that way. In the past, the equipment was so antiquated that that was kind of the outcome. Diesel generators, large fans, unkept promises. You know, there's a story of a city in New Jersey where they put on diesel generators and they said, no, this will just be for backup. As soon as they got through the process, they turned those generators on and never turned them off. And so this was when people could get away with things. So we have made a choice to utilize the fuel, the power, and the process that is most beneficial to creating as close to a sustainable operation as possible. We have outlined several times now how our approach is designed to eliminate as much risk for the city and for its residents while still providing a substantial net positive impact for the city and its residents. And so there's these 6 kind of pillars, really, that we've gone into great detail in explaining. That first of all, we bring our own power. We will never connect to the grid. It's a big problem in designing data centers. The grid just can't handle it. And typically, when a city says that they will accommodate a data center with grid power, then the developer asks the city to pay for that, to foot the bill. And so everything about pulling from the grid right now is sort of really a non-starter, especially for us. So we do not connect to the grid. We use natural gas that is powering a fuel cell that does not burn the natural gas. There's a chemical reaction that occurs that creates electricity, and the byproduct is heat and clean water. So that is why the fuel cell, when we get into the topic of air, allows us to produce power with near zero emissions. Not zero, but very clean. We call it ultra clean as it relates to any particulate or smog that would come out of a traditional fuel-powered system. Water is a major topic, and innovators have looked at the problem of wasteful water systems and created the closed-loop system that allows us to fill our data center cooling system one time, about 500,000 gallons or 2 households equivalent, and that's it. During the year, we need to use water to create humidity in the system, and that is about 250,000 gallons of water a year, or 1 household. So when we look at actually the water that's currently being used or allowed on site as is, we make no additional impact. we will never request an increase in water at any time, and we factually will utilize far less than many comparable businesses that we drive past and utilize on a regular basis in every city in Utah. We have focused on making sure that our noise impact is minimal. And this is a surprise because most data centers are utilizing older, antiquated equipment that are just loud. Our engineers have also worked on a variety of ways to shield and engineer on the property so that we suppress as much noise as possible. For example, we're the first ones that we know of who have now engineered a way for our cooling system, which is the loudest of the components on the property, to be indoor. Nobody has done that before, but we're putting our cooling equipment indoor. Dramatically suppresses the amount of sound on property. Our equipment is low heat. We capture and reuse as much heat as we possibly can, and we can demonstrate that the expected amount of increased heat on property is modest, and the near impact, talking less than a quarter mile, half a mile off-site, is an indiscernible amount of additional heat, less than a degree in a very short period of time. What's interesting also when we talk about this property, and we'll get into this, it happens to be in a location that actually complements our desire to decrease sound and decrease heat because of its positioning at the mouth of the canyon and a constant flow of wind. And finally, we've gone into detail about the substantial community benefits that we think if a community has an opportunity to have a substantial financial impact for programs for infrastructure, combined with a company like ours who will contribute a portion of our actual income to go above and beyond in local programs, we think this ends up netting out to an overall positive for everybody involved. But I want to share with you a little bit about what the process has helped us accomplish. We have fielded hundreds and hundreds of extremely thoughtful questions. Everything around every one of the kind of pillars that I have talked about. So much so, we have, this is kind of what we're referring to now as this Q&A Bible of direct answers to over 350 questions. We already knew the truth about our equipment and about our outputs, but this helped us go even deeper. And so I'm going to take a minute and actually go through some of the questions that have come up that maybe some have brought here today, just to address some of the deeper questions that some folks here have been through a version of this presentation. This is different. Some in this room were not able to come to the open house. So I think that some of these answers will shed light on a few questions that maybe attendees are wondering about. So I want to go through some of these quickly, and then we're going to talk about the use of the property. We're going to talk about the text amendment, the development agreement, and then have a conversation together and hear from the community on additional questions and also how we may consider proceeding together. In water, we've been asked, does the cooling water evaporate into the sky? It doesn't. We're not wasting. It's a sealed loop. How much water do we actually use? 500,000 gallons to fill 250,000 gallons a year. Lawns are going brown. Why does a data center get water that we don't? our property has no need for extra water. It's a building that already uses about 15 million gallons of water a year just on its exterior. That's something that we will actually decrease. So we're not asking or receiving any more water than is already allotted. Hey, will these people quietly take more water later? We cannot. We will not. We cannot. We have designed a system that's extremely expensive, that runs on the amount of water that it runs on. We would be fools to think that we could go through this process knowing somehow in the background that we really need more water, and that somehow we would pull that off and get that. We would be fools to invest in something that would require us to do some kind of bait and switch. So there is no chance for us to quietly take more water later on. Are there chemicals in the loop? PFAS, these forever chemicals. There's nothing that we add to our water, no chemicals except for glycol. That is a normal additive that we find in HVAC and in our homes and systems everywhere. So there's no additional chemical that goes into this system. There are trace elements of PFAS that you can't avoid because they're part of almost every structure that's built anywhere at the time. Where does the water go if it fails? People have been concerned that we're going to be putting water into the drainage system. We won't and we can't. And if there was ever a time that we need to treat our system, we're able to block off portions of that system, pump the water into a tank, treat it in a tank, and reapply it into our system without ever having been disposed of or offloaded in any nefarious way at all. Can it contaminate our drinking water? No, because we never get anywhere near the city water system at any time. Power and gas, will this raise my electric bill? No, we don't touch the grid. There's no way for us to impact it. Will it strain the grid or cause blackouts? No, because we don't touch it. We're not connected to it. Is the city or state paying them anything? Absolutely not. There are no waivers. There's no concessions. There's no subsidies. We make no request of the city for any kind of subsidy up front or down the road of any kind at any time. How much gas will we consume every year? It's a lot. 14.9 million MMBTUs, which is basically expanding the natural gas pipe to about 12 inches. But we pull that gas from a wholesale supply that in no way touches the residential supply already set aside for Enbridge. We in no way compete with what the residents already have allotted to them. Has anyone run a data center that's this big on fuel cells alone? Not this size with no grid. What's important to understand there is that while that's the true answer today, we are leading the pack along with Oracle and others who are doing large deployments. Bloom has sold over $60 billion worth of fuel cell in the last 24 months that are all now part of various engineering projects around the country. And so we're ahead of the curve, but their technology has been validated for over 15 years and hundreds of thousands of fuel cells. We know, and our capital decision makers know, that this system will run without any hiccup because it's been doing so for 15 to 20 years in a variety of locations. Hey, why should we be first? Why should we be first? Come back when it's something else. The trade-off is that fuel cells today are going to emit a third less of carbon. There is a series of events that have occurred that have brought us to this place. It happens to be that there is a great location here, and there's a part of it is just it happens to have come together in this place, and I think that if we're able to demonstrate that all of the parts are going to bring a net positive, we think it's going to be a great thing if this is the first place that you are able to lead out to see this type of technology running in place. Will there be smokestacks? No. What's permitted to come out of it? We're required to follow all of the state's permitted uses. We have initially been approved for this process to move forward. It's in the public comment period, but we expect that all of this will move forward without any, we will have met all the requirements. How does that compare to something I can picture? You know, I think it's about the same as a regional hospital, for example, to give you some comparison. The canyon wind blows right over our homes. Downwind wind means us. The permits total use are everything that there is. It can move. It moves through the canyon without having any accumulative negative effect on anybody in proximity. So we have continued to go through these hundreds of questions, and all of these questions around emissions have continued to prove out that everything we're doing falls below any expected requirement. Noise, all of our studies have proven and indicated that our decibel ranges are lower than what is currently emanating from the property today. And so when we are seeing 60 to 65 decibel at our boundary and 50 or less close at homes, this is something that is a imperceptible accumulation that blends with the existing sound, the existing decibel range that this entire area is living with right now. So we have continued to go through all of the answers to hundreds of questions. Heat, where does the heat go? We've been able to understand that the heat that may accumulate up to 9 degrees on our property disseminates within a half a mile, quarter mile of less than a degree, imperceptible amount of change. Carbon emissions, we've done a deep dive. And carbon emissions are something that our system still produces a substantial amount of carbon. That's something that is just part of the way that this fuel cell works. But compared to many other industrial and commercial facilities, we still fall into a category of it's debatable when you say reasonable compared to how people view carbon, but compared to what the entire city is emitting on a regular basis, the carbon emissions are within range of something that you would have put together in an industrial development. It's not, the carbon emission piece is not something that we try and defend. We put the amount out, and what our focus really is on the way that the emissions that create our smog, what we are required under a permit to meet, we fall below all of those standard requirements. So there's an additional questions that came in around trusting the process. Are we going to be able to increase the amount of revenue that we contribute? Health and safety, will it hurt my property value? What about lights at night? As we went through all of these questions, it brought us to a conclusion that I want to discuss in a minute about making sure that we find a way to allow the community to have a view of all of these hundreds of answers to questions. Before we get to that, we look at the building and how we look to utilize this facility. There's really 3 things to look at that comes to kind of a decision around the current use of this building, how the building would be used from a potential buyer, compared to how we would utilize this building. Currently, you have a warehouse. It's not fully occupied. It's not producing a whole lot of emission, but you do have regular truck activity. They're utilizing a property value of about $51 million, and they're paying a modest amount of annual property tax. Noise is between 50 and 70 decibels as is, and there's a substantial amount of emissions and CO2. A potential buyer could potentially utilize over 80 loading bays and distribution points that would dramatically increase the monthly truck activity up to more than 10,000 trips. They may be generating, over $1 million a year in annual property tax, but there's a lot of emission that comes out of the use of that building. In our use, we are dramatically less in emissions. We have, at a certain point, maybe up to 400 employees operating out of this facility. Our noise and traffic are all extremely modest. And at the end of the day, we end up generating a substantial economic impact for the city. And so, aside from the text amendment that this is about and looking at voting on and approving at some point, this is something that's substantial as it relates to just the current use of the building and comparing that against the risk of something that comes in that has a lot of sound and a lot of emission compared to this use. We mentioned that we took a trip up to the Nova facility in West Jordan. So this is a good example of, a bit of a comparable. That building is on 100 acres. They're utilizing grid. They're utilizing turbines. They're utilizing some Bloom fuel cell. By contrast, we're utilizing far less water. We're producing far less emissions. And this is a site that has been approved under the term of, being a good neighbor. And we think that this facility has proven to be actually a good neighbor, and our design is dramatically more efficient. But kind of to the point about, the meeting that we had there just the other day to visit, when we look at the sound, this is just right outside of this building. Less than 50 decibels. There's over 300 megawatts of power running throughout this whole facility. Right in direct view of cooling and fuel cell, we're still running under 60 decibels. And the picture that we've shown before, you have homes right within proximity that were there before this data center was even built. We actually got curious about those residents. And Utah is weirdly the land of going door to door, so we thought, let's go door to door. And we went door to door and spoke with over 15 of the residents, and we took them through just a quick survey about, do you know what's in the building? Have you noticed noise? Have you noticed any exhaust vibration? And asked them those who are willing to go on record and give their feedback. These folks that we were able to talk to, each one said that they don't notice noise, they don't notice heat, they don't notice vibration, they forget that it's there. And in fact, a little bit down the road, there is a type of distribution center, and they actively complained about the fact that they hear beeping noises of diesel trucks moving in and out on a regular basis. So it has been useful to make sure that we are physically working to validate the types of things that we're talking about. Another example, you've heard in the news about Eagle Mountain. They're in the news now because they're having a tax problem. But there's nothing in common with that facility and the facility that we are proposing to the city. This was a facility that the client asked for all kinds of incentives. They gave tax breaks, and those tax breaks have come back to haunt them. They have a much louder facility. They use much more water. And so it's important to look and compare when you hear about these other facilities in the state and elsewhere. Those that are producing these negative outcomes are not the same. They are a different design, they are a different structure, and they are a different approval process. This facility will have a value on site of over $4 billion. That value will generate at least $40 million of tax revenue that is distributed to the city, that is distributed to the school district. That's a meaningful contribution to a city that is growing, that has infrastructure needs. There are many scenarios where cities have been dramatically changed for the good because of the financial impact that was available to the city. We are pledging an additional contribution that we also think is meaningful. This just gives you a view of where this money will land for the school district, over $490 per student as a benefit. It's substantial. We're the first company in the country to dedicate a separate community fund with a minimum of $500,000 a year. We think this will grow substantially, to work with the community directly in building out a process where we can touch at-risk youth and help in addiction recovery, help in training, professional education, helping people move into this industry to know how to find their way into this new economy. And it's something that we're proud of and look forward to be able to contribute to the city. Our development agreement that we've referenced earlier, it holds us accountable to everything that we're talking about. There is not a scenario where we can use more water that we can take from the grid. We're creating really interesting enforceable noise limits that will allow us to actually have sensors within certain areas that will allow us to, on an annual basis or otherwise, have a clear understanding of anything abnormal and then work to improve that if we ever find that something is off. We can do more. We can put up barriers. We can enclose equipment. Right now, we think we're at a range that we meet all of the requirements, but we can improve it if we need to. The text amendment is necessary because it will allow us to generate on-site power. Right now, that's just not something that the city has provided approval for in a standard industrial zoning. And so within this text amendment, we have provided an amendment that ensures that we or anybody else has to work under these same requirements around electricity use, no diesel, no wasteful water cooling systems, noise limits, storage safety, air quality sealing. These are all embedded in this text amendment so that whether it's Volition or somebody else is held to a standard that ensures that these systems are as close to sustainable as possible. So as we get into the text amendment, these are really the categories that ensure that this is managed properly around water, noise, storage, capping growth, making sure wastewater is not in any way utilized improperly, review authority, screening, decommissioning, power, and air emissions. So as we began to summarize this, The vote is really about making a change to the amendment, and it's not just about us or about one project. And there are still many hoops that need to be met in order for us or anybody else to proceed. We'll still need to submit all of our final site engineering. We have to meet all of the permitting that is already required by the state. We have to finalize our air quality. We have to meet all of the same strict requirements that any industrial developer would be required to meet. So this does not stamp us or somebody else through to move forward in a way that it's not continually gated and monitored throughout the entire process. So as we kind of look at the timeline, the statute doesn't compel any specific action tonight. This is sort of, as we have gone through the process, we have submitted the proper requests. We've had the appropriate conversations together. We took the extra step to go through these open house sessions. We think that was unprecedented. We don't know anywhere in the country where a company has taken the time to open this dialogue. But as we come to this point, we actually would recommend to the council that we be allowed to give more visibility of when I talk about all of the answers to these questions. We would like to be able to make all of these available on our website. We have a site that is for Spanish Fork only that kind of outlines this entire process. We understand that we can't answer all of these questions tonight. In the last 3 weeks, we have not been able to answer yet all of them for everyone concerned or those who are paying attention and want to weigh in. And we know that the City Council is doing everything they can to do a deep dive and get all of the information they possibly can. So our understanding is that this can be voted on tonight, but it could also be moved to push this to the next meeting. And I think our position is that we welcome more time for the city. We welcome more time for the council to continue to do their due diligence, and we support that. So actually our recommendation would be that after we hear questions from the community, it allows us to continue to capture those and provide answers, that you may consider allowing more time for the community to continue to learn. And we want to accommodate that process. Before we open this up to some questions, I would like to invite John, who is one of the property owners, to just give a little bit of feedback around their view on the potential use of this property.
Not John.
I know. John Bankhead, you guys are tired of me. No, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I think the first time I stood in front of this group was probably 4 years ago, and that went fast, looking back at it. I did want to just talk through our view of what Volition is doing, and also put that, I want to talk about the impact that it could have on our good friend partner Edge Homes. As you know, we worked with the Planning Commission and staff for a couple of years trying to figure out the best way to develop this a little bit of a unique site. It's got a lot of opportunity and a lot of challenges. And ultimately, I think, by we, I mean everybody, the staff, the Planning Commission, I met with them 1,000 times. They're more tired of me than you are. But we ended up with an entitlement for 600 homes. As you'll recall, we went to the legislature and got a $13.5 million grant from the legislature to build the new interchange with a bridge from Highway 6 into this overall property. One, that was a big connection point for the trail system to connect. It was a big part of addressing a significant worry about the amount of truck traffic that would be going through a residential neighborhood. There was a significant concern, which we did the best we could to deal with, about the noise and the proximity of an industrial distribution or manufacturing facility close to homes. We worked through all of that. Edge purchased the property and they've started construction. And so obviously we, as owners and partners with Edge on this project, want to know what they think. And that was a concern for us as well. Of anybody that's going to be impacted, it's Whispering Pines. And we've had a chance to talk at length with Edge and they are very aware that they are building homes next to an industrial building. In the last 6 months, my partner and I have been approached by multiple data center people. We've been approached by a cement block manufacturer that would love to get another 12 megawatts from the Spanish Fork City and a lot of natural gas, and they would use a lot more water than we currently do. We've had people that want to come and enlarge the distribution center, add another 50 dock doors, and you know, that would increase the noise, the emissions, and the number of trucks significantly. That not only would have a negative impact on Whispering Pines, but 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 additional vehicles on the road in Spanish Fork. That spreads the emissions and the traffic and all that across the city. Now those are some of the options that we have been exploring, and so we have been really feeling lucky, if I can say it that way, and Edge Homes is feeling like this particular use, in terms of its noise, in terms of trucks beeping, in terms of traffic going through that neighborhood before and after the bridge is installed, is this data center is a significantly better option than the options that my partner and I have been exploring, because we have a 1 million square foot building and that's what those things are typically used for. So we think this is a slam dunk for the city, for what we've been through, trying to figure out a solution to this site and an opportunity for the city. We can't think of anything that would give back more to the city in terms of less impact on your infrastructure and citizens and more resources through property tax and other things than any other use that Jeff Grosso and I can think of. So are we a landowner? Yes, and we want to maximize the value for our investment, but we're not so blind to think that whatever we do there has an impact on the community. So as I have been on the sidelines watching Volition work, and I know a lot about the technologies that they're doing. I put in Bloom energy boxes in the first Adobe building in 2011 up in Lehigh. I just think that of the options that we're considering and the options that Whispering Pines is going to be living next door to, we can't think of a better option. So I just wanted to get up as the landowner and as somebody that's concerned, because we're partners with Edge, and kind of give our perspective that we think this is a really great opportunity in terms of pride and progress. We think this is a really awesome thing for Spanish Fork. So I appreciate your time and let me say that.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John. As I conclude, again, I just want to emphasize that we've said from the beginning that we've wanted to collaborate on this. I think that we have demonstrated that that's genuine. I think that we have demonstrated that the equipment does what we say that it will do. I think that we've demonstrated that sound and heat are all within allowable, non-intrusive ranges. I think we've demonstrated that emissions are low. I don't think that we have said or tried to say that everything about it is perfect, But we do think that compared to other data centers, what we're doing is innovative, and what we're doing is a solution to this national challenge around the growth of data center infrastructure, and finding a way to do it better. So I would encourage the council to really continue to do the due diligence around what is best for the city at large. And we hope that you'll support this initiative as we continue to go through the process. So we look forward to continued questions, and we're happy to answer any questions now or later before we have any commentary from the residents.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. I think my council might have some questions for you, and they might have some questions for you after hearing from the public, but they're not going to listen very well to the public if I don't let some of them use the restroom. So I'm getting a message that I need a 5-minute break really quick, and then would be right back in here to open it up for a public hearing. If council's okay with that, staff, you all right with that?
Yeah, and while they're doing that, you comfortable if we put the QR code up? We can start having people queue up in that virtual spot.
There's the good break. You can use the restroom with us. There's a couple in the facility
If
here.
people are going to use the bathroom, let these 5 use it first so that we can get them back.
But there is the QR code right
But
there.
yeah, if you want to speak in the public comments, and then Jeff and John, you guys on the front row there, that's our row for people to sit as they're queuing up to speak. So Emily back there is going to grab a couple of chairs, and she's going to throw you behind Bronco in that black shirt there. If you just make that spot available.
Yes. I move that we take a 5-minute recess.
Motion made by Councilman Euler, second by Councilman Marshall. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Travis says we're ready. Still rolling here, and perfect. Thank you, Travis.
Oh, yes, he does.
This is something I neglected to mention. Spanish Fork City now is, I don't know, Seth, would you say 30 plus years of recording our meetings, and we're on YouTube and it's live, and that's something.
Not 30, but 24-ish.
Yeah. So pretty good stuff that we've tried to live in that space for a couple of decades now, where, hey, if you can't make it to our meetings, watch them live, and we sure appreciate our SFCN folks in Travis and Adam and everybody that Jared keeps us going, so everybody can be involved together. So thank you, everyone. I don't think it needs rereading the public comments, public hearing section. I think we can all just take it to heart that part of what maybe the applicant mentioned of Spanish Fork is the Spanish Fork way. We're respectful of each other and can do this in a good way that we've always done in public hearings. So make sure to keep to that. Please watch for that 3-minute clock. I do have some signups that have come in here to speak, but I am going to switch it up just a little bit. That Crosby is third on my list, but she's got, I believe, a 4-year-old daughter that's been a trooper with us for a bit. So we're going to have her come up first and have her address this, and then we'll go back up to the top of the list and work that day. If Jessie Ann Rail and Sarah Stevenson are here, please come sit up here in the front as well. And then if you can, kind of the way to do this is if when we're done speaking, if we can rotate out and I'll call up the next ones so we can all sit up here and be comfortable when we come speak. Again, you can direct questions to us. We're going to write those down, staff write them down, applicant write them down possibly, but then we'll try to cover those questions after the public hearing is over. So I would entertain a motion. I think we're back already, so you don't need to do that, but I would entertain a motion to go in the public hearing portion of this meeting if you guys have no questions before that.
I move that we go into public hearing.
Motion made by Councilman Cardon.
Second. And
second by Councilman Took to go in public hearing for item 7.3. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Okay, we're in public hearing. Yes.
My name is Crosby Mosinger. I'm originally from Springville, born and raised Red Devil, but I live in Mapleton, just off the 89, which is very close to where this site is being. Say that again.
I missed your name, sorry.
Crosby Mosinger, like Crosby, Stills, and Nash.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There you go. Very cool.
Thank you.
It is a cool name.
So I know that this is just a vote on the amendment to the title. However, I, being a Mapleton resident, just found out about this maybe a month ago, and our two neighborhoods, Mapleton Village and Harmony Ridge, have gotten together and had some opposition to this. So I'm coming in kind of representation of that group to state our opposition to this data center. I came to Volition's public Q&A sessions, and I asked for data, essentially, on the claims that are being made here. I've yet to be provided that data, and I've seen that as the past hour or so has gone on, a lot of claims have been made, but you can't, like, for example, the West Jordan base, you can't show a picture of a house and say, see, these residents aren't affected by this. Where's the data to back these things? And so I'm not interested, and our neighborhoods are not interested in being a test site to see if these claims take place, because what has actually been proven is the intense effect of data centers on communities that surround them. This is a highly dense, and it's just in the past few years become very dense, residential space. And the ability that this company has to dramatically affect our lives, I think, is substantial, and I don't feel that the due diligence, as they've described, has been fully vetted, because, again, we don't have the data to back the claims. But I do have two questions for the council tonight, and I probably have to go get my daughter down. She's 2, and she's the best. But my first one is, because this is a behind-the-meter project that bypasses traditional utility timelines, what specific independent environmental impact studies have been conducted for the local neighborhoods, and where can the public read them? And then why was this project fast-tracked, and what mechanisms are in place to ensure residents have a binding vote or say before final zoning approval is granted? And that's all. Thank you for your
Thank you,
time.
Crosby. Thanks for staying with us. Appreciate it.
Hello. My name is Jessie Ann Real. I'm a resident of Spanish Fork. Have been for most of 40 years almost. I did move to Springville shortly, but then I came back.
We forgive you.
I would like to urge you the same that Mr. Chavez did. If this feels too fast, which it kind of feels like that to me, you guys take more time to. So I would kind of urge you to follow his guidance and kind of take your time with this. My ultimate question is why does there need to be two? If you vote on this and you approve it today, it's ultimately for 2 data centers, not just this one. And why does there need to be 2? We're a growing, expanding city, but we're not large by any means. We're not like, Provo or Orem size, for instance. So I don't know, you guys know square footage about the city and stats more than I do, but in terms of residents. And then I think Councilman Marshall pushed it kind of in the direction that I was leaning toward more, where included in the amendment would be a development agreement if you are more inclined to vote yes today. They listed 6 things on their own slides, and that was water use cap, no grid interconnectivity covenant to do that, decommissioning plan if they do go under, and then enforcement of a noise limit and no diesel generators, and an annual third-party reporting for the compliance of those promises. So I feel like that should be included in a development agreement. As they listed it, the same covenants would be applied to any other data centers if you do keep the 2 data centers there. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Sarah Stevenson, and I live in Spanish Fork. We have lived here for about 5 years and moved here from Sacramento and have loved Spanish Fork and the values that we've seen. And I'm grateful that you guys give public comment. I spent some time at the Sacramento Capitol and they would remove public comment, so I'm very grateful. So thank you. So sorry, I'm a little nervous. I really loved what Crosby said, the first person that gave it the public comment. I feel like I can just echo what she's saying. But I also wanted to bring up, I do work at the Fit City Center, and they had us memorize the mission statement. And we strive to build and maintain a vibrant city through personal community interactions and innovative local government services. And the biggest thing that stands out to me is just good community and listening to what the community wants. And like Crosby had said, that there's no guarantee, there's no data to back these things up. And I think the number one thing that should be the most important input is what the people of Spanish Fork want. And from people who I talked to and the turnout tonight, I would say that the majority of us do not want the data center here. And after like the presentation tonight, I just don't think, like when they say close to no emission to like the air quality, I just want none. Like I want to keep the air as clean as possible here. We already struggle with that in Utah. I just don't think it's worth adding even a little bit. And then even just with the water, we're still using water. Even though they propose that it's not a lot, I just don't see the need for any use of extra water. I just, sorry. I feel like our community doesn't need to serve like this innovation. The innovation should serve the community, if that makes sense. Sorry. if we're serious about building and maintaining a vibrant city through personal community interactions, I really hope you'll show us tonight that this community interaction matters. Please don't just hear us, listen to us. And thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, next on the list, I have James Berkey, Scott Nichols, and Madison Bringhurst. If you guys can move up to those seats and go in that order, and then we'll get to the next ones.
Just stay right in this seat, right here.
Oh, okay, you already got a seat. All right. So are you James? No, James is coming in.
There's James.
Hi, my name is James Berkey. I've lived up by the Diamond Fork Junior High, or is it a middle school now? I can't remember. Anyway, my main concern with this initially was, you know, all the other bad stuff that other AI data centers have been doing, but I am convinced with if everything that our the company I was saying is true, all right, that assuages a lot of my concerns. However, one that I do have is when this company eventually does get bought out by whatever mega conglomeration, Amazon, Google, Apple, whoever, do we have the proper hard-lined bylaws and city codes to ensure that they can't, with their army of lawyers, completely override all the good stuff that Volition may have done and essentially screw the community over at some point in the future when they surely will get bought out. As well as this question is more for my dad, who is a programmer who uses a lot of AI in his work. Would Spanish Fork residents, on whatever systems the company is operating and processing, would we have some kind of priority traffic? Would we have some kind of preference in, you know, what we could do? Or potentially if we could get access to some like local tokens, you know, maybe some crazy amount like 1 billion. I think it'd be really good, and you know, it would help a lot with some local innovation. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, James. Appreciate that. Scott.
Hey there, I'm Scott Nichols, Spanish Fork resident for 10 years. I got my whole crew here, so I'm one voice speaking for many, right? First, wanted to thank you for, this has been a wonderful experience overall, and very much appreciate how much diligence you have all taken in looking at how things are written and modernizing them for the times that we're in. It's interesting, did like a quick search of like Gallup polls, you know, how many fans of data centers are there out there? Shockingly, it's like 29%. I would love to meet these people, the 29% that are pro data center. I don't suspect there's many of them here tonight, though. I think it's a wonderful approach that you're taking and segregating some of the most damaging portions of what data centers have been doing to communities, isolating those and identifying them. I think my question is, based on what we're trying to be as a town, why any? Like, why 2? Why 1? Why not 0 data centers in Spanish Fork, especially now that it seems like technology is moving where they can be self-powered and with closed-loop systems and all of that. Why not put it in the middle of nowhere? Like, why right here with us? We happen to live just right downstream from those windmills where this is going. So the heat is a concern. Even, you know, he said 9%, I think, or 9 degrees rather. And that might just be local, but it's hard to imagine, like from where I can see, 9 degrees not making a difference. My tomatoes are already dying. Don't need additional heat. So I think one of the other speakers had said that a binding referendum on the actual permitting of the data center would be great. I know that's not what we're talking about here tonight, but I would like to voice my support for a binding resolution for the actual data center when it comes time. So thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. Madison.
Thank you all, and thank you all for the opportunity that I've had to email you, and for those of you that actually responded to me with meaningful comments, especially you, Councilman Marshall. You did an amazing job. You actually gave me confidence that you're thinking. And during the public comments with Mr. Pickell, you asked a very important question. Why not just add everything that makes this data center acceptable to the Title 15 amendment? And why was the Title 15 amendment proposed by Volition? Did they not hold themselves to every claim they made tonight? If they do not intend to break them, why not put them in the first place? Two of my biggest concerns actually have to do with the redlining that was done after the Planning Commission met. Volition promised that they intend to run a completely electrical isolation. However, one of the red lines that was added by the City Council to Volition's document allowed them to connect to the grid in order to function their office. However, if Bloom cells are so wonderful, the small amount of power that they need to use for their office can certainly be generated themselves. There's no reason to allow them an opportunity to connect to the grid when they've promised there's no reason for them to do so. The second issue that I have is actually near the bottom. You have taken out the language that provides us an opportunity to put in new restrictions when legally allowed and reasonable. Why would we give up that opportunity? That doesn't make any sense. That only helps them, not us. And I would just like to also discuss the positives that were discussed in the April 21st City Council meeting minutes. We're very excited, obviously, to bring in new tax revenue. However, a large portion of this tax revenue, and I apologize, my husband's a tax accountant, so this is pillow talk. But a large portion of this tax revenue is actually based on personal property taxes, which are related to legally depreciable assets. If we build a city budget around a tax revenue source that is intended by its legal measure to lessen over time, then we are building an unsustainable budget. And since the city does not have its own revenue, the citizens will have to make up that difference themselves when the time comes, which just means raising property taxes on families that might not be able to afford it, though they love to live here. I'd also like to mention that they've discussed potentially moving their headquarters here. Without a contract in hand, that is a meaningless promise that has been promised to Texas, and Governor Abbott actually had to come out and say, no more data centers until you actually bring your headquarters here, because we're tired of it. If we take this promise without an actual contract, it's meaningless and cannot influence our decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madison. Next, I have on the list here Sadie, Josh, and Darren. If Sadie, Josh, and Darren could make their way.
Jordan, stop that.
Come on, Jordan. You can wait for a second till we stop beeping you. Sorry. Come on. Okay, they got it.
One job.
They got it. Sadie?
Okay, perfect. My name is Sadie Baloff. I'm essentially a lifelong resident of Spanish Fork, 30 years. I've just written down a statement because I'm a little bit nervous, but while I believe Volition are seemingly earnest in their desire to improve how data centers could operate, ultimately their model is conceptual and untested in full. I would ask you to not amend Title 15 tonight until a more mature, materialized, and empirically tested and documented proposal is put in place, or until the success and safety of the technology is proven and not simply calculated, as Volition has shared so far. Making this amendment will open the door for not only this proposal, but additional development, whether from Volition or companies in the future, to come in and propose similar or additional data center facilities in the future. In addition, and I brought this up both at the open house last Thursday and in email communication with many of you. Stacy, thanks so much for getting back to me. I would like to state that last Thursday, Volition said they have not and do not have plans to perform or facilitate any environmental impact studies as they relate to the surrounding habitat. They have calculated heat and acoustic measurements in relation to proximity to the residential areas only. Given the property's proximity to the Spanish Fork River Trail, I'd ask you to please consider this as a part of your decision. This area of Spanish Fork is unique and delicate. There's been so much discourse around how we use and protect this land, and I feel strongly that it requires more consideration before a decision is made. Thanks.
Thanks, Sadie.
Thank you, Sadie. Josh.
Is there only one Josh in here? That never happens. You called Josh, I was like, all right, who am I fighting? Anyways, I'm Josh. I live here in Spanish Fork. I'm a Republican delegate, state delegate. And, so I've been around these kinds of hearings. And I also go to UVU, majoring in digital marketing and minoring in entrepreneurship. We know that we're living in very divided times right now. But I actually think it's the opposite. I actually think we're living in one of the most unified times in America in the last 10 to 15 years. And this is because I will go to UVU and talk to the most lefty liberal arts students, and I will hear the same things that I hear at the Republican State Convention when that is also going on. One of those unifying topics is data centers. Almost everybody agrees that they do not want them in their backyard. And it's not as if this data center is coming to the outskirts of town. It finds itself in the heart of Spanish Fork, right next to the windmills as well, right? So in this case, I think that we have seen that, I will admit, it is a very good marketing campaign. It has been a very good marketing campaign here because they come with answers to a lot of the anxieties that people have. But by guiding our eyes towards their marketing campaign and answering all the little questions that become the hot button topics in the news, we miss out on some things that I'm sure you'll hear tonight by other people, by the data that they have not been able to actually provide, and other claims that just have not materialized or are not in the actual thing that we're passing here. When it comes to that passing of the zoning change to allow these types of data centers, it also opens a black box, Pandora's box, into whatever may happen next, whatever might change next, and whatever data center might come. So even if we completely trust Volition, we have to completely trust the next guy. I just don't think that is a Pandora's box that is worth opening here tonight or in the future for Spanish Fork. All I'm hearing is how bad could it possibly be, right? And again, this is Spanish Fork. We are citizens of Spanish Fork. Pride and progress. I just don't see much pride in this progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Darren, right?
That's right. Let you pull up my notes here. All right. So, my name is Darren. I live about 3 miles from the proposed Volition data center. I understand the economic opportunities project represents. My concern is ensuring the protection of residents and that lasts for the lifetime of the facility, not just the first 10 years or so when equipment's running at its optimum. Volition has represented this project as a quiet, low water, safe, and environmentally responsible. If those representations help justify approval, they should become measurable and enforceable commitments. First, require independent, unannounced noise testing. Every year, testing should occur at random times during both the day and night and include measures near surrounding residential areas, not just at the property line, like proposed. The city should establish acceptable noise limits. If the facility repeatedly exceeds those limits, there should be enforceable consequences, including stopping the equipment responsible until the problem is corrected. Second, require annual independent monitoring of water consumption and potential impacts of our water resources. Third, require environmental monitoring of natural gas used to generate this electricity. These fuel cells do not combust natural gas, but they still produce carbon dioxide. Methane leakage can also occur during natural gas production and transportation. Require reporting of natural gas consumption, carbon emissions, and independently verified methane leakage associated with the gas supply. The city should also evaluate whether the facility's natural gas demand could affect infrastructure or future utility costs for residents. Fourth, this location creates another concern. This facility sits near the mouth of the canyon where we experience significant winds that move out towards Spanish Fork and surrounding residential areas. I would ask that the city require an independent air disbursement study using actual local wind, weather, and terrain data. We need to understand where facility emissions travel and what happens during the accidental natural gas release, which will occur, particularly when canyon winds move towards residential areas. Finally, require an independent fire and explosion risk assessment. Like I said, it isn't being, we're not using it to combust for power, but there's unburnt natural gas that can be a combustion risk. This, I'm not asking you to assume this project will cause these problems. I'm asking you to make sure that promises being made today are independently verified and enforceable tomorrow. Requiring noise and water monitoring, requiring emissions and methane reporting, studying our unique canyon winds, requiring independent safety assessments, and establishing meaningful consequences if the facility fails to meet the standards used to approve it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren.
Thanks, Darren.
Appreciate it. Next up, I've got Jordan, Anna, and Christy. If you guys are in the room or in the other room, Jordan Stevenson, Anna Winkler, and Christy Smith. You can go while they're walking in if you want. Are you Anna or Christy? You go ahead, Christy.
All right, I will try not to cover things that have already been brought up, but I did make notes, so.
Good.
So I'm really concerned about, Christy Smith, Spanish Fork, sorry.
Thank you.
So I'm really concerned about the fact that the process has even gotten to this point. It's no secret that there's negative impacts left and right from data centers. The thought that they're being built in mass is terrifying enough. Tens of thousands across the United States is concerning, but if it's right here in our backyard, that's really concerning. There's no need for data centers in this quantity, and there's definitely not a need for any more that don't already exist. So we should not be discussing new data centers or opening up our text to allow those. We should be discussing banning them. So countless reports of negative impacts, and I know they've addressed some of these. That's all well and good, but you can put promises in one hand and water in the other. Which one's gonna fill up, right? So there is an increase in the temperature, on average 12 degrees in the areas near data centers. We already have an issue with global warming that we need to address as it is. We don't need to add to that. Data centers use water. They have addressed part of that. But again, we have data centers that have come in saying they won't use more water, and then they end up turning around and suing for more. Then what do we do, right? Nobody can survive without fresh water, but we definitely can survive without data centers. Data centers can infuse chemicals into the ground and or water and or sewer. We can't have any of that leach. That's going to affect not only just the ground, but it could go into our crops, it could go into anything. Noise pollution, I know that we've talked a bit about that, and so there are people that live near data centers that they are negatively impacted, and it's affecting them mentally. And there's so many cases where they can't even move away or sell their property because nobody wants to live near a data center. So they can't even sell their house to get away from it. And that doesn't even factor in the noise that we humans cannot hear. I don't know if any of you have seen Hoppers. It's a Disney movie. I suggest watching it. Animals can hear things we can't, and it's driving animals away. So animals, bees, it's driving bees away, and that has a major negative impact on our food supply and just in general. If we don't have bees, if we don't have pollinators, we don't have Earth anymore. We're all gone. Let's see. And then also in areas with data centers, farmers are reporting fertility issues in their animals. There's stillbirths or complete lack of pregnancy. If it's doing that to animals, what is it doing to humans? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Christy. Appreciate it. Anna, is this Anna? Thank you, Anna.
Sorry, let me pull this up. I'm a little nervous.
You're all right.
My name's Anna. I'm a senior at Maple Mountain High School. Disregarding the morality issues of data centers, we shouldn't be prioritizing profit over humanity. We shouldn't be using our limited resources to further harm our Earth. Just because it doesn't affect our gas or our water, like they were saying, doesn't mean we should be using it. We should be saving it. What long-term jobs are being made rather than being replaced by AI? I would like to think that the city of Spanish Fork is better than that. I believe very strongly in human creativity, the environment, and the community. AI, I feel like, goes against all of those things. I've talked to so many people in Utah County, especially students from all different beliefs and all different political parties, and it seems clear the younger generation doesn't want data centers. Respectfully, my opinion won't change. Before we make so-called cleaner data centers, we need to close or remodel the ones that are already unfortunately around. Thank you for your willingness to listen.
Thank you, Anna. Appreciate it. Jordan Stevenson, I don't know if we missed him or not, but we'll go on to the next three that we have here are Stacy Hymas, Karen Crossley, and Kaylee Lowry.
Hi, I'm Stacy Hymas. I've lived here in Spanish Fork for 10 years, and about a year ago we got our dream house. One of the reasons that we live in Spanish Fork is because we love the fresh air. We don't want that fresh air disturbed. In fact, I would be happy if the distribution center was torn down. It's okay to not have things right there. But if we have homes there, that's fine too. Now, one of my concerns is that this facility is actually right next to Powerhouse Road, the fault line. What happens in an earthquake? What if there's an earthquake and all of a sudden these things combust or whatever they can do? I don't know, but that is a big concern. I don't feel like this spot is the right place for a data center. There's got to be better places. Utah already has 45 to 50 data centers. They each have, I don't know, the internet said something like 125 million, between 3 million to 125 million gallons of water, which if you add all of them together, 45 to 50 of those, that comes to a couple billion gallons of water, I think a year, is that? Anyway, and that would be the size of a couple of cities, like Spanish Fork uses 1 billion, something like that, according to what I've seen. Let's see. The noise, now I know that they say it won't be bad, but if, I'm within half a mile to a mile of this place, a lot of times they do make a high screech. Maybe it won't, but if they're saying that it's like somebody talking, can you imagine go home and talk and start humming that level into your ear? It's very unpleasant. I have kids that are very sensitive to both allergies, hearing, and concern from say carbon dioxide emissions, or we're really sensitive with that. So, and then I know that they say there's no smell. The natural gas is supposed to actually have a smell so that it's there. So if there is a smell, it would be really stinky, but I'm not sure about that either. So anyway, yeah. I'm hoping there's a better spot for a data center, if at all. I don't really care for one, but thanks.
Thank you, Stacy. Appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Karen Crossley. I live in Spanish Fork. My concern tonight is the removal of public input from this proposed change. Under the current code, a data center like this would need a conditional use permit, and that means a planning commission decides the application in a public hearing, and they can attach conditions to protect the neighbors. The planning commission is composed of residents appointed by the mayor. In their August 5th, 2026 meeting, they split 3-3 on this proposal. The version that is in front of you now, tonight, takes the Planning Commission out of the process entirely. The conditional use permit requirement is crossed out. Their authority to attach conditions is crossed out. What replaces them is the Development Review Committee. The city's own website calls that committee a staff committee with no citizen members. Mr. Piquel confirmed tonight that after your vote to change Title 15, whether that be tonight or in the future, this now becomes an administrative site plan reviewed by staff and the Development Review Committee. He told you there would be public meetings, but not public hearings. In a public meeting, we can only quietly watch. In a public hearing, we can speak. The applicant's own statement in your packet promises that every project would still get its own conditional use permit and its own public hearing. Their slide tonight called these conditional uses. The ordinance text in that same packet crosses both of these out. Mr. Anderson told you tonight that this is the first time in his 20 years here that staff has formed a committee to evaluate a proposal. If this use is unprecedented enough to deserve that, it is unprecedented enough to deserve a public hearing at every step. I'm asking you to add the public voice back into this process. Keep the standards, keep the caps, require a development agreement as a condition, the way your own council members have raised tonight, and add one sentence. Before any specific data center is approved, let there be public hearings at each step of the way. The applicant told you tonight that he welcomes more time. Take it and fix this one thing before you vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay.
I have a quick question before the time. I'm speaking on behalf of 29 residents. Does that mean I can have 5 minutes? Is that a group?
You have 29 times 3 minutes, which is, I don't know what that meant. No, I'm just kidding. If you can try to keep it to.
I'll try to keep it to 3, but I like just in case that they take.
And we got a lot of people behind you, and
Yeah.
we also got a lot of emails that we can read
Yes.
too. So anything that you can
Yeah.
submit in
I have
email.
submitted, and he responded to
yeah.
me. Yeah,
It's-
I really appreciate it.
It's really good.
Thank you.
Yeah, what's your name again?
My name is Kaylee Lowry, and I live in Spanish Fork. I live within like a kilometer of the data center, proposed data center. I have been a manufacturing controller as well as a director of business intelligence, and now I'm a mom that researches data centers. And so this is what I found. I have been to all 3 of the Q&As as much as I could. Not the whole thing every time, but I tried. So I have a few questions to consider and a few points. So the email from Mr. Chavez that he sent out today that he brought up on the permit talked about having the caps on noise and property, no grid, no diesel, and then diesel generators, etc. And then he asked us to trust him. But also in the Q&A, someone asked directly to have something written in there with PFAs, and I don't know the exact terminology that they agreed to, but he said to somebody, let's put that in the permit. And then he also said that the 500K he would put in the permit, and that was not in the email today. And so he's asking for trust, but there's a few things that were mentioned in those meetings that did not enter that email that I was sent. And so there's a little bit of like a hesitancy about trust, which is why I asked that this this amendment that we have, it's kind of a carte blanche from my perspective. A lot of the things in the permit, as has been mentioned by a lot of other people, should be labeled specifically in the amendment. A few concerns that I have is that there's no residential setback, that the amendment allows a huge facility without proportional review, including the fact that there are 2 proposed, or 2 in this amendment. And then let's see, the ultra low emissions, if they qualify for the 0.07 of nitrous oxide, it means that they don't have to measure any other pollutants. And there are more things that are cause for concern as far as pollution goes than just nitrous oxide. There's no chromium analysis or requirements made. The noise provision should be strengthened. It only measures dBA. It doesn't measure low frequency noise, tonal noise. All of these, again, can be mitigated with policies that we just hold them to, right? I'm not saying that this data center isn't like potentially the best option for this facility. What I'm saying is that we need to have standards and measurements in place that they have to abide by. And actually, that brings me back to what Mayor Mendenhall said to me directly. He said, "We don't need the business. We set the standards, and if they don't measure up, we cut them off." So what are the punishments for not abiding by the standards which we put in this amendment, and at what point do we cut them off? And then I have a printed copy of the emails I have sent you here, and plenty more to talk about, but I'll pass it on.
You can, and we can take those if you, you bet. If you want to leave them with us, certainly take them. Thank you, Kaylee. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, after Kaylee, I have Angie Parkin, Ben Berlin, and Jess N. So Angie, Ben, and Jess, if you're... Okay. Okay, thanks, Ben. Angie Parkin. And then Jess N. after
So Ben, just for the record, you're good? You're positively supported, or your comments have been addressed somewhere else? Okay, all right.
Thanks, Ben. Angie.
Okay. Hi, my name is Angie Parkin, and I'm a concerned citizen of Utah County. Please consider the best practices that other municipalities in the U.S. have begun to implement as a protection in its data center ordinance. That is, requiring a decommissioning bond, not just a plan, like he mentioned, it was currently stated, an actual decommissioning bond. This is money or financial collateral to cover the cost of shutting the facility down and cleaning up the property. So when a company decides this isn't profitable anymore, the taxpayers and the city isn't stuck with a gigantic industrial mess and demolition bill. Data centers come in with big talk, lots of promises. They should be prepared to clean up their own mess should they choose to leave. One last thing, as of 2025, solar panels with battery storage are now the cheapest and quickest way to get power. Why is it that the applicant is using fossil gas? Also, light pollution. That was something that was not addressed. No more dark sky. Hello to interrupted bird migration. Bottom line, let's keep the written standards. Restore conditional use permit. The applicant asked for it, staff removed it. Putting it back costs the city nothing and keeps the public hearing on every project that follows. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie.
Thanks, Angie.
Appreciate it. Jess?
Hi, my name is Jess. I'm also a resident, and I'd like to start by acknowledging the significant time spent by the council. I know that these city council meetings are lengthy, clearly, for all of us, and the time that you put into these decisions and considerations for our city is impactful and much beyond these meetings. I'd also like to acknowledge Volition and their efforts to improve data centers, and I think they have great starts in terms of improving water usage, a separate gas line with Enbridge, as well as other measures to try and reduce the pollutants and the uses of different resources in the city, including not connecting to the local power grid. I do have significant concerns regarding the data center that have not been proven yet to be safe. I am primarily concerned for the Spanish Fork residents' health, as well as the health of our wildlife and the agriculture. And I also want to acknowledge that the council has emphasized the importance of uses subject to conditions and how imperative it is to build a more robust Title 15. I think that there is additional parameters as others have mentioned, to continue to build that robustness of Title 15. For example, I'm not aware that Title 15 includes any regulations on temperature, and as people who live nearby to the proposed data center have expressed, temperature increases on site of 4 to 9 degrees, with temperature increases up to 1 degree within a half mile of the data center, and some, from my understanding, ambiguity in between those distances is of major concern to me, given that there are water sources very close to the vicinity of the proposed data center, and we simply don't have the local studies and data to prove that this would be safe for our residents, for our water supply, for the animals that live in the area, for the unique populations of fireflies and the unique populations that live within this floodplain that's already very unique to Utah. And my third point is that as of 5 p.m. today, the August 4th Spanish Fork City Council meeting had 654 views. This is in relation to the estimated over 48,000 Spanish Fork City residents as of estimated July 2025 data based on the census. This would be 1.3% of Spanish Fork residents that have viewed a portion of or that full city council meeting, and I believe that this issue deserves increased visibility and public feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Thanks, Jess. I have the next three I have are Megan Banks, Jim Apodaca, and Heather Miller. Megan, Jim, and Heather.
Hi, I'm Megan Banks. I'm kind of short. I grew up here in Spanish Fork my whole life. I have a hard time trusting, so I was just thinking of my grandmother that was Mayor Marie Huff. She would say if it's too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true. And I do feel that way. My concern is heat, and with so many concerns actually. One is heat, and with us in a drought, and all the fires have been so horrible this year, and so even just a little bit of degree, that is a big concern to me. And also the water and the environment, and if it doesn't work out, it's going to cost us more money to have them fix whatever. So I think that money is a concern, and yeah, I'm just not for it, and I don't think a lot of our residents are for it, and so yeah, sorry, I'm super nervous, but I think that's all I've got.
Your grandma would be proud.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Megan.
Thank you.
Megan, and then Jim.
Hello, my name is Jim Apodaca. I'm a resident of Mapleton, fairly new to Mapleton. I moved my family there from Bluffdale about 4 months ago. So we love the area, and I just found out about this last Wednesday, and I've learned a lot during this process. And I guess one question that I would have is that, you know, we've talked a lot about Volition. We've scrutinized them. We've gone through all of their data, you know, and I think we need to continue to go through that data. But my question there is that they've provided this information, and I understand that if we don't have, what I'm hearing is that I've got two options as a resident of Mapleton, and I don't really get a decision because I live in Mapleton, right? But when I drive down my hill, the data science, it's right there. And so, but my question is so if we are going to put Volition under the microscope that we are, but the other option is, well, there's a trucking company that's going to push out 6,900 trucks a month through that little tiny intersection right there where the Acorn is, right? What is that going to do to that area? You know, help me understand how that is going to impact the area. And I think, if anything, we should put that other potential buyer, if that's what they're planning on doing with this space, we should put them under the same lens and make a decision that is best for the community, not just Spanish Fork, but for Mapleton. We live right there too, you know, and it is in our backyard. And so why not evaluate both? And I've heard people say, well, you know, I don't even want the data center. Building doesn't even have to be there. You know, that's an option too. Because of the way it's zoned, it will support other options, you know, and why not purchase that spot, Spanish Fork, and do something with it, give something to the community, develop in a way that takes advantage of those windmills. That's one of the things we love about that community is those windmills. And one of the things that we love is I have yet to experience a bad sunset. And part of that beauty is looking over and seeing Spanish Fork. I mean, it's such a beautiful town, such a beautiful town. And all I'm asking is that before you make any decisions, evaluate this other buyer and this other option. Because the idea of 6,900 trucks on our road, that's really concerning. That's really concerning. And it seems to me like your neighboring city, Mapleton, should have a say in that conversation also, because that's a lot of traffic right there where the roads meet and the counties meet, right? Why not bring them to the table and maybe involve UDOT in the conversation as well? All I'm saying is address both options and make a decision that's good for both communities. I'll stop talking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate you coming. After Jim, I had Heather Miller, Charlie Anderson, and Tia Young.
Hello.
Hi, Heather.
I'm Heather Miller, resident of Mapleton. I'm actually Jim's wife. Don't know how we ended up right behind each other in line, or I ended up behind him. I don't know how that happened. Regardless, a couple of questions here. One of the things that is a little concerning to me is, I have watched the council meeting as well as the planning commission meetings, and between the two of us, attended 2 of the 3 open houses with Volition. One of the concerns for me in particular, and I think it's been mentioned by others in a similar way, is that the numbers keep moving. The numbers we're being presented with by Volition, again, they're minor discrepancies, but again, because they're moving, it is creating some worry. And so I do want to ask that you do your due diligence on your part and actually scrutinize those numbers, have them independently verified by somebody that's not hired by Volition, if possible. One of the numbers presented tonight, at the Planning Commission meeting and City Council meeting, the 500,000 gallons is accurate and has remained consistent, but the 250,000 gallon number has actually changed slightly in that it initially described a refill. Today it's describing, the humidity output. It's needed for humidity in their facility. So which is it? And is there 250,000 for humidity plus 250,000 for eventual refills? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there are some discrepancies in the numbers that are being pushed out to us that's available to the public. So I would just ask that you really do look at that and scrutinize those numbers, please. And then in regards to the decibels, that is one thing that I personally brought up with Volition at their open house. Again, 58 decibels sounds minor. The numbers that keep being presented and how they sound are all being presented during the day. I want to know what that sounds like at 3 a.m. And that's something I have asked from them. The World Health Organization does say anything between 35 and 40 is acceptable for the night. This 50 is still above that number. And so just keeping that in mind, I don't know what tests are being conducted at this point, what it actually sounds like. We live a half a mile from this place. So that is one thing I would love for you to keep in mind and maybe question a little bit more. And then one of the things that has been brought up in the council meeting as well as with Volition in their open house is a governance board. And I would ask that even regardless of where you live in this city, whether you're on the Mapleton side or Spanish Fork side, that you consider residents of Mapleton as well to be a part of that governance board that is going to hold them accountable to the things that they are promising. And I'm running out of time, unfortunately, so that's where I'll end, but thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Appreciate that.
Hi, my name is Tia Young. I lived in Spanish Fork all growing up, and I currently live also in Harmony Ridge, just across the highway from the proposed data center. I do want to say I appreciate the respect Jeff and Volition has shown. I appreciate their openness also to give back to the community. I think that's great. I wish that the larger companies across the country had this same interest in mind to limit these negative effects on cities. However, I also agree with what everyone here has said today, that Volition presents many appealing promises, but at the end of the day, they are still just promises with not backed by quantifiable data. And I'll refrain from repeating what other people have said, but I do want to say Jeff himself mentioned that many people have used the phrase, if this works out, it will be great. First of all, I don't think anyone has said that here today, but I would say that's a really, really big if, because if it does not work out, it is our health and our community that is at stake, and you guys already know those potential hazards, as people have said. Thus, if this proposal does go through, I echo what others have said to include in writing clear and specific restrictions and the corresponding penalties that will be enacted if they fail to meet these requirements. And in my opinion, increased fees are not a satisfactory measures of those things. And ultimately, I still do not support any proposed data centers until these thorough, quantifiable, verifiable, and repeatable studies have been conducted to determine the reality of these consequences on our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to you. Cherry Anderson, I don't know if we missed you, but if you're still here, you're welcome to come up. Dallin Young and Nora Newmiller.
My name is Sherry Anderson. I've lived in Spanish Fork for 19 years, and I live not far from where the data center is being proposed. I have concerns about the validity of the claims by the tech company that the center won't cause pollution or water shortages, partly because the financial fines or consequences they're meaningless to billionaires and big tech companies. They rely upon our inability to comprehend the vastness of their wealth. It would amount to slaps on the wrist. Fines just don't really matter that much to businesses that have that much money. And Spanish Fork, maybe it seems like an easy mark. You don't have to go far to hear what people think of people in Spanish Fork, of being hicks or whatever kind of thing. So. But I hope that maybe that's been challenged a little bit by a lot of the really intelligent arguments that have been made here today. So I'm a little bit skeptical of the benefits to Spanish Fork as far as just AI in general. And I realize everybody thinks that AI is inevitable and that we're all going to have it be taken over. The purpose of AI is to eliminate the need for big companies to hire people. Some businesses, billionaire Sam Altman envisions making humans rent intelligence from him like a utility. All of that may be inevitable, but I'm not interested in helping it along with a data center in spitting distance of my house. I'm aware of the possibility that a lot may have been promised to Spanish Fork, and maybe even some of you individually if we can get this over the finish line. But I hope that you really do take into account the wishes of the citizens of Spanish Fork in the process of all of this. I do appreciate all of the things that Volition has been, I think that's the name of the company, I'm sorry, that they're saying that they will do to make it a better data center than what we've heard about like in Box Elder. But I have the same concerns as others of who might buy it out and what they'll do with even less concern for small things like fines that are easy for them to pay. That's it.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you. Dallin Young and Nora Newmiller.
Okay. My name is Dallin Young. I'm a student at Maple Mountain High School and a resident of Spanish Fork. Ultimately, allowing any data centers in the city will hurt its residents. Let's see. This Volition is admirably interested in being more eco-friendly, especially if every promise comes true. However, this meeting has skated around an important issue. The technology itself is the root and what I find issue. The issue I and many others are concerned about is LLMs. It is a dangerous tool that is a threat to learning and overall security. MIT Media Lab found that, quote, brain-only participants exhibited the strongest, most distributed neural networks, and LLM users displayed the weakest connectivity. Or, in my own words, it weakens critical thinking skills. This is a risk not only now, but in the future, as this technology has been pushed further. Supporting this proposal furthers an attack on education. These companies want a further reliance on this technology, and this proposal gives them more power. These companies want to decrease our cognitive ability and are motivated by profit. In addition, it has been a main contributor to the current unemployment crisis, including residents of Spanish Fork. This proposal is not in support of residents or in the long run the city. It is primarily concerned about company profits. The real issue I think we all need to be asking is, what is this AI being used for? This is a net negative. 0 AI data centers should be allowed in Spanish Fork. Thank you.
Thank you, Dallin.
Thank you.
Hi to everybody. My name is Nora Newmiller. I'm resident 4 years here. And I was gone for a year, and I back a few months ago, and I noticed a change in the city and from for a year and a half ago. So it's changing, it's growing the city. And I remember meeting when Mr. Perrins one time when I moved to the city to talk about things I see in the city, how is these things work. And now a friend told me about this meeting. I wasn't aware what was happening. And I came last week on one of the presentations, and I was impressed how they did it, how they presented. Well done, and all the questions they seem like they are concerned, and they want to reach to answer to everybody. And you guys were looking this for a few months already too, the way it sounds. That's what I understood. I see the concerns of the citizens, the residents in Spanish Fork and the Mapleton, because they will be too affected. One of my concerns is because the way they present is great, the way they're doing, because it sounds like it won't hurt as much if you guys put something else. My concern is voting for the 2 data centers. Why 2? Please, if you approve, don't do 2. Later, if the company, because everybody invests and they're looking in the future, but who knows, they sell it, like somebody mentioned. That can bring a new owner con new things. That need to have restrictions, a lot of restrictions before they do that. The city council, please take a good look. What are you doing? If you don't approve this business, what are you will bring there? And that's a concern too. Everybody's talking about the trucks, talking about a distribution when a lot of trucks, and that concerns me because already my house is too close to the 6, and I see the traffic. I see so many accidents happening. The permits and zoning, how is changing? Because the zoning, if you guys change zoning and permits, that can affect in a lot of things for later for other businesses. So in the long run, we need to be careful about that. The residents should have a voice. I'm so concerned because one of the residents mentioned that why they don't invite to their residents to be participating more. I have a question about this. I moved recently, like I say, I wasn't around much, but the inland port in Spanish Fork, it was approved without the residents' vote. I had a question because I wasn't here. So if it was, you can see it's already over there a lot of the industrial development in that area on the other side of the 15. So please take a look at that and see what are you doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora.
Thanks,
Appreciate it. Next, I have Zach Davis, Reed Warner, and James Westwater. Zach, Reed, and James.
Hi, my name is Zach Davis. I'm a resident of Salem City. I have 2 main concerns about the zoning amendment, but first I'd like to make a request to the council. We have heard so many public comments, specifically about the data center itself, about data centers by and large, but not about the zoning amendment. But I think in the context of this public hearing, we have to weigh comments about this Volition data center to the amendment. This amendment is very much so sponsoring Volition adjacent data centers. These questions and interrogations of the Volition data center will come up again and again and again with other proposed data centers if this amendment is to be passed. And I think those comments need to be weighed on the same ground. But first, I want to talk about competition. The way this amendment is written annexes out many different types of data centers. I'm not here to spout my own opinions on digital infrastructure or data centers and whether we should have them, but this is driving out the opportunity for other data center companies to come in. We're getting rid of combustion, and most importantly, we're getting rid of the grid connection. When Mr. Chavez spoke earlier today, he specifically mentioned that a data center of this size has not been sustained solely on fuel cells. how are we supposed to know it's going to work? The amendment they wrote could potentially annex their own model and any other model from coming in because it might not be sustainable for years to come. We cannot pass an amendment when we do not know if it will even be workable in the end. The second is I want to talk about the rhetoric of volition. I honor a lot of the public comment about how it's admirable about what they're doing, but I think ultimately it more so reflects wanting to get passed and wanting it to get passed now. I think the public hearings, while admirable, are ultimately hollow. They rally public cry, and then when they found out that people of Spanish Fork didn't buy this kind of greenwashing that they were selling, they moved to push it. I don't think that is in good faith. I think that is because they didn't get the outcome they wanted. I think this promise of money into the community is helpful and it is good and that it isn't bad, but I think it takes away from the focus of what this is about. And it's the same thing with their framing of this versus the trucking distribution center. It's not that we are weighing this data center as, is it good for the people of Spanish Fork? Is it good on its own? We're weighing it as a better of two evils that will reinvest in the community. We're not being asked as citizens to evaluate whether this is a good project. We're being asked to succumb to the less of two evils and just accept it because what else are we to do? And ultimately, I just do not believe we should be trusting an organization that keeps shifting the goalposts. And this has been echoed by other public commenters. Numbers are shifting. Ideation is changing. Specifically, when I went to the public hearing, I asked about the partnership with Bloom Energy and their EPA fines for leaking benzene into the ground in their manufacturing sites. I was initially told in front of everyone that it didn't matter because it was about the production of the fuel cells themselves, not about the actual use of them. When I went to Mr. Chavez after, he told me it was a question of efficiency. I don't think we should be weighing city policy based upon a goal-shifting organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
Good evening, Reed Warner, Spanish Fork, lifelong, so that puts me at 55. So I've been here a while.
Go class of 89, Reed.
Right there. So,
Closer to the microphone, closer.
You bet. You can't hear me? Most people tell me to be quiet, so thank you. I'm probably on the opposite, not quite the opposite, but a little different take on some of this. That is, I've worked in IT for the last 30 years. I've worked in data centers. I worked out at the NSA data center. I've been associated with some of these different components. Part of the questions that come up are the closed circuit. I would love to learn more about the closed loop that's actually being utilized. I've never seen one or heard of one that actually stayed closed and didn't have to have resupply constantly and some kind of evacuation. I love the example of how it was pumped out and then shipped. That's great. I think there's just some things that need to come back. One of the pieces that approached me was the discussion on trust. And if there's anything I've ever learned in 21 years in the military and a million other things is it's trust but verify. And so I'm trusting that what you're telling me is the truth. I just want to see some validation of it. And I think those are good things. My other part is probably the valuation. A $4 billion valuation, that's great. The depreciating assets, not so great. And how did that come about and what's the reality of it? Is that at full production, and is full production in 10 years, or is full production in 1 year or year 2? What does that look like? What's that rolling time frame? The other part that I had was why the fast track? Why not the chance to really walk through it? I don't. I honestly believe that this should be tabled, and there should be a longer period for the council members and others to read through the red lines and the changes, and a chance to have public comment again on the updated changes to that. That's my honest belief right now. We don't know enough other than what we saw very quickly run through this. I couldn't read it that fast. Maybe somebody else can. So for me, that's the biggest part. And then going back to, we change it today, they're going to change it in the future. So whatever we do here today, we have to realize is going to get changed in the future. So how do you fix or prepare for that? Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. Appreciate that. I should have, Jim, while you're coming up here, I think that's a good point that Reed brought up. The documents, I think, that have been showed here today are in the agenda packet. So we should be able to find those, not having to search too far, but just search the meeting tonight, and you should find everything that's presented here.
Yeah, those aren't, these aren't, like his presentation isn't in the packet yet, but it'll be there within a couple of days.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
So our memo's in there, but probably not that.
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
It'll be there within a day or two.
Perfect. Look for it in the day. Thank you. Jim,
Okay.
yes.
I'm Dr. James Westwater, a 20-plus year resident of Spanish Fork. I like living here and think the city has been very well run. Please don't spoil your record. Question for the audience. Please raise your hand if you think bringing a data center to Spanish
James,
Fork is a really
Dr. Westwater, we're not here to, you can address us, but you could pull the residents outside if you'd like, but we don't want to, again, if
All
there's
right.
people that are here going to speak, we don't want them to see hands and then not get up and speak to us in the way they want to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'll live directly downwind of this new proposed data center, AI data center. The renowned 4-star U.S. Army General Omar Bradley delivered his famous Armistice Day address on November 10th of 1948 to the Press Club in Washington, D.C. Here is the most famous and widely quoted section of the speech, quote, "Our knowledge of science has clearly outstripped our capacity to control it. We have many men of science, too few men of God. We have grasped the mystery of the atom and rejected the Sermon on the Mount. The world has achieved brilliance without wisdom, power without conscience. Ours is a world of nuclear giants and ethical infants. We know more about war than we know about peace. We know more about killing than we know about living. If we continue to develop our technology without wisdom, our servant will become our executioner." That's a literal quote from 4-star General Omar Bradley. May City Council have the conscience and the wisdom not to permit a data center to be built in Spanish Fork. It would be harmful to our health, the health of the environment, and the quality of life on which we, our children, nature, and the future depend. If you're interested, please see me for a list of many reasons why people oppose these data centers. I'll provide the list to you. I'm providing the list to all City Council members. And if you're interested, see me afterwards, and I can help you acquire this list. Thank you very much for the privilege of talking with you.
Thanks, James. Thanks for being here tonight. Okay, the next three that I have addressing is Teresa Pierce, Rick Josephson, and Paul Wood. Teresa, Rick, and Paul.
My name is Teresa Pierce. I'm a resident of Spanish Fork. I live right next to this proposed site. It is essentially in my backyard. I have listened carefully to all of the points and solutions that Volition has put forward. We are told that this data center will make us pioneers. Well, I don't feel like a pioneer. I feel like a lab rat. Here's the thing about pioneers. They choose their own path. They take calculated risks and make a decision not for others, but for themselves. Lab rats are at the mercy of those who rule over them. Each test conducted on a lab rat is supposed to be beneficial and supposedly backed by rosy studies. Yet there is a reason that we test on rats and not on humans first. Because no one wants to risk their health on a promising experiment. But isn't this exactly what we're doing here? Local surveys already showed that we don't want this. Volition has never built a data center before. Sure, he has some data claims and experience with Bloom technology, but in reality, this would be his first build and his first location. To this I say, let Spanish Fork be the second location for Volition and not the first. Let this experimental first location be done somewhere else. Let's watch and learn. It's also important to note that many are already finding flaws and concerns regarding the rosy data we have been given, as we've seen tonight. Just a few. The frequencies cited by Volition come from an incomplete study. Why are we already passing numbers as facts when the study is not even complete? It doesn't measure all types of noise either. The data around the truck traffic is also questionable. Volition projected truck volume based on the building's 36 loading bays without actually counting any real trucks. But here's my big question for Volition. If we who live near the data center happen to have health issues from the 24/7 frequencies, if our home values plummet because no one wants to buy a home near a data center, is Volition willing to compensate us? And if not, then any money that the city receives, any of these promises that make us happy, is not actually a gift, but a tax, stolen disproportionately by those of us who are near it, who had no say to begin with. It may be true that maybe we need data centers, but it is not true that we need any in our backyard. We all use the dump, but no one wants to live by one, right? That's why we have zoning laws. We have plenty of land outside of city limits. Let's start there. Please honor the true pioneer spirit of Spanish Fork by allowing us as a community to decide our own path instead of building experimental, first-of-a-kind data centers, because we are not lab rats. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for your time. All of my thoughts have been addressed, but I'd like to add to the gentleman here that about the closed loop data center that he was referring to. The closed loop, as you understand, is he's saying one and done. It's not one and done. It has to be cleaned. Antifreeze, methyl ethyl, what do you say it was filled with? Anyway, it's antifreeze. That's what it is. It's car antifreeze. It's closed loop. It's just like your car. Antifreeze goes through your radiator, goes to your car, pulls out the heat into the radiator. And there's a fan that does that. Somewhere there's got to be fans or something to pull the heat out of that antifreeze. And in this fan, I have never met a quiet fan. I don't know if you have either, but they're noisy. And I don't know what that proposal was. The other thing was, if they had a breach in the system, that antifreeze kills animals. It kills a lot of things, and they're attracted to it because it's a sweet taste. They want to drink it. And that Spanish Fork River, where Dripping Rock and all those beautiful places are, that water, if that had a breach, and it's all downhill right to that river. So I would like to know if they're going to propose a holding pond, if that does that, or something like that. And how do they clean this water out? I mean, I guess it's going to be trucked out, maybe, but how's it going to be filtered? And that's all I have, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it, Rick. Next, I have John Wang, Stephen Ulmer, and Christine Metchling, sorry. John, Stephen, and Christine. John, yes.
Hi, and thanks for letting me talk. I live in Spanish Fork since 2001, so it's 26 years. By the golf course, so it's very close to that data center. I don't like this idea. I think most of the people don't like this idea, so that's why it's so full of packed house. they speak strongly against this thing. And I did some study on the nationwide. It seems the same situation. Nobody like it. It's 70% of people, the cities, they deny those kind of proposals. Just like people mentioned many times, Utah have many remote area. Why they have to pick one so close to the densely populated people? If they pick some place not surrounded by houses, so all those issues will be not exist. We don't need this huge public hearing things because it won't affect nobody. But now there's so many new buildings surrounding this area. I even just saw a big sign for a big condo will be next to the this location where we built. We have Clover House. We have many communities. So those people will really don't like it, and for the noise, seems like they downplay this noise. But you have to realize we are in the canyon. Any sound will be echoed by the surrounding mountains. So the sound will be multiplied, especially in the middle of the night. So nobody knows how this noise will be. The lighting pollution is also another big issue. Nobody knows how tall the building will be and how the bright light will be disturbing people's sleeping. So also this company give a very rosy description of their technology, but most people here is not tech savvy, so we don't know those details. If it's such a perfect technology, why all those other data center company don't adopt it? Because to solve those issues, why they seems they are the perfect solution, but only used in Spanish Fork. Anyway, so that's my opinion.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Ulmer. I'm a resident in Spanish Fork. I plan on just coming tonight and listening, but listening to the presentation, there's a couple misrepresentations that I wanted to address. The first one was talked about briefly already, the property tax. I know that was presented as this, really big number, and that's a huge consideration, of course, that you guys take is that we have a budget and we have needs we need to fulfill, and where property taxes go largely to the school system, there is a big incentive there. And so when we look at that $44 million, hey, that's a big number. That's going to help us out, help our kids out and everything. Like was stated earlier, I'm a business owner here. When we think of property tax, all of us think of our houses. We get taxed, and that tax goes up every year. And so we look at this, hey, this is a tax that's going to go up year over year over year. When in reality, the vast majority of that rosy number presented is based off of the equipment they're buying, these Bloom power generators as well as the servers. And that tax rate depreciates based on that depreciation schedule. And which is significant. So like I said, the significant amount of that over the next 5 years, say it was built today, could reduce down to, I believe, if you go to Utah County's personal property tax depreciation schedule, it's down to like 7%. And so I would ask that you guys take a really close look at that and really look at what those numbers actually are. Hey, maybe it might be 44 million that first year, but if there's a 67% reduction the next year, that can cause a really big boomerang effect in your budget. As well as, again, it's a very rosy view, and I didn't like that it was that misrepresentation of, hey, look at this big number that we're going to bring you, when in reality, it's not exactly. Of course, it still is tax revenue, of course, but it's not what the story was. So that was the first one. Like I said, I asked you guys to take a really close look at that. The second one was a lot of the basis of this argument is based off of this inevitability, this fear that this is going to happen no matter what. And we're your guys' best bet, so let us do it to you. And as a dad, as an American, that kind of fear-based worldview really didn't sit right with me. And I ask that you guys reject that and just look at it based off the merit of the argument itself and say, hey, is this what's best for us in Spanish Fork? Is this what our citizens want? And don't accept that worldview just because something has happened around the world that it has to happen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Stephen.
Hi, I am Christine Meckling. I am from Salem. So my concern is water used directly or indirectly. They're saying they're going to use 250,000 gallons a year. Is that truthfully the whole number? Some of these data centers, they tell you this number, but that is the direct water being used for the cooling. They don't tell you the water that is being used for the power plant. I know it's not a power plant. I know this is batteries, but that is a concern. Are they telling us truthfully how much water they're using, or are they having a hidden number that we will not find out till later after everything is done? Another thing is priority. We are having water shortages. What are we going to do? Who's going to get the priority? The data center or the people? Who's going to get cut? Natural gas. The natural gas, they're pulling it in. All of these data centers that are trying to make these power plants, they are using natural gas. We're going to start having shortages when all of these data centers come online over the next 10 years. That's a concern. Our costs on utilities are going up. That's going to be a problem eventually. The batteries they're going to use, they have to be replaced after a certain point. Are they going to not be able to want to pay that money to replace them? Is that going to cause us issues with, oh, now we need to hook up to your grid, or we need to bring in a new power source? That's something else to be thought about. The last one I'm talking about is jobs. How many jobs are they really creating? When they bring in a power plant, they create more jobs, okay? That's a good thing. But for these data centers and this battery function, that the batteries that they're going to be using, are they really creating that many? Data centers don't create that many jobs. It's the power plant that comes with it. And this isn't going to be a full power plant. This is going to be something smaller. So are they really bringing in over 200 jobs, or are they going to bring in maybe 20? Which I know we need the jobs in this economy, but what other negatives is this going to bring to our area? Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. The next three I have are Mia, Paul, and Rod. So Mia Carlos, Paul Hill, and Rod Helm.
Hi. I'm Mia Carlos. I'm a citizen of Salem, and I have a couple concerns. First of all, other people have mentioned this. I'm very concerned by the lack of empirical evidence and the lack of external evidence. We look at this noise study that was conducted by Link Engineering, who is subcontracted by Volition. We look at, taking city employees to walk around a data center and randomly knocking on doors to pull civilians. That's not rigorous. That's not empirical. That's not a substantial look at the actual impact of the West Valley data center, for example. I'm also extremely concerned by greenwashing, specifically when we're talking about Bloom Energy. They've been faced with multiple class action lawsuits from the EPA, from OSHA, from all of these things, but Bloom Energy is currently in a lawsuit for misleading shareholders, lying about business operations and financial stability, and it's caused significant stockholder losses. The Bloom Energy stock now, as of like 5 minutes ago, is down 10% because people don't trust them to actually deliver on the promises they're making, because time and time again they've shown that they're not. Like, they don't deliver. They make all these promises and it doesn't come to fruition. Additionally, we wouldn't be the first community that Bloom has lied to. We wouldn't be the first community that they've intentionally misled. And closed loop systems as a whole have failed nationwide. Like, there's promise, but there's also countless examples of closed loop systems where they are forced to bleed the lines, pollution happens, or there's a failure to sufficiently cool the system via these fans, and then other concessions have to be made because the data center is already there. That's a massive concern of mine. I spoke to Jeff Chavez about this in public comment, and he said, well, you don't always like everyone that you work with, but I don't think that that's an excuse for continuing to work with a company who has systemically failed. I also have evaluated other manufacturers of these solid oxide fuel cells, and I've yet to find a single one that doesn't face some sort of controversy over environmental impact, labor, or just straight up lying to shareholders. I think that Jeff is a great salesman, and I do admire his vision. I think that the vision of a sustainable data center is great, but I'm really not interested in supporting his bid to become a billionaire at the extent of our community. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mia. Paul, I got Paul and then Rod.
Excuse me, hi. Paul Hill. I'm a resident of Spanish Fork. I've lived here for 25 years, but I've been in the area many, many years. I'm one of the kids that was dragging Maine in 1983, back in the day, back when you could. So I say that to preface that I'm not one of those people that want it to be the same little sleepy town that it used to be. I enjoy the progress. I love the restaurants and all the industries that we've had lately, and I'm really pro what we've been doing. But the data center itself, all I've heard today is vague promises that they're going to do it better than these data centers are horrible. All we've heard today is we want to. It's going to be better than they did it, and all we've heard is that it's going to be better than dozens and dozens of trucks, as if these two things is the only thing out there. I really urge the council, the mayors, to really think about the community we want to live in permanently beyond what's going to make some money right now. Like I want to live here, I'm going to die here, and I'm going to haunt my house, and that's my plan. And I want to live in this community long-term, not just we're going to get a couple $1 million from some billionaires, and that's going to be great for recreation or whatever for a little while, but what is it going to be beyond that? And I really urge you to think about long-term what the community needs long-term for all of us. So thank you.
Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Rod Yelm. I've lived in Spanish Fork for the last 18 years. And I want I think the conditional use permit needs to be restored. I think we need to make sure that something of this magnitude for residents is, people need to be able to address it. So I was completely opposed to a data center in Spanish Fork when I came to the Planning Commission meeting almost 2 weeks ago. Volition's proposal resolved almost all of my concerns. Their technology provides solutions to concerns about water, power consumption, and I appreciate their willingness to make contractual commitments to Spanish Fork. And I ask that contractual commitments will be strong, stiff, and maintained by Spanish Fork, and make sure that they're enforceable. I appreciate the seriousness that the city's approached this in, but we're talking about a facility that could ultimately reach 500 megawatts with homes as close as roughly a quarter mile away. My concern is noise and vibration, particularly persistent, low frequency, and tonal noise. I'm not simply concerned about whether the facility will be loud. Highway 6 and the railroad and the windmills already create substantial noise and vibration. The traffic comes and goes and trains pass periodically. A data center is different. Its cooling systems, fans, pumps, motors, transformers, and other equipment operate continuously 24 hours a day. If that equipment produces a persistent low-frequency hum, rumble, or vibration, that could create a very different kind of problem for nearby residents. Some people who are most particularly sensitive to sound or vibration, including people with sensory processing differences, such as autism. I'm not suggesting everyone will experience it that way or that this project necessarily will create a problem. We should know what the cumulative effect will be before we build it. I would ask the city to require an independent full-spectrum acoustic study before final approval, covering both the initial 250 megawatt configuration and the potential 500 megawatt build-out. That study should include dBA, DBC, low frequency, and 1/3 octave measurements, along with appropriate vibration analysis at the nearest residences, not simply at the property line. I'd also like the city to establish baseline measurements before construction. That baseline should account for the existing highway, railroad, and other sources, so we can determine what the data center actually adds to the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod.
Thanks, Rod.
Appreciate it. Okay, the last two that I've got on my list here are Megan Williams and Paul Heber. Megan and Paul.
Weber.
Oh, Weber. Sorry.
Oh, good.
We have Megan and Paul. Oh, sorry.
Did you say Paul Heber or Paul Weber?
Paul Weber.
Oh, that's good.
Okay. Thanks, Paul. You're after Megan.
Megan Williams. I live in Spanish Fork. I live near the area of the proposed data center site. I'm opposed to it, but I wanted to mostly talk about, it's mentioned previously, about the environmental effects, especially on like livestock and animals, the wildlife. Nitrous oxide is a potent greenhouse gas, and any part of that in the atmosphere becomes PM 2.5, which is like fine particulate matter, and that settles on forage feed, and that transfers, is triggered bovine asthma, respiratory disease in cattle, and I know that this council has stated that they would plan regionally and act locally. So I just wanted you to consider, please consider looking further into studies on the effects over livestock and wildlife in this agricultural community. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Megan.
Hi, I'm Paul Weber. I live less than half a mile away from the proposed site on the other side of the golf course. So when I found out about this proposal less than 2 weeks ago, I was horrified. I was concerned. We even started to talk about, do we need to move away from here? But after looking carefully at the proposed facility and going to the public hearings, I've really swung almost 180 degrees in my overall assessment. And let me tell you why. I think that data centers have a really bad name, deservedly, from some previous constructions, including the one in Box Elder County. And you heard various numbers that are quoted, 9 degrees temperature rise within a half a mile distance away. But this facility, I think, is much better in terms of the design, in terms of the physics. The fuel cell design is much more efficient. They're using an existing building, and they're putting the fuel cells inside of the building. So this will, I believe there's a lot of merit in their figures about how low the sound levels will be, simply because they'll be enclosed within a structural building. I do have concerns about environmental effects, and I agree that a careful environmental assessment needs to be done. But I come back to the point that was made by the gentleman from Mapleton, which I think is a very good one. I know it's nice to talk about higher, more altruistic uses of the site that's there, but the fact of the matter is this is a $14 million facility, and unless Spanish Fork can pony up and buy this, which I don't see happening, something's going to happen to it, something industrial. And I agree that a good head-to-head study of a major expansion, threefold expansion in trucking facility versus what this more efficient data center proposes is worth carefully embarking on in making your decision about what to do with this site. And lastly, I just mentioned, I do believe data centers will be built inevitably. And the proposal, I think, should be based, though, it should be judged in terms of its ultimate, which is a better use of this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. I've got one more person that looks like signed up after I read those last two. Brady Redfern. There's Brady.
Good evening. My name is Brady Redfern. I live at the corner of Highway 6 and Canyon Road, so I see the warehouse every day from my house. I have a PhD in industrial and systems engineering. I have degrees in IT and cybersecurity, and I have built AI products and written AI policy since 2012. I have 20 years of experience related to this topic, so I took it upon myself to spend 50 hours of personal time last week looking into this proposal, including site visits and in-person interviews at the various locations that have been mentioned. Nobody paid me for any of this. The choice that the amendment offers the community is a fully leased warehouse versus a sustainable data center with protections written into law. The warehouse means up to 6,400 diesel trucks. That's my calculation based on New Jersey estimates. There's different ways to calculate that. So 6,400 diesel trucks a month onto Highway 6. The data center has 0. Nothing burns in a fuel cell. The main outputs are water and carbon dioxide. That is why the nitrogen oxide is so low. It's 3.5 times lower than the aluminum plant we already have in this city. And it's about the same as Provost Hospital. The warehouse draws on our grid. The data center cannot. It generates its own permanently islanded, no interconnection and no export written into the ordinance. The diesel trucks and the train are louder than any equipment in the data center, and limits are already in the ordinance. The warehouse is assessed at $51 million today in property tax value. The data center is $4 billion investment into the same building. The city's share of the property tax would be about $4 million in the first year. That is almost 70% more property tax revenue for the city from a single site, and roughly 120 times what the city's largest commercial taxpayer pays today. Volition has also committed to over $500,000 a year for the community, twice what the city collects from its 11 largest taxpayers in property tax combined. Spanish Fork wrote real limits into the code. There's power limits, there's noise limits, there's pollution limits, there's water limits. No other Utah city has done that before. Tonight is about Title 15, and Title 15 is the strongest version of this ordinance in our entire state. I looked at every effect I could measure, and I found no drawback to the community. I have no reservations in having Volition build this in my backyard. Thank you.
Thank you, Brady. Looks like I had another addition here on the list. I've got Adam Allen from Mapleton.
How's it going? Adam from Mapleton. I live in Harmony Ridge, just kitty corner to the proposed data center site. I'll be quick because it's late and my kid's asleep, so I probably got to get home for the wife, get her out of the bath and stuff. But yeah, I came into this, I learned about this a couple weeks ago, was not super thrilled after seeing the Box Elder announcement and stuff and all the controversy surrounding that. I will say I've watched all the different council meetings you guys have had and the planning commission and stuff, and I've been really impressed with Jeff, with his ability to either be a really good pest control salesman, basically, or to really follow through on this stuff. And I hope he does follow through on it. And, you know, I'm at the point where I do feel pretty comfortable with it. I have a young child, another kid on the way, and we live, again, just kitty corner to it in Harmony Ridge. And so talking to my wife and stuff, like, I feel pretty comfortable with all the promises they've made. I just hope they follow through on them, right? One of my concerns is, and I'm sure you guys have talked about this and addressed it, but it does have to do with my property value, right? We bought a home there 2 years ago. We had no idea this was going in. Now, if it does go in, I'm not in Spanish Fork. I don't get to reap any of the tax benefits that come from this, the property taxes that are collected. So I'm concerned with, hey, does my property value, you know, get dumped from this, right? $20,000, $40,000, $60,000. And so I'm curious what has happened with other Bloom sites. And I know this is Volition's first full data center. And so I'd be curious to look at a study. I've tried to research it with AI, coincidentally, but I'm sure most of us have, right? And so we're part of the problem, guys. But no, I've tried to research it. There just isn't a lot of data right now, and so there's a lot of unknowns, I think, with a lot of these figures that are thrown out, and that's why I think a lot of us are hesitant. But what he's saying is awesome. Like, if that's the case and if that's what's going to go in, let's do it. I wish it was 2 miles further in the canyon, but if that's where it needs to be, that's where it needs to be. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate that. I've got Dan Davis sign up next. Daniel Davis.
I don't live up there, so I don't have, I'm not sure that it's fair for me to speak as if it's going to affect me. I live on that side of town, so, but it could do. I'm for the data center as long as the city holds their feet to the fire and puts them under the right rules, and we run this thing so that it works out good and best for everybody. And as the smart aleck, I'll say, if you guys allow the data center, the second one to be put in, put it down on my place.
Oh.
Wait. No, just kidding.
Okay, that's all I had signed up. Anybody else that is trying to sign up and in the middle of it that wants to come up here and speak?
Aiden Scott. I'm from Orem. Less importantly, I'm a candidate. I'm an unaffiliated candidate for the U.S. House of Representatives, Congressional District 3. I've had the unique opportunity to knock thousands of doors in your neighborhoods and neighboring cities as well. And there has been a direct opposition for data centers even before this announcement. I feel I'd be doing a disservice to those that I've knocked into and they show support for me if I didn't voice their opinions. But what I will say is I want to tip my hat to Volition. They've nearly answered all of the concerns of those people that I've knocked into, which I think is amazing. What I can say is I do want to tip my hat to you guys as well. It sounds like you guys have been holding really rigorous hearings with each other, and opening up to the public's amazing. What I can say is, and just a reminder and reiteration, that you guys represent Spanish Fork, and you have no obligation to Volition, but you do to the people of Spanish Fork. What I can say from knocking doors down in Cedar with their data center is they feel totally misrepresented and totally unheard. Today, you guys have a really good, unique opportunity to hear the concerns of many of the community. And I saw taking notes, and that's awesome. Just consider them. You have one of the greatest and fastest growing cities in the state, and that's because of you guys and the hard work that you guys do and your ability to represent well. But I just want to voice those concerns. And what I'll say is that those that oppose it are probably because they have lack of information. I'm not saying whether I, am for or against it, but information kind of deems their perception of our representation. So getting those independent studies goes a long way, and then having avenues to dispel that information to the public will probably be the best down the road. But I think you guys are doing great work, and I just want to shout out the public for participating in our government, because that's the only way we see the beauty of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, thank you, everybody. I'm not getting any other requests here of people that have signed up. I would, we could hear from the applicant again. We could close the public hearing if somebody wants to entertain that motion. That doesn't mean we can't hear from the applicant and staff still and ask questions.
Before we close it, can we maybe give just a few more seconds to see if there is anybody else that wants to speak to this?
Can I make one other comment? Another very brief comment.
What would it like to be, Dr. Westwater?
Yeah?
Sure.
I live immediately downwind of the site, and as we all know, if you live downwind of Spanish Fork Canyon, you're going to get a nice blast of wind. And that wind is going to carry sound, it's going to carry heat. So the previous studies of how contained the heat and the sound are, I think, may not apply in our Spanish Fork situation because we get a very powerful wind coming down the canyon in the morning. So we're going to feel that heat and we're going to hear that noise. Thank you.
Thank you. This is truth that I'm going to tell you here, but I have been an elected official for 13 years. There was an email sent to me when a new subdivision at the mouth of the canyon was built and some shingles were blown off the top of the roof, and an email was sent to the governing body that said it's really windy here. The windmills were already up, so yes, you should be able to know that it's windy there. What are you going to do about the wind problem in Spanish Fork? It's taken off my shingles. And that was a real email.
We don't want to know how you replied.
Yeah, I didn't reply to that
It
one.
might not be good.
Yeah, but yes.
There
yes.
was a response sent, but that was a very real email. It was a very real email.
Real email.
Yeah.
Mayor, I would move that we close public hearing.
Motion made by Councilman Euler,
Second.
seconded by Councilwoman Beck to close the public hearing portion of this. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
The public hearing of this item is closed. Again, it goes without saying, but thank you everybody for, we've got your names and notes and everything that were said. So we sure appreciate you sticking with us, especially the ones with kids here and kids at home. It's great to see you involved in the public discussion. Mr. Chavez, is there something that you want
I just appreciate the comments. There are notes that we take. There's things that we'd like to be able to, respond to, but I don't think that we need to take more time to do that. We want to make sure that we direct people to what will be this, growing list of answers to detailed questions. We've collected, new angles on some of the similar questions that we've heard before. I think there are things around depreciation that we've presented before. We will resurface so that you understand that we are factoring in the depreciation of equipment, how our equipment depreciates at a different pace than the GPUs. Also, I think it's worth noting we'll be clarifying that the figures that we've put up are actually conservative. We're not factoring in the additional value that will come into the building with our clients. It may actually be double the amount. So we look forward to showing more data to you and that the public can access. And I think also going a little deeper on helping you understand the viability and reliability of the Bloom fuel cell. While their stock may have dropped 10%, I think she mentioned over the last year, it's up 300%. And the reason it's up 300% is because the market is collectively validating that the fuel cell works. It's reliable. It is 15 years proven, and so I think we'll look to demonstrate a variety of additional areas where the Bloom and other fuel cells have been extremely reliable. So there's just a couple examples of things that we look forward to providing more information on. But I think now we'd love to hear from you, and then if you have any questions for me, I'm here. Thank you.
Perfect. Appreciate you staying here too.
Yeah, don't go too far, Jeff.
And we'll be here for questions, discussion up here. That's a lot of notes, council, that we've taken, and again, I think there's some wisdom in what's been discussed here of questions and issues that if you don't feel like that there's answers that you want to get to and things like that that there's possibly time to do that. So I don't know when you all turn into pumpkins. If it's at 11.
It's early.
Okay, it's early. Kevin's had his.
Kevin's
I was going to say caffeine, but he's just have water. Let's see how far
water.
it goes. But
Where's my Mountain Dew?
yeah, I would say again, thanks for the respectful nature of. I think Mr. Chavez, said there's something different about Spanish Fork. There is something different about Spanish Fork, and what it is, whether you live in Mapleton, and I did talk to your mayor and said, hey, we're going to have some of your residents here tonight, and I'm going to let them speak, and it's going to be great. So let them know they can come to our city and speak. That's not always a common thing, but thank you for coming wherever you came from. And the way we do it in Spanish Fork is we ask questions and we try to get answers and we try to get facts over maybe fiction or emotion or whatever it may be. even though subjects are emotion. And the reason is because we have a history of seeing each other in the grocery store or in the schools or in the church pews, and not necessarily attacking each other on the way we think or why we think what we think, but that we are a community together. And so I appreciate all of you keeping that respect in your public comments and your questions here, and you're going to see that from your elected officials as well, to talk about the merits of things and not the personal side of things. So that's my warning to Kevin, because sometimes he gets in that way.
I mean, I was going to start.
He goes after.
I won't.
He went after someone from Payson a couple weeks ago, and there was a guy from Payson here. He said something about Payson.
Hey, it's Payson.
Yeah.
Again, Mayor, I would just like to say the similar thing. The conversation tonight was really good. I learned some things that, I need to ask more questions about. I appreciate some passion that was shown, some really good points, but all in a very productive way tonight. We only got told one time that there was there's something in it for us personally, and I thought that might come up more than it did. So I thank you all. There was nothing in it personally for us, only the benefit of our community, one way or the other. That's what we're looking out for. So I appreciate the citizens coming with the passion that you brought, and really giving us something to think about. I guess buckle up for the next couple hours and let's have some more conversations about this thing.
I turn into a pumpkin at 10:30.
Well,
and it's.
I wanted to also say quickly, if there are people in the room next door, we probably have 20 empty seats.
Good
if
point.
you guys would like to join us in here, it might be a little more comfortable. Nobody's over there? Okay.
I think maybe adding to what you guys just said, though, too, is I think it's important to note that we've received, at least I personally have received, I put it into a folder because never in my 4 years of serving, and I guess I don't have as long as some of the folks up here, I haven't had asking about wind blowing my shingles off, but I have 80 emails about this data center, both for and against the idea of the data center. So our community is involved. They are voicing what they feel, and I appreciate it. And most of those emails are productive. Most of them are not saying things that are negative. It's this is why I want this, or this is why I don't want this. And so I appreciate all of the comments, both from email, from conversations I've had in public, but also in here. So thank you.
Is there some questions that were burning at the top that you thought were some new things that you maybe wanted to ask the applicant about or the city staff about? I will tell you again, you saw from other public hearings to even tonight, but if you follow Spanish Fork politics too much, you'll know that we're looking for ways to there's a private business that's approached the city about doing something, and so I've tried to look at it in that lens all the time of that there's been instances over the past decade where for one reason or another we've said yes to private companies coming and maybe stretched it on parking or something like that. I can think of a couple now that come to mind, and thankfully some of those companies have made right after we've probably been like, yeah, we really want that building to be redone or whatever it may be, and thankfully those things have been remedied and things like that. The lens we're looking at when a private business like this is applying to something, this is a little bit special because they're asking to not pay a power bill to Spanish Fork. If you or I and our business say we don't want to pay a power bill, that would be a public hearing too. So remember, that's what we're talking about here. It's not that we get to say this chicken restaurant's better than this chicken restaurant, so we're allowing that chicken restaurant. I know everybody loves the chicken restaurant analogy, but that's what government, especially local government, doesn't get that. And really, would you want that oversight? Would you want government to just say, this is what private business can and can't do? We're for private business being safe and effective and generating revenue for all of what we do. And that's what we're trying to weigh here as a council in this private business application. Questions? Did you highlight any that you wanted to start off with and try to get answers to?
Yes. Jeff, we'll start with you if that's all right. Got a few questions for you. First, if you could, in your best voice possible, share your website where people can go to see the questions that you've been answering, kind of what you showed earlier.
Yeah, it's volition.eco, E-C-O, /Spanish Fork.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. A couple of questions for you. How much are you paying to purchase the building? That was kind of
Yeah, no, it's great that you brought it up because somebody just mentioned $14 million.
Yeah.
We're buying the building for $142 million.
Okay. I would love for Spanish Fork to put a park there or a bike track, but it'd be an expensive park.
Yeah, it's an
$142
expensive.
million.
We'll talk to the owners
Expensive
afterwards. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Do you plan on using any battery storage with your facility?
No, there's no battery storage on this design. Let me correct that. Our design with Bloom does not require battery. If for some reason we utilized another fuel cell, if there was an inventory problem with Bloom or something like that, if we were to use something like the fuel cell energy product, we probably would feel comfortable adding some battery storage to complement that battery because there is a process of evening out what we call workloads coming in and out of the facility. And so there could be a scenario where a battery could be used in a configuration with a fuel cell other than Bloom.
Okay, thank you. Not looking at just Volition, but the industry in general, can you give an estimate as to what it would cost Volition or a data center when it comes to your customers if you were down for a day?
Yeah, so we have the SLA, service level agreement, that we agree to that requires our uptime. And so we have a very small grace period, like 4 minutes, if we're down where there's no penalty, and then it increases from there. So forget about a day. If we are down for 8 hours, for example, it could theoretically cost us over $50 million.
8 hours.
Yes.
What are some scenarios that could cause that to happen?
Catastrophic. So when we look at the way the fuel cell is built, so the primary way that something would cause us to go down to that level is just a total reduction in power. And so we build the system so that we have a huge amount of backup. I'm making something up. If there's a forklift driver who somehow lost control and knocked out a portion of the fuel cell, then we immediately move into emergency scenario where natural gas is shut off. But we have enough redundancy on the property that kind of scenario will not affect our uptime. But a massive earthquake, a real substantial event that's knocking down all of our power in the city, and nobody has power and nobody has a gas. That's a scenario. But we do, that is also the one scenario where in our agreement we actually have coverage, force majeure, where we would not face those penalties. So where we're primarily at risk would be some kind of on-site operational breakdown where we would have to see a really large section of fuel cells all at once go down. And the way that the fuel cells are built, where they are kind of daisy-chained, islanded blocks, they're built so that if one goes down, the rest don't go down. So we are comfortable. It's a little nerve-wracking, but we're comfortable with that seriously punitive risk of being down for several hours. We don't expect that to happen.
One more question from me. A lot of people or a lot of concerns have been raised about Volition as a company. Speak to that a little bit, meaning the concern of Spanish Fork being a guinea pig. Speak to your team and the people around you.
Yeah. I'd prefer to put, these slides up that illustrate. I don't want to do that. We're just going to talk right now. So the way that we operate is not different than the way many large companies still operate today. Nike is one, NVIDIA is one, where the company has a core team, a vision, a capability, but to accomplish that vision, they have to rely on a myriad of third-party contractors to manufacture chips, any number of mechanisms to bring about a final product. And Volition operates in the same way as really an orchestrator. So we are a group of original team that has expertise in identifying business models, managing capital, very well networked in the technology industry, decades of experience in managing a P&L, managing teams, understanding technology, understanding trends, understanding software, understanding data, to give us enough insight to understand the opportunity at hand and the way that we could innovate. So the company was formed 3 years ago after having understood that there is a way to do data centers better. We are a team of seasoned professionals. Our Chief Strategy Officer, Brian, who is here with us, for example, spent over a decade or about a decade, high-level Fortune 50 projects while on the strategy team at Salesforce. Our head of capital development has been involved in billions of dollars of clean energy projects and financing and mechanisms to ensure that those are successful. And I could go down the list. We're small, but extremely experienced as a team. We've also stayed small because we are economically prudent. We could have hired 30 people by now, but we're trying to make sure that our business model is healthy as we move into these projects that we have the opportunity to build. So we think we're a very well qualified team. And because we're qualified, we have gained the trust of third-party operators who have decades of experience in implementing everything that we propose to implement: Big D Construction, Link Engineering, AE Urbia, Hunt Electric. And these teams have to do their own due diligence about who will they work with. There's no shortage of people who claim to be able to go out and build a data center right now. It's a pretty hot industry. And I can assure you that the parties who have contracted with us ultimately chose to work with us for a reason. And so they have confidence in us. We have confidence in them. So our youth as an organization is not indicative of our experience over the decades.
I lied. I've got one more.
Liar.
It was mentioned or brought up tonight. Would you be comfortable or willing to include in a contractual agreement moving or locating Bloom headquarters to Spanish Fork?
Volition headquarters?
Sorry, Volition.
Yeah.
Sorry. Got Bloom on the mind. Yes. Volition's headquarters to Spanish Fork.
That is, yeah, we will agree to that. That is our intention. We want to be here contractually. When would you like me to? You want to give me a document? If you tell us that we're going to be able to move forward, I'll put it in writing right now. I'll write it on the back of this paper that we would agree to put our headquarters here. There's no. The thing that, it's hard. I understand. I appreciate people's concerns. There are no tricks in what we're proposing to you. Any.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Now I'm done.
This isn't a question that I'm going to ask, but it's a statement that if you're all here, and most of you were here at the first of this meeting, and we went to the meetings that council members went to, one of the sections that I go to, and Stacy goes to for me a lot, is UMPA. We're a public power city, so you pay your power with your city bill. That we're part of an organization called UMPA. That is us and Salem and Provo and Manti and Levan and Nephi all together. We have contracts to purchase power. We are owners of pieces of power plants that make up your energy mix of when you turn your lights on in Spanish Fork. You are using some solar, you are using some wind, you are using some coal, you are using some natural gas, you are using some hydroelectric, and now it's pretty on the top of everybody's mind about how long you're going to be able to use hydroelectric power with the levels of Lake Mead and when that's going to stop. It's unnerving to a public power consortium too. That's a big part of your power mix that we get that power from. I will tell you the fuel cell technology. If you've paid attention to our public meetings in the past, the fuel cell technology in 2028 will be powering our homes here in Spanish Fork. That plant is already approved and being built in Nephi with not Bloom technology, but similar Mainspring.
Just to clarify, so it's not a fuel cell, but it's a horizontal generator. But there's many of the same aspects and elements. It fits into the same categories. For example, our proposed text amendment meets the requirements. If we ever used Mainspring, it would meet the requirement. Just to be clear on record, it's not a fuel cell.
Okay.
Yeah.
But natural gas,
yes, low emissions, low sound, all of those things.
So I guess in the nature of, and there were some good questions in your open houses, Jeff, about hey, why do we? This is brand new technology, and why would we do this? Just as your mayor, I kind of want to let you know you will be participating in purchasing power from things like this. It's already in the works because we want to make sure your baseload power is reliable, and this is part of the technology that's making that possible for all of us.
So when you say you, don't mean Jeff, you mean you collectively, the citizens of Spanish Fork will be using this.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
I just want to make sure.
What I'm getting at is I don't think this is just some technology for on-site power generation. It is something being used, and I know it's already being used in a lot of states and places in Utah too for public power.
Oh yeah, there's some of the largest utilities in the country are purchasing huge chunks of fuel cell inventory to back up the grid, to create complementary power that can be stored. Yeah, this is mainstream now.
Thank you. Sorry, didn't want to forget that part of it. I had it written down.
A couple of things for me. Quite a bit of concern about trust, data, those type of things, Jeff. I think, and to Kevin's point about the viability of your company, I think you got great people. I think you've demonstrated that very well. You've done a ton of research. No one's going to invest, $4 billion into something that isn't going to pan out.
Yeah.
So I think there's some financial things backing up the claims. But I think from our perspective, we need to make sure that if it doesn't work, what happens? And leave that up to you to make it work. I don't think government should be in your business about you should use this technology or that technology. It should be, here's our ramifications, here's the standards you need to meet, whether that's 0.0 tons per megawatt or 0.5, whatever, we need to determine that. You need to meet it, and we need to hold you accountable to that. If something goes wrong, we need to hold you accountable to that. If your business goes out of business, we need a way to to repurpose that building for something in the future. So I think our job is to hold you accountable to the things that we agree to if it gets to that point. And that is the protection that the citizen needs. If you don't succeed, then what? If you don't succeed, that means you're not here, and those things get removed. So I think we got to put those protections in place and rely on the business that you are to be successful. I don't think we need to dictate your success. From a you have not provided enough data standpoint, I think that could be true from a third-party perspective, but I think you've provided a ton of data. So I don't think that's a fair statement to have been made, that you have not provided enough. It may not be accessible enough, and we need to make sure that those that are concerned about it can get their hands on it and evaluate it more. The proof will be, though, if this is approved in the evaluation on a monthly, quarterly, yearly basis as we move forward. And I think those are the protections we need in place. And I think, to a lot of people's points, we need to make sure that those are enforceable, and if ownership changed or whatever might happen, they're still enforceable, and we can, as a city, as a community, if you're not meeting your obligations, we can ask you to leave. So I think that we have some due diligence to do on that side of things, just to make sure that whatever rules we put in place are enforceable and you can be held accountable, which I don't think you have a problem with whatsoever, because I believe that you have full intention of fulfilling all the obligations that you've talked about today. So it is refreshing to have an applicant in front of us is like, yeah, put that in writing. I'll sign it. I'll do that right now, because you're planning to back up your claim. And I think if you back up your claim, I think we're going to be okay, as long as we set the ground rules in the appropriate way.
And Shane, can I just mention one thing? I think I want to give you an example of ideas that have come out of this dialogue that we think are really good. So when we talk about enforcing our covenants, from our standpoint, we're kind of just shrugging. It's like, well, these aren't going to be hard because we are not connecting to the grid. That's easy. Mm-hmm. We are not using extra water at all. That's easy. We know that our decibel range is what we say that it is, and this brings me to a point about good ideas. We have always proposed in the amendment and everything that we show that we are testing sound, at the perimeter all around Mapleton, everywhere, up on the ridge, a mile out, half mile out. And so it was recommended that we create a series of sensors that we can place. That they're out there all the time, 24/7. And so that's a really great idea. We'll do that. But that's also easy because we already know that people are concerned with decibels. But the reality is, if everybody here, download the highest rated decibel app, they're extremely accurate, and just go out at night and turn it on and look at what the current ambient noise is, or get anywhere close to this property and just turn it on. And you're going to see 55 to 80 decibels at any given time. So we're also comfortable that we're going to fall within sound, and we're also comfortable that we're going to fall within heat. When we talk about what the rest of the city industry does, just a civilized city, 40-acre parking lots, any number of standard development that goes on, it produces some heat. And typically that heat is not measurable at any distance or for any prolonged period of time as an actual change to the climate in our city, and we will not produce that either.
I think the challenge is going to be proving that one true, and then in the field one, before you build, that it's true, and then secondly proving it that you're not really adding to the background measurement. And someone here today said some baseline measurements is good, and you just talked about how you might do that. And I think it's extremely important for, if you are in place a year from now, how are we measuring, how are we holding you accountable? And I think I believe what you just said, and I think we just need to make sure that if this does move forward, we're in a position that if you're in violation for noise, there's ramifications, and it's not just fines. You said it a minute ago to Kevin, if you're down for 8 hours, it's $50 million. you're not going to want to violate those if one of the covenants is you're down until we get it fixed. So I think there's some good things in place that incentivize you to be successful and back up everything you've said. It would be nice to have some more upfront. It's too late to come up with the right words now. It starts with the C. Corroboration.
Yeah.
Is that a word? That's the right word, huh?
Yeah. Got it.
Dang, I must have went to Spanish Fork High School. That back up some of the claims. However, I think we may have to think about some more of a performance specification type of a thing moving forward, and less about, because this hasn't been done.
Yeah.
Pieces that have been done, collectively it hasn't been done. But I think all the pieces are there to give me some sense that it can be accomplished if we put the right guardrails in place. So it feels like it's right there.
Yeah, we are. Well, I think we're right there, and we're happy to do that.
Appreciate it.
On the penalties and the $50 million.
Yes.
Let me just let's not let that be something that we run with on our penalties because those penalties are aligned with the revenue lost by the customer in our building. So that customer, I just want to know that that's commensurate with the business model.
Right. My point was the business model is incentivizing you to not be down.
Oh, yeah.
We don't need to say to you, give us $50 million. We could say to you, you're down for 8 hours. That is incentivizing you to be successful.
So in that vein, I think it's an important part to touch that I think I will attempt to speak for the whole council here. What I want the residents to know on this front is, yes, when you are talking about a business versus a business that's in there now and a potential business that could be there in the future, I want you to know that there's not an amount of money that could come to Spanish Fork tax-wise or community involvement-wise, that if we can't get there as far as we think the effects would be detrimental to the public health, that we're trading that for dollars. That's not been anything that has come from this company, and that's not anything that we're looking at a lens through. We are simply trying to. We're a community that's let out. We've had purple air monitors at the mouth of the canyon right when purple was new, and we went and got the monitors and got the grants for it and put them all over our communities, put them on elementary schools so we could see in the inversion times of being in front of helping kids be safe. And so you live in a community that public health, we bonded for $85 million to build a public health facility for mental, physical, and social wellness. We lead out in those things in Spanish Fork. And there's not an amount of money that would compromise that for us. It's simply, is it safe and is it a fit for our community? So I think it's important to remember that facility that's there and what it's doing now is an important contextual point of this proposal.
Good point, Mike. Can I follow up on that a little bit? I think there was a couple of questions, a couple of comments of the lesser of two evil conversation. That's not what this is about, and I think the other alternative is a piece of context to sort of weigh what we're talking about in context. Not if you do this, then this or that. It is simply there is a business operating today that brings trucks in and out, plain and simple. That's what happens today. That's some context about what this site is. It's not a green site. It is something's happening there today. They use water. They emit emissions. They emit sound. They emit light. They emit heat. All of those things happen. So the idea is not to say it's this or that. It is the context of what you're proposing with that in place. And so I think it's not the lesser of two evils. There's something happening there today. We're not voting on stopping something, right? That's not it. It's just a way to give us context of what you're proposing versus something else. And so I understand where it can be construed as a less of two evils, but that's not.
And I guess the context about it too, because I tell the council this all the time, that I assume we're all here together and we've been here together and stuff. But I grew up at the mouth of this canyon for most of my 46 years, and worked at the gas station that's still there, and spent a lot of my childhood up and down the exact location that we're talking about. So I do know it intimately. I remember when it was built, and I remember when the windmills were built. And sometimes the stuff, the windmill discussion, was that all videoed, or was that pre-SFCN?
It was I want to say it was, this is going to sound kind of crazy, but I think it was January of 2006. So we were broadcasting.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can go back and find that, but the hypothetical data of placing those windmills where they were at was a lot of, and your dad could speak to it, who was the city manager, was a lot of concerns about public health, about the noise, about the environment, about the wildlife. That now I think it's so cool that we're a landmark that has those windmills. I think there's a lot of people that know us by it, and we've incorporated it into a lot of our stuff. And so I just want to remind everybody, we've stepped out there, and good planning, good city staff, good elected officials helped that to become a reality. And that power goes on the grid and gets bought somewhere. It's a private company, but they lease that ground and put those windmills up, and I don't think it's done anything detrimental to us except be something cool to look at when you go up and down the canyon. I will say, if you stand next to it, I don't know what that decibel reading is, but they're loud. They're very loud, and they're operating all the time.
68.
Is that what it is? Okay.
It doesn't take much to get above 60. I mean, it really doesn't. I think you're right. I think go out. I would encourage everyone to go out with the most sophisticated meter you can get and measure sometimes. And you have to be there a minute, right? Because it's an average over whatever period you're out there. Yeah. But background noise is much higher than you think it is.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess I have a question for the council, and then I have one for you, Jeff. So there was a lot of questions thrown out. I know that Jeff has taken a lot of notes. We've taken a lot of notes. What is the best process for us to go through this? Because there's a lot of just different things. Like, some of them are hypothetical. Some of them, it sounds like, Jeff, you already have the answers to. Is it, hey, I know Jeff had suggested that we table this, that we come back and readdress it after maybe there's some time to go through these questions and figure it out. Is that the best option? Is it better for us to, Stacy already said that she turned into a pumpkin 30 minutes ago, but is it best to start going through them one by one and start going through that? I don't know that that's the best option. I guess I'm looking, what do we want to do as a council? And then I do have one question for Jeff too.
I've got questions.
I've got some questions too.
I've got questions that I want to ask tonight.
Okay, perfect.
Not all of them, because yes, there are a lot of questions that were brought up, but I do have specific ones that I want to address tonight.
You might lose Stacy. She might walk off.
I'm good.
So,
but wait. We didn't answer your question, Jess.
You didn't answer my question.
I think it's important.
He actually.
I didn't what? What did he say?
Say anything before that.
Okay. What is the process moving forward? How do we get? There's some things that I would like changed in Title 15.
Yeah.
Right. There's some stuff that Jeff's agreed to in the development agreement that I would rather see in writing up front than in just in there. How do we get them? What is the process we need to do? We say, hey, staff, here are the 15 things that I want to see. You do the same. We all do the same. And they start compiling that into some new version of this? Do we sit here and you spout out your 15 and I spout out my 25 and whatever, my 2, whatever, and we get to somewhere? Like, that is a good question. I think we need everyone in here needs to know how this is going to play out as most transparently as we can as we move forward.
Well, I'm going to tell you my feelings. My feelings are, ask your questions that you need to ask tonight that you think are the most important ones. But I think the onus is on an applicant that's asking, that wants to probably answer those questions and probably answers them better than us stepping over somebody to ask them. A lot of them's asked to them. The ones that were asked to public officials and to the staff, let's start compiling those. Let's start sharing those, and let's do our due diligence over that. I love that the proposal was hey, let's take these questions and not make a rush decision, but let's talk about it and see what we come up with. So
I agree.
Me in the event of time of people's time and school just started, and we get a lot of people with kids and everybody to get to the next second day of school is to ask a few of your most important questions. All these questions have been taken into account, and we can compile those and try to get some movement on that in the next few days. And we don't meet like this we do public meetings, and so we wouldn't do another public meeting for 2 weeks. But that doesn't mean that we can't all look at a document of questions that are asked and answered.
You're doing
following
great.
the right
I just
direction?
I wonder, this may be completely out of order. And if it is, send me home.
All right.
You would. Mr. Chavez gave us something he suggested, not acting tonight. And I imagine a lot of these people are probably wondering, are they going to vote to pass it tonight? Are they not? Do you have any feelings or directions you want to give on that? And if you don't want to and you're not ready to say one way or the other in terms of, hey, let's ask questions and not pass anything tonight, or let's ask questions and maybe pass something tonight. If you've got any thoughts on that, they might want to know that, and for their sake.
That's a good point. There probably is a possibility that you could say, hey, somebody make a motion to table this. Is that the right verbiage?
And I wouldn't say table anything yet, but if your intent is we're not gonna pass this tonight, but we're only gonna ask questions, I think you could give somebody.
I don't think you're going to give 3 votes to pass
There
this
is no
tonight.
way I'm voting on this tonight, or I would be comfortable voting on this.
Well, why didn't he say that 25 minutes ago? Y'all could have went to sleep.
You couldn't tell?
Dang. This is the first time he spoke. All right. So if you're comfortable with that, that's probably what's going to happen tonight. Is there's not a vote on this, but there's going to be more questions. So if you'd like to hear more questions, Jesse's got a couple of questions.
And one thing I would say about the process is that we'll do what we've been doing, which is we're capturing. We probably have an idea of some of the things that you would want to see in the text amendment. So we will right away start working on suggesting those. We'll be working with Vaughn and get those. And I think as he collects feedback from the council on, so I think there's immediately going to be a back and forth on capturing the intent here. And so we will be doing that immediately, just in real time. And we see it going back and forth until we've captured the additional guidance that we're contemplating about the text amendment.
And in terms of the development agreement, we have been taking notes in the public hearing, in the open houses and in these meetings of the development agreement language. This should be there. We promise this. We say that. And we'll do some cross-check. And I think somebody in some of their comments mentioned they promised this. It's not in the agreement. There was some email mentioned that today you had sent some email to some people, I guess, and I don't know what that email was, but
I don't.
Okay. But if there was something like that, like we have that, and there's a lot of information flying around, so we'll do a little bit of cross-checking as well and make sure that things are, if we have said or if they have said this should be in there, or we agree that it should be in there, we'll make sure that we cross-check those on that development agreement.
Yeah. Perfect.
On that, there is a point where Title 15 becomes ours. And I appreciate Jeff and Vaughn working on language changes, but at some point we got to own it. It's not the applicant's Title 15. It's our changes to Title 15, and we need to be comfortable with it. And I appreciate the work you've done to this point, because we didn't know where to start, and now we have a pretty decent idea where to start. We need to be owning that ourselves. This is a big deal.
And I think my balance to it has always been like, well, the part that we own it, if we start writing it for people, it's like, well, you're 100% for this, you're writing it for
That is a
them.
problem.
It's like,
I get, for sure.
How about you propose what you think would work?
I agree with you 100%.
Here and
I would not have wanted to try to take ownership at least till now, but it is our, if we're going to approve it, it needs to be our Title 15.
But I think to that same point, as we're going through the Title 15, that doesn't, just because you're helping with the Title 15, that's what I was going to say, doesn't mean that it's going to pass.
100%.
That means that we're saying these are the things that we need to see in there. I could still help write Title 15 and still say no.
Absolutely. That's a great point, Jesse, because I think when we start talking about, oh, well, let's make this change and this change, the assumption is we have agreed to something, and that is not the case.
Absolutely not.
So ideally, though, my thoughts are if we're going to work to that end, you fine tune it to a point where you are absolutely comfortable that if you're going to put it in Title 15, that something could apply and get through. Otherwise, you do a moratorium, or you just say, We don't want them at all.
Or we don't do anything because it's not in our Title 15 today.
Exactly.
So it wouldn't need a moratorium. Right now, data centers are not allowed in Spanish Fork. So you just stop the process and you're done.
Self-generation is not allowed.
Yeah, neither of those things are allowed currently, so we would just stop the process and be done.
Yeah.
So it's
And
not.
So the point of what we're going through is, are we getting to a point where we would be comfortable and the community would be comfortable with having whatever it is that's allowed in Title 15 to come to Spanish Fork?
I don't know. I think all of us watched Planning Commission, right? Like there were things that were added in Planning Commission and then still voted no.
And there are things that they added in Planning Commission that I might not like.
Well, what I'm saying by that is that they went through the process of adding things to it, but then still voted, like they added to it in a separate motion and then they still voted no.
Right.
That's what I'm saying is the process is we're not saying, hey.
3 voted no.
Three voted no,
yes.
3 voted yes. It was well, so technically it was a denial because they didn't have a quorum to approve it, right? So if it gets to that point, it's not saying, hey, I'm uncomfortable with this. It's saying, hey, these are the things I think need to be in there. Me, whoever, might still not be comfortable with that going forward. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Not really, but it's okay.
Yeah, I think the part that you're missing there is the development agreement part of this. In the risk that I don't want to take is changing something in Title 15 and being renamed Data Center City instead of Spanish Fork City.
Right.
I think that's where development agreements, just like we've done in the past with things to hold people to standards and businesses to standards, is do you spell that out enough that, just like you've heard from people that say, I was adamantly against this, and I'm not going to pretend that that's a ton of people that are that way, but
right.
Boy, if you'll put that into agreement, what's the downside? You know, so it's not just the Title 15 change; it's the
Right.
development of agreement
disagree.
that holds that all,
I guess,
in check.
I think Jesse's saying, for instance, one of the questions we heard tonight, why 2? Why not 1?
Yeah.
I can weigh in and say, I would prefer 1, I would prefer 2, I would prefer no limit. You guys say I agree with that, whatever the decision is, and I can still vote no for
Right.
something else in the
Yeah.
agreement.
So that-
Right, that's the point, is we can work on what the language could potentially be and still say no at the end.
Correct.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's what he said.
But it doesn't, by working on it, doesn't imply that I approve it.
Correct.
It means that I'm working towards something that I want to see it better. It may not get there, and I may not be able to approve it or vote for it.
Right. Okay, now, am I good to ask my questions now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ask your questions.
Okay, I'm just making sure. There was a lot of talk tonight about data, and I know Shane just brought that up, but there was a lot of talk about third-party studies. Jeff, do you already have those, or is that something that would need to be done later? Like, I just know that there was a lot of, like, there was a, I could find one quick one, I can't find it now. I thought I had it. Mr. Helm, that's right. He talked about a like more than just a sound study. He talked about like acoustic study, and he said some things that I've never heard: DMA, DVC,
Was it tone? Something too?
tone, frequency.
Infrared sound.
There was a whole bunch of different things.
We use a third-party acoustics engineering. They broker through Link Engineering.
Right.
So we can increase the detail in that study without a problem. So we can take what we've already done,
And I guess my
and we can
question
go
is-
further with it.
My question is, there was that about that. There was, I think, the heat study, and I want to say the air quality study. I think those were 3 that I had written down throughout that process. Are those things that you already have
Well,
done?
air quality is, that's completely third party. I mean, we use Stantec.
Okay.
It's a third party. And they take it to the state.
Okay.
The state reviews it independently. That's third party. So, all of those, they're third party. Sound, what we find pretty rapidly with any third party conversations is that it's been shown over and over again that when you already have 50, 60 decibels in ambient sound where you are, and then you have equipment that is proven to be, you stand next to it, the sound is the sound, and you have another 60 decibels. I mean, it's really not a difficult equation. And while we haven't employed a separate party to do that actually wouldn't be hard for us to do. And there are also many studies that we can draw from that have been done third-party studies in different areas, data centers, and so forth. So I think we won't have a challenge in providing more third-party data on sound, heat, et cetera.
And then I guess the other one was environmental studies. So just as you're putting them out through your website or however you're putting that out, I think those are answers that people that were here tonight and in emails were asking.
Yeah,
about.
and just I think it's also fair to say that I don't think that the burden should be on us to answer to every person's request about every single topic. There are, environmental studies that are tied to the existing building, for example. There are previous environmental studies about the existing state of the building. And so I think we need to be able to draw from some existing studies that were previous to us and so forth. So I think we are amenable to providing as much information as we can. It doesn't mean that we're going to go ahead and sponsor a study for every request for a study, if that makes sense. I don't know that that's what many industrial operations are asked to do. I don't think Quick Quack was asked to do a water study, and they're using more than we do. So there's, I think that there needs to be a reasonable expectation about what hoops we're asked to jump through when we're willing to jump through so many, but that doesn't mean that we're going to do something, on a Firefly, for example.
Got it. Okay. Then the other question I have right now is there were some questions about shifting numbers. One of the numbers that I had written down before I came tonight is when you presented to us 2 weeks ago, the number that you presented was 250 megawatts. And then in Planning Commission the next night, they talked about putting a limit on the high end, right? Of 5, and you had said we would be comfortable with 500, which is really high compared to 250. And then the air, I'm going to say it wrong, the air impact submission that you have in, what is that called? That you have into the state. You just said it just a second ago.
Through Stantec.
Yeah. It has 393.
Four.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, 400.
Yeah, I think.
Can you tell us why
Sure.
are all these numbers?
Yeah. I think this just helps. Sometimes when there's levels to the detail in an engineering design, for example. So when we begin a conversation, for example, with a client, they say to us, "We need 100 megawatts of compute. We need 100 megawatts of critical power." And so we have a conversation about 100 megawatts, and typically the conversation in the public, you're talking about that compute, 100 megawatts. So that's standard, that you would reference the amount of power that the compute requires. Behind that sits the full engineering, the nameplate. That means how much power will be required to do everything that needs to be done on that property, to power the cooling, to have enough power if you needed to tap into your backup power. The fuel cell or other technology may operate at 60 or 70% efficiency, so you will put more, fuel cell on the property. So that gives you a full bore if you needed to power every single thing at once, a nameplate. That ends up being typically, 50%, sometimes higher, more than your compute. So in our nameplate, in our engineering, we believe that we may need up to 394 megawatts of power on site to ensure that we always have 250 megawatts of critical compute power available without any drop-off. So that's what happens when you're talking about the difference between power for the compute and power for the whole facility. And so that's the natural language of the industry. So I think in our initial conversations, it's natural for us to say this is a 250 megawatt facility. when you get into the details of engineering, it's a 395 megawatt nameplate. So, so in that conversation, when we started talking about limits, that's when I clarified, okay, if we're going to put a limit, we need to be sure we're covering the nameplate. And when we talk about 500, I think that's just my creating a buffer if in some case, for some reason, but we already know that this property, it maxes out. We cannot support more than 250 megawatts of critical power on that property. And there's no more room to create a power generating system on that property. And in fact, there's a chance that we may not even be able to produce 250, depending on just final engineering. It could end up at 200, 180, 225, 240. And so we think that a nameplate of 395 really does represent the maximum that we would need on site.
Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah.
Okay, I had 5 questions, and 4 have been answered.
No,
Oh, are you ready to go?
Whenever. I can go after you, though.
Nope.
It's just fine. I'm happy to wait. I just got 4. I'll go quick.
Maybe it'll be one of yours.
Questions?
All right, Jeff, thank you. At the beginning of the evening, I appreciated when you said, we're going to kind of slow things down a little bit. I feel like, especially everybody in this room, even who's still here, would agree that that's something that they appreciate. They've been feeling a little bit rushed in the process, and so thank you. And, as a city council member, my job is to listen to the residents. And so I love this evening listening to everybody share the pros and cons and how they feel. I mean, that's my job. And so I want to be their voice. That's my responsibility. So in that spirit, I had 14 takeaways from the comments this evening from everybody. So thank you. Some of the questions have been answered, in the last couple minutes, 14, but I'm just going to ask about 4 of them right now, and then I could even send you the rest, because I know you're going to put them
These
on
are the
website.
4 hardest of the 14, I'm
The
assuming.
ones that are really going to upset you. No. No, but I just feel like these are a good 4. They may even be some of yours, Stacy, so we can
Good, then I won't
kill
have
2
to
birds with one
speak.
stone. So, and feel free to be brief, because again, I'm sure you'll want to expound on some of these later, or on your website or something. So, but the first one I was curious about that was asked earlier was about the 2 data centers, and I didn't really understand. Maybe I've missed. I was at Saturday's session, but quickly, what is that?
What do you mean?
Like
Planning Commission.
Okay, was that I missed
the
it.
Planning Commission.
Wait, the
decided-
2 what?
Oh, I thought it was to allow potentially 2 data centers.
Oh, allowing the 2 data centers is just something that came out of natural conversation with the commission, where the city is contemplating a limit and not, effectively opening the floodgates for every developer in the world to say, hey, we can run down there to Spanish Fork and duplicate this, and all of a sudden you've got all this stuff going on, and we don't have any opposition to a limit.
Okay. Yeah.
And that was a planning commission suggestion, right? Not
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of the things that they added to the motion.
Excellent. Another question that I was curious about your answer from Volition is, a couple folks are really curious, and this is the emails as well we're receiving, but how can we know we directly benefit from you guys? And maybe that's hard to articulate, but is there a way that we can start broadcasting that? This is how you can, someone asked earlier, like, is there a way to actually benefit from this energy that's being created? And I know you have these massive customers that'll be tapping into this, but
Well, how can you benefit from our power?
yeah, well, I mean, besides the tax and the financial piece, that's one of my questions in a second.
So I'm going to go into a really scary territory that gets a lot of people really uptight, but you asked it.
I move we adjourn.
Listen, Landon, if it were up to us, so I don't know how many homes are coming into Edge.
600 units?
No, in that no, I don't think there's 600 there. In that little development right by us.
It's close to it. Isn't it 5 to 6?
6.
How many?
It's close to 600.
Okay.
We were.
If it were up to us, we could power every one of those homes, and we could give them heat at no cost. And guess what? We would be happy to do it. But you start putting a proposal out there like that to the utilities, and to the people are going to get crazy. I don't know that that's a fight we're wanting to go sign up for, but just to give you an example, what I'm saying is our ability to share our power our hands are tied. We can't do that, but we would do it in 2 seconds. A part of our long-term model, just share with you, maybe this shuts us down, somebody hears about it, but our long-term model, our original model, always contemplated we have so much power, so how do we allow whoever's in proximity to our power to access that power at a radical discount? And it's still part of our model long term. We just don't know how that would be implemented. We're talking about over 10 and 15 years. So you get approval to let us to borrow our power and take it. It's yours.
To maybe address the other side of that, there's a limit to the amount of power that the grid can handle. It has its capacities, and this blows that up. We have the approval to grow our power consumption another 50 megawatts in Spanish Fork in the system that we have. There is another company that has asked about an additional 50, so we'll call it 100. Beyond that, somebody has to pay $400 million to build some additional capacities in the Rocky Mountain Power transmission system. That was $400 million. And so we don't have that. We can't buy the building and do that. So if they were to plug in, and these are conversations that we've had with Jeff too, if they were to plug into the grid to give us the power, those changes have to happen.
Yeah, we can't do that.
So you can't take it and you can't give it. They both work the same way, right? Power goes in both directions. So it's at the moment, right? It's a non-starter to.
Yeah, if we had any requests to connect in any way or to net meter or share our power, then we're strictly under UMPA guidelines and wouldn't work.
Thank you. Just 2 more questions. Someone asked earlier about, is it worth it to consider a decommission bond? I thought that was interesting, and I'm just curious your thoughts.
Well, we are the ones who we have recommended decommissioning plan. That is our suggestion in the original amendment. Now, we also need to be smart about how we do it. Do we want to have, call it $40 million just tied up in perpetuity? No, we don't. But I know that our team is looking at ways to accomplish this. We just had a meeting about it just 2 days ago. So we will solve for a decommissioning structure that would ensure that if we just completely failed, that there would be capital available to be able to decommission the property.
Okay.
Landon, can I piggyback on that?
Go ahead.
So, Jeff, you kind of have alluded to what it might cost for you guys to come and be there. What does a decommissioning look like if we have to haul, if you had to move stuff out and do the reverse? Any idea what the cost of that would look like?
Yeah, there's been a few numbers that have been bounced around, but we think that it would be north of $30 million.
Okay.
Good to know. Thank you. Final question for tonight. So, see if I can articulate this one. When it comes to, and you had some great slides earlier showing, the financial benefit to Spanish Fork City, Nebo School District, the tax revenue, that sort of stuff. And then there were a couple questions, and I've received some emails as well about what is that reality? Could that change? How was that? And you mentioned it just a minute ago, like it could be a lot more, based on once we get certain clients in there. So I don't know exactly what the question is, but if you could just address maybe the reality of that.
Yeah, I think the reality of it is that let's look at if it's smaller. So how could it be smaller? Let's say we proceed with this, and something happens with the demand for data centers. And so instead of contracting with a large client to take all 250 megawatts for a 12-year commitment, Maybe they say we're just going to take 50 megawatts for now, and for whatever reason, we don't get more clients. So we could just be smaller. I think that those who are concerned about a data center probably then welcome that. So I think they would win. If we ended up being smaller, it might make them feel better. So you would have an equal, kind of pro rata decrease on the amount of income that's coming into the city, but it would still be pretty substantial coming into the city. So that's one scenario. I think another scenario is that this is likely larger, because we are not calculating the GPUs. We build everything, what we say, up to the rack. So we have all the infrastructure in there. And then a client, let's say it's IBM, they then plug into that rack all of their GPUs, and the cumulative value of those GPUs is actually substantially higher than our infrastructure. So if our infrastructure is valued at $3 to $4 billion, the GPUs are going to be valued at another $3 to $4 billion plus. I'm still being conservative. So there is the reality is this will be a higher figure, probably more than double than the numbers that we've been discussing.
Okay, thank you.
And piggyback on that, the math that I'm running is when they say maybe the net to our city could be $4 million, and you think, well, okay, if that's what we're thinking it's going to be, and no, we're smart enough financially in the city that I think it was some good points that, hey, don't certainly spend that before, I think that's got some cities certainly in trouble that counted on something, and we're really smart in Spanish Fork that we're not counting on things until they're in the bank account and when we're spending things. But from the math of $4 million and then a commitment of $500,000 a year to support different things, that might be a pretty good faith thing that, well, here we haven't paid any tax because this stuff isn't in there, but here's $500,000 in this fund to do this, this, and this. Sure. That starts to be a piece of $4 million, in a fund. And again, not that we'd run out and buy a shiny new vehicle with that for the city or something, but I think that's showing some good faith there. The empirical, I've heard the word empirical evidence, and because I'm a Spanish Fork High grad, I had to Google that, what that exactly meant. And so the definition of based on direct observation, measurement, or real world experience, I think that's important. We experienced some of that real world importance and observation the other day. I would encourage, I don't think everybody's, I don't feel like I've been asked to just believe hypothetical things either. Obviously, this isn't built, but there are things that are built in this technology running, and I can tell you from those pictures shown that is something that's important for, I think, all of us, if we haven't seen it, to see it within this time frame, and see if that could be arranged, because hearing it, seeing it, touching it, and talking to the people that live next to it is pretty important.
We think so too, and I would look there. There's public access. Anybody can take a drive up to the Nova Data Center, and you can get right in front of that building, right where the homes are. Get out of your car, see for yourself, do your own measurement, listen. That's somebody a woman the other day was, she had said, well, can I go see this for myself? The answer actually is yes. You're not going to get in the boundary. You're not going to get to where the computer, you're not going to get to where it's actually loud in there. But if our argument is, our concern is how loud is it at the perimeter and how loud is it a quarter mile away or by the homes, anybody anybody in Utah can drive right up there and see for yourself. And I do really, I expect that every member of this council to do something like that. And for those who have not gone to Nova to get a more detailed tour, and I don't think the two of you have been yet, I just will coordinate that. I don't think Shane's been. So we'll coordinate that so you get onto the property with us
Mayor,
as well.
can I speak to that?
Sure.
So Stacy and I yesterday had the opportunity to go up to Nova and
And the mayor.
the mayor, yes, the mayor was there as
I was
well.
in shorts though.
He was in shorts, so I didn't see him.
Seth, don't feel bad. They forgot you were there too, but Seth was also there.
Seth, Dave, Vaughn, we're all there.
My directions were so bad yesterday, I don't know where I was.
Yeah, Vaughn was there too, yes.
So I had a person, a resident today, reach out to me and message me and say, do you consider yourself a steward? A steward of, not Stewart, I'm not a Stewart, I'm an Oiler, a steward of Spanish Fork. And I said, yes, I do. And when it comes to projects like this, my responsibility is to do my homework. So I want to report back on a little bit of homework that I did in regards to the field trip that we took yesterday. So one of the concerns that we've had, obviously, is heat. Heat's been a concern of mine. This was not scientific, but I did notice on my car as I left Spanish Fork, there's the temperature meter that tells you how hot it is outside, right? So I watched it as I left Spanish Fork. It was 93 degrees when I left. When I got about 10 miles away from the Nova Data Center, it was down to 92 degrees. I got to the data center, I parked my car. We were there, what, an hour? We were there an hour. When I got back in my car, it was still 92 degrees. That does not mean that there wasn't heat. When we got out and we walked over to the Bloom fuel cells, they were hot. They were very, very hot. You could feel the wind blowing. You could feel that heat. You step away from them and go a decent distance away, the heat wasn't there. I didn't notice the heat on my vehicle. So that was my first unscientific experiment that I did. Take it for what it's worth. Yeah. Second thing of interest, Utah state law as of 2026, as of this year, requires that all large data centers report their annual water use. That's public information. The Nova Data Center, the data center in Las Vegas, there's a data center in Grand Junction, Colorado. You can go on to their websites and they have to disclose and show their actual water bills. The one in Las Vegas, I think they've got 6 different meters: landscaping, construction, commercial use, the use inside the building. They're all separately metered and you can see everything. The Nova Data Center in West Jordan shows that as well. And after seeing this and talking to the people at Nova, water is not a concern for me. Based on then the 2025, the entire year report that they showed of all their water consumption, water use with the closed loop system is not a concern for me. So that was one thing that I noticed. And the other thing that they pointed out is at the Nova Data Center, there's no turf. You won't find grass as part of their landscaping. They hired a landscaper that did a study and has put in all natural drought-resistant vegetation. After 3 years of watering their landscaping, those plants will be established. Thank you. They'll be established. They'll no longer need to water them. And so, again, water wasn't a concern for me after seeing and doing some research there. After we were done with the tour, I did what you guys did, it sounds like, and what one of our residents did, because I knocked some houses that said, hey, we had another guy from Spanish Fork that was here over the weekend. I went and knocked doors. And Jordan, I don't know if you can bring up Google Maps. I want to show just everybody the exact proximity of the residential neighborhood to the Nova Data Center. So this is an old map. If you were to go up there now, there's the building just south of the red dot is the Nova Data Center. There's now 2 additional buildings, one on each side of that one. So there's 3 buildings. The residential neighborhood is directly north, and directly to the west of that residential neighborhood that you can't see in the map is another residential development that's being built right now of high-density 3- to 4-story condos. So I went and knocked doors for an hour and just want to share, again, take it for what it's worth. This is what I've learned talking firsthand to individuals that live and have lived by this for multiple years. The ribbon cutting for the Nova Data Center took place in 2021, so it's not something that opened yesterday. It's been open for five plus years. So the first house I talked to or knocked on, obviously not everybody answered their doors, but I'm going to speak to those that I spoke with. The first house I knocked on, I asked, very first question, what are the concerns that you've had, especially about sound? You've got a data center in your backyard. What are the sounds that you hear? The answer was nothing. We don't hear anything. I said, what about at night when you've got your windows open? Again, nothing. We don't hear anything. In fact, actually, the business to the east of us, which I won't name, but it's another industrial business, that's where the sound comes from, not from the data center, according to these people. The other question I asked was, how long have you lived here? And these people had been there for 15 plus years. They had long-term residents. I said, what have you noticed about the value of your home and the property taxes that you pay? And they said, our property value has only gone up every single year that we've lived here, including the 5 years that the data center was there. So that was another response. I got that response from multiple people. The next house that I knocked was somebody that's lived in that home for 4 days. They just barely purchased that home. They did not get a discount on their purchase price because it's next to a data center. They paid full market value. As I went further south, I knocked on the homes that are directly, you go out their backyard and you look at the street and you look at the data center, which was right across. One gentleman, we spoke for probably 10 minutes. His concern, he didn't like that the data center was there. And I said, why not? And he says, because I preferred the field that was there before and the deer that ran through it. I says, well, the data center's there now. What are your thoughts? He said, I would rather the data center than the 3-story condos that are being built down the street. I said, okay, that's good input. What about if it was the Amazon distribution center that's around the corner? If you had the choice between the data center that's there or the Amazon distribution center, which would you prefer? And he says, the data center. I hate the beeps that I hear from the Amazon distribution center. So I asked him as well, this is right in your backyard, do you ever hear anything? He says, I never hear anything. Even at night when the windows are open, I don't hear it. Next door, the guy let me in. He was actually nice enough to take me through his house, show me the addition that he put in the rear. He said he built it himself.
Did you have a lesson at some point?
We went out back. He walked me to his backyard where I could look directly into the data center from his backyard. First thing I noticed was the noise. It was extremely loud, but then when the neighbor next door on the other side of the fence turned off his lawnmower, it got quiet. Next thing I noticed was the awful smell, but then I realized he just lit up a Cuban, and that's what I was smelling. That was the noxious odor. I asked him, I said, how long have you been here? He says, I've been here for years. I says, have you ever noticed any noises, any sounds, any hums, any high pitch, anything from the data center? He says, the only time I ever heard a noise coming from the data center was while it was under construction. After construction was finished, I've not heard anything from it. Same complaints. He doesn't like the residential that's being built, but as far as concerns about the data center, he had none. I knocked doors for an hour. There was not one resident that I spoke with that had a concern about living next to the data center. That was my firsthand experience. So doesn't mean I don't have any more questions. I've got a million questions, but I want the residents to know that I take this serious and I'm doing my homework, because like the mayor said, none of us want to put something in Spanish Fork that's going to be a detriment to the people that live here. So thank you, Mayor. That was probably longer than it needed to be.
That was good.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, that was good. I will tell you, as the resident, Stacy's got to say something too. But the resident that grew up here and grew up here when there was a Trojan powder plant across the highway from this that tested explosives. That's what used to be at the mouth of Spanish Fork Canyon.
That was loud.
It was loud.
That was a little louder.
It was loud. It used to be loud up there. There's cracks in people's floors because of some of those explosions getting a little bit out of hand. And that was probably John Mendenhall putting a little bit too much powder in the keg at Trojan powder. But the environmental aspects of up there, again, that's where I grew up as a kid. You would think it would decimate the wildlife when you built the distribution center. The deer and elk and everything else are pretty hardy and then pretty smart. They do come down to that river to drink, and then they know that they're pretty protected by some of these facilities. And so it's the place they're not getting shot versus up on the mountain where you can hunt. You can't hunt inside these private facilities that are fenced off. And so if you want to look at some decent sized deer and elk, golf on the golf course, look across the way. I don't think that's going to change with this center either. You're going to be able to see some wildlife that are usually pretty protected because you can't go hunt them there. You have to go up on the mountain to catch them. So, sorry, that was my wildlife speech.
I feel like I'm the last speaker before lunch or dinner, and they're like, just hurry up and let's get out of here.
I have more. So
you do not.
Okay, never mind, I don't.
Okay, my question is back to a number, Jeff, that I think in your in your presentation before the public hearing, you said that the heat got up to 9 degrees, and I thought I had heard 5 before. And then by the time it's a quarter of a mile, there's nothing. Can you just confirm numbers with the heat?
Yeah, our current study indicates that at max on property heat, so this would be a day where maybe there's less wind, that we may experience 9 degrees of on property increase. And then our studies indicate that the decay of that heat, within before a half mile, you will be less than 1 degree max of incremental additional heat because of our property. That is that's the latest number that we work with from our research and third-party studies.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. All my other questions were answered by everyone else up here. When I was up there yesterday, we were having conversations just walking around, and I was amazed that I was so engaged in conversation, I didn't realize the Bloom cell was just really right there until someone, I think it was Seth, of course. Can you hear that? And I'm like, what? And he's like, those are the cells. I didn't even know we were standing right by them.
Yes.
And then the company to the east, whatever they were doing, they were on a forklift and someone dropped someone and it dinged, and I think we all looked over like it was shocking. A diesel truck drove through Nova's parking lot. We had to stop talking. Like, it was really interesting how acute we were to like all the exterior noises around us. A big diesel was out on the main road driving. That was so loud. But where we were standing, the noise does not concern me. But I think it's really important to still do those independent studies and all those other things that one of the residents were mentioning to make sure that we don't have those high-pitched or low-pitched or tonal sounds or whatever they're saying, that we just need to be really aware that residents aren't affected by those.
Yeah, there are these sort of disproportionate comparables that are real. For example, if a data center is built near a rural community with 5,000 people and no real industry, before that data center shows up, that is a beautiful place where you probably will step outside at night and it will be almost silent, where you will have 20, 30 decibels. That's why we love these places. But when you build a data center there, where there is no additional or existing industrial ambient noise, and there are no other structures to offset the noise from that facility, and you combine it with a developer who's using antiquated equipment with no governance, no oversight, so they're running diesel generators and they're a bunch of fans, and yeah, that is the scenario where these folks are really suffering, but it's not in any way an appropriate or comparable against what these modern data centers can do, and the amount of oversight and being dropped into maybe an existing industrial area where every day you're already sitting at 50 decibels. So that's why you can get this disproportionate reaction to data centers, because there are scenarios where they're just really, really bad. And the analogy just like when our old vehicles, my mom's old Volvo, driving around, who knows what emissions that thing was putting out, compared to her now driving a hybrid vehicle, And so it is true that these technologies have progressed. So that's why genuinely, I am absolutely confident that, and this doesn't, this is not, I'm not the point of decision here, but I know unequivocally that our experiences are going to be the same as what we're finding by just knocking on doors. And Nova is not as dynamic a design as ours. They have a variety of power gen systems out there that are not as dynamic as ours. So I'm confident that, if my daughter's still here, she is still here. I haven't said it once. This is Allison. And we can see this property from her house in Mapleton. Our two granddaughters are there. Her daughters are there. And just this weekend, we had a birthday party, and we could see the windmills. We're in eye shot of this. We're testing decibels. I am confident that she and her neighbors and the new Edge homes are going to have an experience that is quite uneventful as it relates to our being in their backyard.
Thank you.
May I, maybe adding to Kevin's experience as he was talking to those neighbors, it was really eye-opening for me to see those houses. In some of the public open houses, in some of the open houses that this group had last week, residents expressed concerns about property values. Tonight I took some notes, and a handful of people expressed concerns about property values. So knowing that there were houses right next door to this, I went and did some online research, and I think Zillow is as reliable as Zillow is. It's a standard that it's applicable anywhere. It's as good as it is here or there. So I went and looked at a number of homes in that area to see their property values. The homes in that area started to be constructed in 2015. The data center went in 2020. I think it was fully. I think it was the first building was operational probably in 21, and then, as Kevin said, they've added two more since. And I went and pulled some data from Spanish Fork Homes in town with relative proximity to this site. So Jordan, if you pull that up, these are just two graphs. It's kind of interesting. Sorry, the numbers are a little bit. Actually, the numbers are really not that relative. What's I think really interesting is to see the graphs themselves. So the one that you can see there, that shows the value of one of the homes in West Jordan. So zip code 84081, I think. And you can see that in I think the first hash mark is 2018. Is that right, Jordan? You don't have it in the screen in front of you. Okay, so you can see that the house here experienced the same market increase that we all did in 2020, 21, with a peak in the sometime in 2022, and then you see kind of this jagged. I'm not sure if I want to go up or down for the next 4 years that we've been experiencing, I think, all across our houses. If you scroll down just a little bit so you can see the graph of a house in Spanish Fork, you can see it has a very similar trajectory, right? It has this rapid growth in 2021 with a peak. We have kind of a weird peak, at least on this property, in sometime in 21, and then a valley, and then it has that peak in 22, and then a drop, and then it has that kind of jagged uptick. If you look at both of those graphs together, it's fascinating that these two properties, and I didn't handpick, I just had to take a picture of some that I was looking at, but you can do your own. This is all just public information on Zillow, right? Look at your house, look at its graph, and compare it to some of the neighborhoods by this project. It was really fascinating for me to see that the peak, if you'll scroll up just a little bit back to the West Jordan home, that the peaks came as the data center was opening, and the valleys, you might say, oh, that had an impact on the house. Well, you scroll down, non-data center Spanish Fork, it was the exact same valley, just what the markets were experiencing. Again, this is not data for all circumstances. To use the new word of the day for the mayor, for at least today in 6 minutes, we can choose a new word, but empirical. So it's not necessarily empirical, right? But it was fascinating for me, and we'll probably continue to do some of this research. It's, again, publicly available, but it's interesting because I think if you have a concern about the home values, like looking at this from a place that's real and is experiencing something today, and frankly, if you go back to that map, like it's surrounded on three sides by growing industrial. Like it was not. It's if you go back, and you can't on this map, but if you go back on Google Earth, you can do some historical images, and this was a neighborhood out in a field, like that guy was saying.
That same guy was not happy because his realtor that sold him the home promised him and told him that the property across the street would be residential.
Don't believe realtors. No, that's not true. But like, yeah, they must have had a shift in where they were headed, right? But it's got a lot of industrial around it, and those homes have held their value. So
empirical evidence is that when I was elected mayor, we had our best home value increase.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Mayor, I know it's getting late, but I would love to report on another homework assignment that I did in regards to this. So I emailed the mayor and city council of West Jordan. To go back to the point of not every 2 data centers are the same. Eagle Mountain, they're struggling with some of the things that they chose to do with their data center, and they're facing some serious property tax increases in their city. Some of that's related to subsidies and whatever that they chose to do with the data centers that came to Eagle Mountain. West Jordan did not choose to go that route and they've got 2 large data centers, not just the Nova, but they've got a second one as well. They did not give them discounts and subsidies. Each of the council members and mayor that responded back to me all said that they are glad that they've got the data centers in their cities. One of the individuals whose precinct or area the data center resides in his area said that he's never received an email complaint from any residents concerning the data centers specifically. Another council member shared with me that, let's see, we're living in today in our city, we have 2 large centers, Aligned Energy and Nova. They're also the top 2 property tax entities. And she shared with me the top 10 taxing entities in West Jordan. Aligned has a 2025 taxable value of $416 million. Nova has a taxable value of $401 million. The third one is half of those, and the fourth one is half of that. And so they are definitely substantial taxing entities in the city in which they reside. Just wanted to share that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
just to acknowledge some things that have been said about taxable value and depreciation. I feel like I just want to say that's real. We understand that. There's a schedule for that that varies from one type of personal property to another. And yeah, that being said, I appreciate the numbers that Jeff has shared. I understand the rationale and the logic, and I think that holds true at least for year one. But we understand that the taxable value for what we're talking about here likely would not be consistent year over year. That, like Jeff described, a really expensive part of having a center, the CPUs, GPUs, whatever it is, the computation equipment in the building, that depreciates rather quickly over a 5 or 6 year period of time. We also understand that typically that equipment's replaced pretty rapidly on a fairly regular schedule. Therefore, when that's replaced, that value then goes back to full freight and so forth. So should this move forward, I think that's something that we'd need to come up with a process to monitor and take into account as we try to predict what that revenue would look like.
This council member, Dave, to your point, she shared with me a recent article from KSL talking about that exact thing with data centers, the depreciation and the changes, the fluctuations that take place with the property tax rates. She said this would be an interesting read. You should read this, consider it. Just for point of fact, she says, I have not seen any big swings in West Jordan. So that was her firsthand experience.
To that end, I don't think it should be minimized either, and I appreciate, Jeff, you putting it in a contract mode of moving your folks here and your base here. I've served long enough on this council to know that we have participated in private businesses to keep them in town with tax increment financing that has kept or created jobs in our city, and those have been in the 200 range of things. And the residents, we're better for it as a city. I don't look at any of those as a mistake. Those were gauged, calculated, mathed out to where it was better for the city to do that. So I talked to a gentleman today that reminded me that, I wouldn't certainly compare your business to like Geneva, but he said, Geneva back in the day that employed thousands of people, hundreds of those people lived in our town, and what do you think they did every Tuesday when they were paid, except go to your grocery store and except buy your gas and everything else? And so I don't think it should be completely minimized either, that it's not just a taxing strategy here, but I wouldn't divulge the type of badges that were shown at Nova the other day, but they're with companies that don't pay small wages for anything.
Yep.
And you're talking about the largest companies in the world. And so that dollar figure coming to our city potentially is something that's different from the tax as well, that I think is just an important thing to know.
I keep going.
You can keep going, or Councilwoman Beck will tell you to stop.
12:01.
I know it's late. This is really my final question, and it's to Vaughn, the city attorney. So Vaughn, this is kind of a big one for me. And what kind of teeth do we have in Spanish Fork legally to make sure that we're protected? If this wasn't Jeff standing here, if this was Elon Musk, and he had a data center that he wanted to bring to Spanish Fork, and he has obviously unlimited funds to fight whatever battle he needs to in court legally. We've talked about conditional use permit or uses with conditions, and some have requested that it go back to one or the other. Conditional use permit is what they're asking for. What kind of safety measures and security and teeth do we have as a city to make sure that if something were to happen and this were to go to court legally, that we would be okay?
That's a difficult question to answer. But the development agreement that we've been talking about has all those remedies in that. If they breach any of those promises about water use or noise, et cetera, there's remedies in there. There's the liquidated damages. There's beyond that, and more importantly, I mentioned before, is there's the equitable remedies of specific performance, which means a court can order, the breaching party to change, to do something different. The court can order an injunction, as it could prevent them from doing something that is violating the agreement. So those are remedies there, already there in that agreement. The city already has a business license ordinance that says for repeated violations of the zoning that applies to that ordinance, to that business, that the license can be revoked after a hearing. And so there are remedies that would, and what he said about downtime, that would have a serious impact if he gets his business license revoked. So there are remedies, both monetary damages plus the equitable remedies plus the business license revocation. There are things that are in place.
And the likelihood, and I'm not saying this would happen, I'm just saying worst case scenario, if it were to go to court and an injunction, that's a bigger word than I know at midnight, but if that were to take place, a judge could basically say you guys need to stop business until you take care of these issues.
I don't know what he might order. He might order stop doing the thing that's violating the contract, like stop using so much water if that's the issue, or generating so much noise.
And if they don't stop, what would next steps be?
Then they face contempt of court for violating the judge's order.
Is there a world in which they wouldn't side with us?
Yeah, I'm sure there is. I'm not, I can't predict the future, especially on a hypothetical like that, but I mean, that's the way things work in litigation. You're pursuing them for breach of contract, and you have the remedies that the contract specifies.
But we as a city would have control over the business license. If we felt.
Right, that would be an administrative process. You have to give them their due process of notice and a hearing, and then we have to prove that they're, the repeated violations of the zoning, the Title 15 amendments we're talking about.
Is it a monetary fine for a business to function or run without a business license?
There is. That's a state code violation. It's a criminal violation. So they can be prosecuted for that, and there's a fine, but it's insignificant.
Okay. Thank you.
Good questions.
Kevin, can I just ask one? Jeff, just came to mind the legal topic. So someone earlier this evening asked about I believe it was a lawsuit that Volition's currently involved in. Is that correct? Oh, was it Bloom? Yep. Okay, I hadn't heard about that. So
There's when a company's public, shareholders, investors, it's not uncommon that there are entities that would benefit to see a stock decrease. So, allegations don't always mean that they're true. That, and so, yeah, you can dig up litigation in various stages on pretty much any public company.
Landon, just to add to that, I did look into some of this.
Yeah.
A lot of the allegations that are being thrown out against Bloom are individuals that short stocks.
That's exactly.
To try and and make money.
Yeah.
You try and put bad news out about a business, knowing that you've shorted it with the intent of trying to make money off the stock market. So that's what I've researched with some of these. I'm not saying whether it's true or not. I've not looked at the case. I don't know all the details. Just from the articles that I've read, those are some things that have been pointed out.
That's what they're litigating.
To be super clear, we're not even thinking about approving a technology that Jeff has to use, whether it's Bloom or Bloom 6 or whatever. We're going to give him some performance criteria that he has to meet. We're going to hold him accountable to that criteria, and you're going to choose the technology you need to use.
Right.
We should not be weighing in on the technology you should or should not use.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's late.
But you did get me nervous about some lawsuit against us that I didn't know about. So
I could have sworn somebody said it was against Volition. I'm sorry to get you all nervous.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that's not the case.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate you taking
Yeah.
our questions here into the wee hours of the morning and the last 3 days or 3 days last week of taking questions, and we'll continue asking those questions, and appreciate your presentation tonight.
So it's late at night. You know how you get punchy, late at night?
Yeah.
If you want to know the PG-13 #1 online comment that was lobbed at us, I could share it, but it is PG-13.
It's past
We're all for it.
I think there is no rating requirements after midnight.
I'm seeing some
I think
seeing some shaking of heads over here. Like, don't do it, don't do it. You can tell us offline.
Oh, you missed a good one. Okay, we'll do it later.
We should remind you, there are 2 other agenda items still, so when
we're
these
not
guys
done
all
with
get up and walk out, we still have at
Good.
least 2 more items to
point.
deal with tonight.
That's a good point.
If there's someone here that wants to talk about parking and has sat through all of this, the parking,
It's more the detached ADU and parking. But
Still.
yeah.
that's
We even
Okay.
have
Night.
candy bars in our
Very
drawers.
good.
Does anyone need chocolate before you go home?
It's 12:10.
Jeez.
12:10.
How about we just go
for
home?
chocolate. Okay, we still have a couple of items, as Seth pointed out,
we need to make a
on the
motion
agenda.
So do we want to talk about, no, we don't, but do we want to talk about how we get to some resolution on some Title 15 stuff? Do you guys want to say,
did
hey, did you?
6 hours ago.
I
we
know
did.
you said we should talk about it, but did we talk about it?
No, we haven't decided on what.
So do you
what
want
that
to
looks
do you want to give us a couple of you to come and sit down with staff? Do you want staff to just guess what's in your head? I'd rather
I thought we
not.
said we're going to compile our notes and send it to somebody.
You're
Did we
going to
not talk
compile your
about that?
notes and send it to us by when?
That we did not talk about that.
Our notes?
Well, your thoughts. So I think from the public's perspective and mine, if you're talking about concerns that you have with Title 15, I think it would be helpful to know what those are.
Yeah, so one of mine is having a limit
So-
of 2. I would rather just start with 1, and if we decide down the road it worked well, then we can change it, but I don't think we need to put 2 in the condition at this point.
I'll write down all of my concerns with Title 15 by which day would you want them by?
Which day can you have them to
All
us
your
by?
concerns of Title 15?
All of my Title 15 concerns.
That's a lot.
It's a big document.
I'd say 48 hours.
Okay, Dave, will you?
What's that?
So is that by Friday? Because it's Wednesday now.
Okay, send them to Dave and Vaughn and me
By the end of this week.
by wow.
It's Wednesday.
already
48
Wednesday,
hours is
so
Friday.
yeah.
Exactly.
Monday
You got-
AM is as good as Friday PM.
That is true.
Yeah, he's probably not looking at it Friday at 5, so
Oh.
by Monday.
So Dave, Seth, and Vaughn,
You get
just
it.
send those to us.
You get a
so
weekly.
we can compile
Sunday
those,
activity.
and we'll just put them together, and you can start to see each other's comments. Okay.
Deal.
If we don't hear from you by Monday morning at 8 a.m., TikTok, the game's locked. Is that
We're
how-
going to have a conversation.
That's right.
Another one up here.
Okay, thank you. We'll work with that.
Do you, is it a requirement to table an issue like this?
No,
or
we
can
have
it just- the public
the-
hearing's done.
Dave, you want a motion to table?
I'm just used to that.
Okay.
So
All right,
Likes
motion to
that
table
language
till
better if-
September 1.
Yeah, if you guys, the next council meeting is September 1.
Hmm?
So if there's somebody that would like to make a motion to that end, that's the next time that we would talk in the public about this together.
I'll move that we table agenda item 7.3, ordinance to amend Title 15.
Motion.
And do I need to state until when?
Yeah, state that
We
date.
have to say
Vaughn
until
usually
when?
likes that.
You don't have to,
Okay,
but just
so
table it, and
move that
we can put it on the
table it.
agenda.
Okay. Motion made by Councilman Euler.
Second.
Second by Councilman Took. Roll call vote here. Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
And Councilman Took.
Yes.
Okay. Item 7.3 is tabled. Thank you. Dave, you're taking us back to 7.1.
Detached accessory dwelling units. I think
Got
that's it. State law changed with the last legislative session. So we need to make one slight change to Title 15 relative to the parking that's required for small detached accessory dwelling units or properties with small detached accessory dwelling units. The proposed change would would do that and bring us into conformity with state code. Both the Development Review Committee and Planning Commission have recommended that this be approved. Cities have until the 1st of October of this year to bring their zoning codes into compliance with this. So if you act on it tonight, we'll be well ahead of that deadline.
Questions for Dave before public hearing for something that we have to clean up for state code? Okay, if there's not, I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing for 7.1.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Cardon. Second by Councilman Took. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for 7.1, Title 15, modifying the parking requirements for ADUs smaller than 650 square feet. Anybody from the public that would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall. Second by Councilwoman Beck. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Discussion back up here. Anybody want to take a stab at questions, comments, or a proposal for 7.1?
Move to approve the ordinance to amend Title 15 to change the requirements of detached accessory dwelling units.
Motion made by Councilman Cardon.
Second.
Second by Councilman Marshall. Roll call vote. Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
Councilman Took.
Yes.
And Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
7.1 is approved. Takes us to new business of our agenda, interlocal cooperation agreement for building inspection and plan review services. This has to do, well, where's the Mapleton City? Do we have any Mapleton folks that hung about? This is
Oh, they all left.
at the request of Mapleton City.
Exactly, yes. Mapleton City approached our building official a few months ago, and John Little, has worked with our colleagues in Mapleton. Vaughn, I believe your office has looked this agreement over. And in short, it sets forth provisions that would allow our inspectors to do inspections in Mapleton and conceivably vice versa, provided that communities are compensated in accordance with the agreement. We are required by state law to have multiple different options for certified inspectors to perform building inspections in Spanish Fork. We haven't used those options very often in recent years. Typically, cities will have contracts with private contractors and that sort of a thing, as we do, but also occasionally they will have interlocal agreements like this to have that type of resource available should it be needed for any reason. I think the motivation there is to simply make sure that there's not an impediment to inspections being performed with immediacy, as they're needed as things are being built.
Cities helping cities.
I love the cities helping city thing. I think that's awesome. There are 2 private contractors that also perform the service for Spanish Fork City. How does the distribution of the service work? Who decides who gets called? Is it a list? Is it rotating? Do we not use it enough to know?
We haven't used, so Sunrise Engineering and Shums Coda, we have not used them that I'm aware of, ever. So we have contracts in place with them because the state requires us to have an arrangement with 3. It's coincidental, germane to the discussion, though, that the third party that we contracted with that we did use very regularly, you guys know Chris Swenson, I think probably a lot of you. He was our go-to, and we would use him for probably a few hundred hours a year, and had pretty consistently over the course of the past, I would say, 12 or 13 years. He is now the building official in Mapleton. So he is no longer available for us as that resource that we'd used him so much for. So that partly is why now we have this agreement with Mapleton.
You might want to think about a process to put in writing that says we're going to rotate through here, or Mapleton's our first call, and then we'll rotate the 2 private, just to make sure that no one's going to say, hey, so-and-so only picks X.
That's a great thought. Our building inspections, frankly, they're starting to pick back up after having had kind of a lull for the last 18 months or so. I think that's a timely suggestion.
Okay.
You want to make that suggestion in a motion, or are you that worried about it?
If staff says they're going to write a policy or process in place, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
We don't, it's going to end up being somebody, right, that isn't trying to do anything that's going to get accused of it. So I think to protect our employees, put something in place they can follow.
They don't all charge the same. I will say that. So by way of our go-tos, that has a lot to do with that decision. So
I would bet that the contract mechanism didn't say we're going to pick the cheapest one. So just write something down. This is the
we can do
process we're
that.
going to do.
And maybe for not necessarily what you're saying, but for the public that eventually watches this part of the meeting, we have to have these because if we don't get to an inspection within 72 hours, then we can pull the ripcord or the
Sure.
builder can. Our policy is to do inspections. We get it within 24 hours, except for on a weekend. And maybe that is then, if you call on Friday, you may not have the inspection till the next business day, which is Monday. I think you've most often used that individual you mentioned when we have 2 of our inspectors that go on vacation at a time. And so then you have that whole,
Sure.
so I think that's the window of time where we would use. And frankly, I would say, taking what Shane is saying, I would say to you, let's use this one and see how they do. And let's use that one and see how they do. Like we need to
If there's
get them to know
some performance
our
criteria in
code,
the
yeah.
contracts, absolutely, that's
we want to know
perfect
how
way
they
to go.
see our code and how they call the code.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think having them on call like that is really important. Otherwise, we'd be hiring a third person or whatever to have on staff, and we'd be overstaffed. So this is a perfect way of handling the issue. To just make it fair and transparent so that we all know how they're getting selected.
Will do.
Good stuff. Thank you, David.
Great for that. Thank you.
I would entertain a motion for item, sorry, guys.
8.1.
Is it just 8?
8.1.
8.1. New business 8.1. I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the interlocal cooperation agreement for building inspection and plan review services.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall.
Second.
Second by Councilman Cardon. A roll call vote here. Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
That's approved. Are we adjourning to closed session? We are not adjourning to closed session. We are adjourning council meeting. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Cardon.
Second.
Second by Councilman Took. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're adjourned. Thank you all for joining us.